You remember?
Oh, yeah.
How old did she tell you that she was?
She's
Did we ask her for some nude photos a couple times?
I might have a while back, but
Okay. So why was there talks about meeting up tomorrow?
we were just gonna hang out, eat something, go to a movie or whatever,
So what's the youngest age that's being sent to us?
Probably, I guess.
Did they ever send stuff with like pizza emojis or anything like that?
Yeah, you
Really?
see a lot of that on Facebook, and yeah, I like pizza. I didn't even call it Domino's. Do you have any idea what that pizza stands for?
Yeah, so pizza stands for.
Oh,
That's a baby. Oh man. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to a brand new episode of EDP Watch. I'm your host, the great DeMarcus Cousins III, not Tyrone, DeMarcus Cousins III. And today we caught Joey Young. Joey Young was talking to our iOS 14 device, and this man was obviously disgusting, all those things, but this catch took a turn for the worse. We did not suspect him of having CP going into this. We thought he was just kind of like, your stock mile pred. But then after talking with him and telling him, hey, do you have Telegram and stuff? And him saying yes, and him saying that he's been receiving some disturbing images, one thing led to another. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you do, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share. Let's get this video to 30,000 likes. Just hit the like button, bro. Come on, bro. Hit the like button. And without any further ado, enjoy. Let's go. Hey, how you doing, sir?
how you doing?
Good. My name is JiDon.
I'm Randall.
Nice to meet you, man. I was wondering, is Joey here?
Joey?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it cool if we talk to him?
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Go and get it.
Hey, Joey.
How's it going?
Good, man. Hey, we just wanted to have a conversation about. We're not cops or anything. I don't want your dad hearing you. We just want to talk out there, so that way no one in the family hears your business. Appreciate you. Listen, I know it's just some internet BS, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't think anybody else needs to know about this. But have we been talking to anybody on Facebook or anything recently?
Just like family.
Okay, you remember? Yeah, you don't remember?
I do not.
You just got off the phone with her earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I just want to make sure she was being honest with you. Did she?
Yeah.
How old did she tell you that she was? Okay, man. Hey,
I wasn't trying to.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to do anything. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I guess did we just get carried away with the conversation?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, listen. She's not my daughter, so
Yeah.
man, it's like I'm gonna like walk over there. It's like that highway. How do you sleep at night with that?
That's tough.
So like, what conversation was that her that initiated that, or was it you, or was it kind of mutual?
Kind of mutual.
It was kind of mutual. Okay. So, like I said, we're not cops or anything. We just want to make sure that obviously, like, no stuff happens with kids. I think you can understand that.
Yeah.
So I guess, there was talks about meeting up at HEB. There was talks about doing.
I wasn't going.
Okay, so you weren't actually going to meet up with her.
No, I got to work.
Okay, good. Where do you work at?
Target.
Target, nice.
4:30 in the morning.
Nice, man. Nice. Hey, man, we respect that. Obviously, you knew she was the whole time.
Right, yeah.
So I guess why did we continue having the conversation with her?
I was about to stop it, actually.
You were about to stop it? Okay. How are you going to stop that? Were you going to let her?
I was going to block it.
You were just going to block it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm not trying to. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I know you're not. Yeah. I got the vibe about that, Because her family thought that address you sent her was the real address, and I was like, wait a minute, that's not even his address.
No, yeah.
And so I was like, okay, so maybe he's not that bad of a guy.
Yeah,
So that's why I felt comfortable coming to talk to
I
you.
don't like giving, my actual address.
Hey, I
online,
respect that,
what I
man.
mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
You never can tell.
You never, yeah.
It may be,
You were talking about scammers. Do scammers be hitting you up a lot on Facebook?
No, I mean, normally you could tell.
You could tell.
Yeah, I mean, if they start asking for cards or money or your
Really,
bank
people are
info,
asking for cards?
Oh yeah, they'll ask for gift cards.
Are they asking for you to go on these apps like Telegram and Zangy and?
No, I have Facebook and I have WhatsApp, and that's it.
Okay, you don't have Telegram or Zangy,
No, I
Signal?
I don't have.
Okay, so with these people asking for gift cards, what are they like asking for exchange?
I mean, usually they'll say meet up, or I'll send you some pictures, or blah blah blah. But it's like, what? There's Amazon, there's
Mm-hmm.
Google Play or whatever the hell it's called now.
Yeah.
All kinds. The normal gift cards.
Yeah.
What I mean?
So it's a bunch of junk, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
And normally you can tell because when you're talking to somebody, they'll come up to you and within like the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, I can't pay my rent, or I can't,
Some baloney story.
I got a sick kid, or my mom's in the hospital, or you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I totally get
if
that.
you could do this for me,
Have we ever, I'm guessing since you know about it so well, have you ever kind of fell victim to these scams where it's like, you know what, I'll buy it this one time just to see what happens?
One time, yes.
Yeah.
And that was, oh God, that was years ago.
Years ago. So, man, I know personally because my dad, he's a little older and he gets sent those things on his Facebook. And he bought one, and in the videos, the girl sent videos of herself, and she was of age, but then also in there, she was sending videos and stuff of younger people. Did that ever happen to you, where they sent anything younger?
No, not that. No. I mean, I wouldn't accept that. If I saw that, then I'd block it right then. I'm not into. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a grown ass man. I don't.
Yeah.
And I have nieces and nephews, and all that. So
the reason I why I asked is because obviously we did ask for some pictures, right? Didn't send them to you though, right?
Not that I can remember. No.
Okay, good. Okay,
no,
but
she just sent me regular.
But you did ask her for those pictures though.
Just to see her, nothing nudity or.
Okay. I'm not trying to put you on blast or anything, but I kind of got a message that her family sent me that says something different. So did we ask her for some nude photos a couple times?
I might have a while back, but but she never sent it, and I respected that.
Yeah.
I didn't harp on it and say, "Oh, come on,"
You weren't forcing her.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why was there talks about meeting up tomorrow?
She had brought that up because I think she said she was in New York or something.
Yeah. But she has family out here.
Right, yeah. And she was gonna come down and we were just going to hang out,
Okay, so...
Go eat something, go to a movie or whatever, nothing.
So would you have just went to go eat with her, or how would it kind of...
No, I wasn't going to, try to or anything like that, you know what I mean?
But you would have, went to go have a meet up with her and just hang out?
Yeah, just a normal, friends hanging out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to, anything like that,
So, kind of, why did we send her pictures of us grabbing our crotch? Or you sent a couple pictures of you showing your hard in your pants.
That wasn't me. I don't send my. That was
you didn't send a picture, but you sent
right. Yeah.
It showed the outline.
Got caught up in the moment.
You kind of got caught up in the moment. Yeah, that's you right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we just got caught up.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were saying things like, you want me inside of you, but if you want no sex, then I won't touch you. So that was good.
Yeah.
You were asking about her other, past experiences, asking if she has been effed before. I don't want to use too much vulgar language.
Yeah.
Was that your dad?
Yeah.
Man, that's a good guy.
Yeah. Very cool. They're both in bad health, so I kind of hang out and help them out around here.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, man. That's good.
Yeah.
Why were you asking her where can you come?
Where can I?
Yeah. You were asking her if you can inside of her?
Like I was saying, I just got caught up in the moment.
Got caught up in the moment, okay.
And that's my bad.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate you,
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you, taking responsibility and everything about it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those things where, obviously her family, they're just worried that, hey, they want to make sure that this isn't happening with any other kids and stuff like that.
No, yeah, and I wasn't planning on meeting her.
Okay. Now, before we came, and I don't ask questions, I don't know the answer to.
Right, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, no inappropriate images were being sent from the house. And when I looked, I didn't see any being sent from the house, but I seen some being sent to the house. And, your dad's a lot older, so, I don't think he's on Facebook or using his phone.
They have flip phones, so they don't
have. So I kind of figured, I was like, man, the only person that compete maybe is Joey.
Yeah.
So I was just like, man, who are these people sending you this stuff? Do you know who they are?
I have no idea.
They're not. They don't identify themselves. Okay. What is this? What is the kind of the stuff that they're sending to you?
I mean, they would send, you know, their or you know, below. You know, I don't want to say, you know.
Yeah.
But,
And was it girls or boys or both?
I haven't had any boys.
Okay.
You know, that I can remember anyway. Because you know, I'm not that side of the fence. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Obviously,
So,
yeah. Some of these girls, I think we can both agree, like they're obvious that they're not of age, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the youngest age that's being sent to us?
It was her. I mean, well, she didn't say nothing, but I don't know. They probably, I guess.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I guess something like they said.
they said.
I mean, I don't know.
So other people, so other kids were hitting you up online.
I don't. You don't normally. If I see that, then I'll be like, no.
I know you don't know, but like, do they say that they're kids?
No, I mean they'll say, you know, they're 18, 19, 20, whatever, you know, and then they'll send that, and it's like, whoa, what, you know.
Did they ever send stuff with like pizza emojis or anything like that?
Yeah,
Really?
You see a lot of that on Facebook, just in general.
Yeah, really.
You know, and you know, so, yeah, I like pizza, you know, but you know, not thinking.
So what is that pizza actually? What does it represent?
No idea.
Oh, really?
You know, yeah, it's somebody you want to buy pizza.
So people are asking you want to buy pizza.
Yeah.
They're,
I didn't even call it Domino's or you know what I mean.
yeah.
So
what apps are they hitting you up on usually?
it's usually like WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
And
Okay.
I don't use it very often anymore, just because you can't be safe anywhere. You know
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, I look at it like this, man. You got good people in here.
yeah.
Obviously, I think you're a good guy.
Yeah,
it's just that, you know, you're kind of getting tied up in some
and
internet drive. I mean, it's totally up to you, man. But I think I can kind of read the type of guy you are,
Yeah.
and I don't think you want to be associated with
No,
that stuff.
No, not at all.
So, I mean, you want to get your phone so that way we can get that stuff off of your phone.
Yeah, I can do it. I've deleted a bunch of it already.
But, you know, if you delete it, it's still on your phone. You know what I mean?
I'd rather not, because then my mom and dad will see. You know
See
I mean?
what?
That I'm bringing my phone out, and they'll be like, "What the hell?"
You think so?
Yeah.
You think you can't just put it in your pocket, then come back outside? Or just go inside and get a jacket, and then, you know, so that way, and then be like, oh, I'm going back outside to talk to my friend.
They're going to ask, what the hell, you know, who are y'all?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell them whatever, but I mean, I just think it's one of those things where, because I mean, think about it like this. I went above and beyond to figure out, obviously, I know it's not your dad.
Right, yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, other people, they're not going to jump to the conclusion of like, hey, it's not his dad.
Yeah,
Or they're not going to jump to the conclusion of like, maybe it's not the dad. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, it's the dad.
Yeah,
Because it's his Wi-Fi, his house and stuff.
Yeah, we don't even have Wi-Fi in here.
But, you know, the cell data, the IP
yeah,
address,
yeah.
obviously you don't want to get him associated with that.
Right, or my mom, yeah.
Or your mom.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I look at it like this, man. You're just being a good son,
Yeah.
getting your parents out of this whole mess. And not only that, but getting yourself out of this mess, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, I would just, because I would feel a lot better going back to tell her parents, like, hey, this guy is really remorseful. I don't think you got to get anybody else involved, because not only did he apologize about talking to but also he got rid of that other stuff that was getting kind of like carried away. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I would really respect that if you got your phone and we got that taken care of.
I just got to figure out what I can tell them, you know, why you are here. You know
Yeah, man. I mean, you could.
I don't want to tell them.
You could let us know, you could tell them that we're 49er fans, talking about how Brock Purdy might take them back to the Super Bowl. You know, don't see too many 49er fans in Texas.
Let me go get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be outside. How you doing?
Yeah, what is this about?
Oh, we're just talking about it's just some internet mess we're talking about.
No, he said something about it because of his phone.
Oh yeah, he had just grabbed it.
What does that got to do with anything?
Just like some kind of stuff happening on the internet. I mean, I'll let him tell you as much as he wants, but it's just kind of like some stuff helping him
He
out.
don't say nothing to it. So
Yeah.
that's what but
Oh yeah. It's
I'm
just
the dad and I own this place.
Yes, sir.
I want to know.
Yeah, no, it's just some internet mess that we were helping him out with. That's because you know how the internet, you can get caught up in so many things. So we're just helping him out with that.
Not talking to women or nothing like that.
Not necessarily that.
You're not telling me the straight up.
We had a conversation about the women, but you know, he's being a really truthful, honest guy, and I think he wants to clear past all that.
Because I can take care of it.
Yes, sir. I mean,
Real quick.
one thing I'll tell you is he's being straight up, he's being honest, and he's taking accountability. I have to say that's a testament.
I understand.
That's a testament to your raising him. You know,
Yeah.
it's one thing to make a mistake, but it's another thing to own up to, and that's exactly what he's doing. You want me to go on and take care of that for you, my man?
He's not in trouble or nothing?
No, sir. We're not no law enforcement or anything. What's the password? Okay, so we do have a signal.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna get rid of that.
Okay.
Uninstall it.
So before I look, because I mean I'm gonna see it regardless, but
Yeah,
is there in here?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? There might be.
On Signal or Telegram or whatever.
There might be some, you said? Because I got to know where it is so I can delete it,
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, I can delete it for you if you want. Right?
Well, I got to delete it professionally.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Okay, and what's the youngest age that they're sending on here?
This one? Yeah, see, she's selling.
She was selling? So what was she selling?
Like videos.
Okay. Well, I thought you were here for pizza. Sure, I love pizza. Okay.
Yeah, see, I didn't, you know, who doesn't like pizza, you know?
Okay, but do we kind of know what pizza stands for?
I have no idea. That's all new to me. Other than the, you know, like the slice of pizza that you, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what, like, you ever seen anything where like there was any babies or anything that young that they sent you?
Like infants, you mean?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that?
No.
Okay. Okay, you got a picture of what's her face in here? Yeah, because, like, I mean, you know, this looks like a young girl. So did you ever buy any of those videos?
No.
Okay,
No.
So you never bought any?
No.
Okay, that's good.
I don't do all that. I work hard for my money, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so we never bought the videos,
No.
but the people were offering it.
Yes. Do you have any idea what that pizza stands for?
Yeah, so pizza stands for...
Oh.
Yeah, so it means, like, young girls.
Oh. Yeah, so I have no idea.
You had no idea?
No, I didn't know what the hell it was. And when they were asking for pizza, I was like, shit, that's food. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I didn't know.
You gotta kind of see where, like, you know, kind of like where I'm coming from is kind of because you see, like, that's a child right there. That's a very young child. That's a little girl, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a 9-year-old girl. How often have we been receiving videos of little kids like this?
Oh, that's been the last one for a long time.
Okay.
Well, you know,
So you don't know who Tina is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I ain't never met any of them. I'm not into that, you know what I mean?
And then she asked, you said, how old are you? Be honest. And she said,
yeah.
Okay, so.
Because a lot of the times they'll be like, oh, I'm 20 or I'm 30 or, you know, whatever. 38 or
Yeah,
whatever.
but she told you that she was.
Yeah.
So obviously that's really young, right?
Yeah.
So is there other, because I'm trying to figure out where all the stuff is so that way I can get, do you have a secret folder where you keep some of the stuff? No.
I don't even know how to do all that secret
You don't.
and all that shit. I know a lot of that you can get off of Facebook, the pizza, whatever. I see that a lot on there.
And you don't mind me looking at your phone, right?
No.
Okay, appreciate you. Not the best stuff to be having on our phone, right?
Yeah, and I was going to clean it all up too. I got so many pictures, you know, from family trips or whatever, you know.
So it's just hard for you to like go through it? Yeah.
Yeah. And I was in the process of, I've deleted a bunch, you know. Once your phone gets full, then it starts slowing down.
That's another young girl. A lot. That's a baby. She doesn't even have. Oh man. Yeah, this is pretty much all of it. Okay. So do you know the individuals that's sending you this stuff?
I do not know them.
You don't know them?
No.
Okay. How are they getting in contact with you?
Through Facebook.
Through Facebook?
Yeah.
So do you go from Facebook to text message?
Yeah, they'll be like, do you have, you know, whatever, WhatsApp or Signal or
yeah.
whatever.
So we're gonna put this on the ground. I'm gonna can you just put it in airplane mode for me? Okay. So we're gonna put it on the ground so that way we can get it started.
Okay.
So Joey, can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
We knew that was those videos that we were getting, right?
A couple of them, yes.
Okay.
Some of them I actually stopped. It was like.
So if you had to say about how many videos are in there?
Oh, maybe 7.
And this is just for documentation purpose.
6 or 7, I guess, maybe.
6, 7?
I guess something like that, yeah.
Video.
It wasn't many.
Okay. What's the youngest age of a did you receive that you saw? Like what age range would you say?
Probably that they said they were.
Okay. Was there anybody that you knew that was obviously younger?
Yeah.
How old do you think that person was?
Oh, probably.
There was a year-old?
I guess, you know, if I had to guess. I'm not.
If she was
guessing.
was she by herself or was she with somebody
No,
else?
she was by herself.
She was by
and
her.
then the other one, she was with somebody else having.
Okay.
You know, and then that one, I was like, you know, that's it.
So if you had to say how much is on your phone right there?
I don't think I have a lot. You know, I mean,
If ballpark.
10 maybe.
10?
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
If you know, if even that. You know.
And you want to get that removed, obviously.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
You know how much trouble that could get your parents into, right? You know, obviously that was some pretty bad stuff.
Right. Yeah.
We both saw.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. You don't have any mental illnesses or anything,
No,
do you?
No.
You graduated high school?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Did you do any thing further?
No, I just worked during high school. When I was probably 15, 16, I guess. Got a job and then.
How old are you now?
50.
50.
Just turned 50 on Halloween.
Can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
If let's say you wouldn't get in trouble, would you have had with?
No.
You wouldn't have had with her. So why'd you tell her you would have had with her?
Because she was asking for it, and she said she had tried it before, and you know, I mean, I wasn't even going to meet her tomorrow. Like I said, I work 4:30.
Do you drive?
In the morning. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one's your car?
That red, that Mazda.
Oh, that's nice. I think you're.
Did your parents call the cops on us?
I think they just want to make sure everything's okay. I will just tell them that we're just having a conversation. So you weren't gonna actually have.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't even want to meet her. And like I said, I work at 4:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir. Okay. What about later in the day?
No, I wouldn't. You know, I was gonna come home, and then me and my parents were gonna go to Walmart and show. I gotta do Christmas.
You mind if I show him it so that way we can get it erased?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, appreciate you. How you doing, officer? So this is my friend Joey here. Joey, you're not gonna talk to a girl again, right?
No.
You're not gonna ask a girl for anymore?
No.
Is it okay if I show the officer the your phone
Yeah.
that you're gonna delete?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is his telephone, and pretty alarming, but on his Telegram, there is multiple images of like that child there. There's a lot more.
Do you have chat logs?
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, here's where it really is. So this video shows about roads.
Okay.
And here's obviously a child.
Do you have an ID on you?
Oh yeah, I have to go get it.
That's okay. What's your name?
Joey?
Is that on your license? Is Joey?
Yes.
And last name?
Young.
So, with the chat logs, were you chatting with someone you believed to be?
She told me she was, but I wasn't going to do anything.
You didn't talk about meeting her for.
I wanted to meet her. No, it wasn't for. It was just.
But you did talk to her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you do have images of minors on your phone?
I think he's found some. Yeah.
Okay. What I'm gonna do right now, you're not under arrest. I'm gonna detain you though.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Come close.
call some people out here, okay?
Okay.
You're an adult. Are you okay
Yeah.
if I tell your parents what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. And y'all have chat logs?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna get some
we'll show
detectives
you
out-
all of
yeah, I'm
those.
gonna get some detectives
Yes,
out
sir.
here. I'm gonna get some shoes on for you.
Okay.
Joey, can you tell the officer about how many images you say you have?
Probably 9 or 10, I guess, something like that. Something like that.
And what's the youngest age that was sent to you?
She looks. The one that sent, but she didn't look. You know what I mean?
What about the one that looked underage? How old
Yeah,
did she
like,
look?
Maybe.
And what was she doing in that video or photo?
Playing with herself.
Okay.
And the other one was she was having.
Okay.
Not with me, of course, but you know what I mean.
Have you ever been in trouble before?
No.
Mister?
No.
Okay.
Do kids come by here a lot? I see the little kid will.
Yeah, my granddaughter and my two great granddaughters, they come in here all the time.
Is there any
They
times?
live here.
Is there any times where they're with him by themselves?
No,
No. Okay.
Joey's never done that. I mean, he talks
no,
on the
Joey's
phone.
never done
He
nothing,
goes to
man,
work and
nothing.
comes home.
Yes,
50
ma'am.
years of his life, he ain't done
I
nothing.
know he used to talk to women, but I didn't know
Yeah.
anything about this.
Yes, ma'am. No, I believe you. Oh, nobody ever knows until they know.
How long is he gonna be in there?
Right now, he's not under arrest. They're just trying to figure out. They want to get that stuff off of his phone. That's the main thing.
Oh, so he's gonna be able to get unhandcuffed and brought back.
That I don't know. I don't. That's up to them. We're not police. that we're not police. We were gonna just have a conversation with him, but after we found those images, obviously we have to let police know so that way those kids can be
And
found.
we understand it's wrong, but we thought he was just talking to women.
Yes, no, we know you didn't know.
Hey.
It's not
Calm
your fault
down,
at
calm
all.
down.
So I guess you kind of explain what's going on.
Are they going to take him?
I assume he's going to be going into custody. Right now he's just detained though. I'm going to have them come investigate, okay?
Ain't nothing I can do.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Not your fault at all.
No, I mean, I knew he was talking to women.
Yes, ma'am.
But we didn't know
I didn't know about young kids.
Absolutely, I know. He told me that you guys didn't
Joey's
know.
never been in any trouble.
Yeah.
He goes to work, he comes home, he's on the phone. He don't even have any, women to come out.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah, he was talking about meeting her somewhere else, and obviously, he's a grown man,
Yeah.
So there's nothing you guys could do about it.
No,
Yeah, but
no.
he's our son.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He wasn't raised that way.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, is that your mother over there?
That's my grandma.
Your grandma. Is it cool if I have a quick conversation with you?
Joey's my uncle.
Your uncle? Yeah, can we have a conversation over here real quick? Pretty much, Joey's been having a conversation with a 14-year-old girl online. A conversation.
Okay.
He was trying to meet her to have sex and everything. We just came over here to kind of come have a conversation with him.
Okay.
Obviously, tell him, hey, we can't be doing that stuff. During that conversation, though, come to find out that he has on his phone of younger kids around the age of years old being abused. So currently, right now, he's in the back of the sheriff's office car.
Okay.
Your grandparents, they all know and everything. Obviously, I just want to let you know, they were saying that sometimes, the kids come by and everything. Some detectives are going to come out just to make sure, hopefully, prayers that, nothing's happened to anybody else that went over there.
Okay.
But that's kind of the situation, what's going on.
Okay.
Your grandma's kind of taking it hard, so if you want to be there for her.
Yeah. He's great. I'm gonna cry. I'm very close with him, so.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I would just be there for her. I mean, they're the sweetest. We had a really good conversation with them.
Okay.
So, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know first.
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. So, Joey Young was arrested that day. He was charged with possession of CP. We are still waiting for him to get also charged with the chat logs as well. But he ended up having a lot of that stuff on his phone. He was arrested on a $100,000 bond. So shout out to the Williamson Police Department and the Williamson County. I hope that this case goes great and everything. And I'll be keeping you guys updated whenever he gets convicted and whatnot. But y'all, if you guys want to watch live catches and things like that, be sure to follow us on Kick. At 100,000 followers, we are giving away a Tesla. So, man, be sure to show your boys some love. Come over to Kick. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys. And thank you guys for everything, man. See you next episode. Peace.
The people right across the street, one of the dogs that died, we started getting this horrible smell. She's like, so we thought we didn't bury the dog deep enough. So if they smell it, he really can smell it. I don't know why he didn't just get rid of the body. The only thing I can think of was a trophy of sorts for him.
Do you think the family is as quiet as they are because they knew who David was?
I mean, yes, I have proof that family members have been to that rental house before. I've been with David and Celeste. There's evidence that he met her, interacting with her in a creepy way when she was 12.
So do you think David had help?
I think he had help. I think there's gonna be other people that go down. I think there's gonna be financial transactions that come out in this if this goes to trial, they're gonna show that there were people that were getting money and it's gonna look really, really bad.
All right, what's good, YouTube? Today, I am joined here by Steve Fisher. He's a private investigator, and more importantly, he is also the one that has been working this David case day in, day out. I'm gonna let him introduce himself and his involvement with the case, but Mr. Fisher, I really do appreciate you coming on my show today.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, call me Steve. I appreciate having me and what you do. Yeah, I'm a missing persons private investigator. I only do missing persons cases, and I'm also very involved in search and rescue. I got involved in the case with Celeste, the owner of the house that David was staying at, and Celeste had visited him and whatnot, got in contact with me, and because he didn't rent the house to David, he rented it to his management. He had
the house was rented out through his manager, but David was the primary person staying there.
Well, the owner of the house, or the owners, the husband and wife, had no idea who David was. The lease says it's for the exclusive use of Josh Marshall, his manager. So they had no idea that they didn't know, first of all, they didn't know who the singer David was, and they live out of state, and they didn't know that somebody else was living there. So this, all of a sudden, their house is involved in a search warrant, and all this, this tragic event happens to this teen losing her life, and they wanted to understand, what had happened, because LAPD wouldn't give them any answers, and so that's kind of how I got involved.
Celeste's family never got in touch with you to find her before. The only reason why you got involved was because the owners of the house had cops coming through their house investigating stuff, and they just didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, no, I've never been in touch with her family. I've tried. I didn't want to push them hard, though, so I haven't really followed up more. But yeah, so the owners were very, it's never had anything to do with value of the house or loss of value or anything. It's had to do with, they wanted to understand what happened there, because they have kids around that age, and they wanted to know if, on even a spiritual level, if they could go back in that house. It was really hard for them to fathom, if it happened there, or even in fact, even that didn't happen there, just the fact that it's tied to it. They have some real decisions to make, and they're from out of the country, and so they don't really understand the laws and everything. So they said, listen, we want to find out what happened. They wanted to know what the truth was, and they wanted to make sure that Celeste, got justice if she needed to get justice. Because remember, at that time too, they're telling us there might not be any crime here beyond concealment of a body, which was never true. I don't know why LAPD came out and said that, but they were making it sound like this might have been like an overdose or something, and they made a bad decision. There was nothing like that. It was never anything like that. This was a guy who's a predator. I don't know why it took this long to get where we're at. I'm glad there's finally Pierce justice is coming, and it doesn't seem like there was this real urge. It wasn't like maybe the
sense of urgency.
Yes, exactly.
The house that David was renting at, that the owners hired you, Celeste has been to that house, correct?
She has, yeah.
Was that the house that they're presuming that all of this went down at?
It's the house that, when they say, she was lured to, I'll tell you this, we don't know exactly where it happened. But we're trying to figure that out, and we're also trying to find out where, the murder weapons may be. And not only the murder weapon, but also the dismemberment tools that were used.
After all of this started coming out, was David still tied to that house?
No, so as far as we know, the way it happened was David was on tour when this news broke, even of the car being, LAPD initially being called to the tow yard because of a foul smell and flies circling the car. He was on tour, and so it came out that, hey, there's been a body found in a car that's registered to David. They had no idea, the public had no idea that it was Celeste. People in his Discord had a good idea who it was, though. He continued on with his tour. It wasn't until they identified her as Celeste, who was a documented missing person out of Lake Elsinore, which is 80 miles away from LA, that they finally called the tour off. But he just kept plugging away. He never made a comment about it. The only comment they made was, his press people said that they were cooperating with LAPD, which they never were, which we come to find out they never were. That was a lie. They just wanted to keep going. And it did keep going. And then when they did call it off, he's never made a comment, and he was never seen in public again. He was in West Hollywood, very close to
Did he go back to the house that the manager had rented, or did he go somewhere else?
So what happened was, after she was identified, they served a search warrant. LAPD served a search warrant on the house the next day. I believe it was September 17th. His management contacted the owner and basically said they were breaking the lease. They were going to have the movers come the next day, which they did, and they came and they grabbed certain things, but they left a lot behind. And they basically then said, anything that's left behind, just do what you want with. We're out. He's never seen again. Now we find out that he was in another rental house just a few miles away.
What a lot of people are kind of confused with, and I was hoping that you could kind of break down better for us, is the car was reported to be a couple blocks away from his house. That house. Yeah. Was it the house that the owners that you work with had? Yeah. Okay. So whenever I say the house, I'm talking about my client's house, yes, which is
some people call it the mansion or whatever. It's the only house that we were aware of at the time that he was living in. Now there is a house before the lease started, which he did that famous live stream from, the delete everything. When it's Celeste in that one. That was actually filmed.
So
in
was
a
that
house.
Celeste? So a lot of people
Yeah.
say that was the other Celeste in that. So that live stream, that was Celeste in that live stream where
The
they
one
said,
where she talks about R-ing kids, and he says delete everything. That's Celeste.
do you know
No,
when that
this-
stream had happened?
Gosh, if I remember right, that was like January of 24. That was right before she ran away the first time.
Okay.
Might have the date off by a little bit. So, and then right after that is when she starts running away. She has these series of runaway events. But it was no secret that she was with him. In fact, somebody close to the situation, her family, the school where she was going, wrote his management by email and said, paraphrasing it, there's a rumor that David might be involved in the disappearance of 13-year-old, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. If that's true, please make sure she gets home quickly. And she got home. She arrived the next day. And that email was received by his management company, and they did send it to him. I have proof of that. He was aware of it. So then she arrives back home, but then she runs away again. He was grooming her. He's a predator. This is not the only girl he was involved with that was underage. When Celeste ran away on Valentine's Day, she showed up in the area. Oh, this is the exact same day that they're actually taking possession of the new house that they rented, my client's house.
Yes, sir.
Of course, my client doesn't. My client thinks it's Josh Marshall, his manager, but they take possession of it. So on that day, he's got Celeste runs away that day, and she's at the old house, the one where they did that live stream, delete everything, and he's got another minor at the new house, a mile and a half away, and I've got pictures of that. So, that can be.
This is kind of all new about there being like a new minor. If you can reveal, how old was this other minor that David was dealing with?
She was 16 and 17.
She was 16.
This was going on for a while. I believe it goes back to when she was 16, 17 for sure. But he knew, she was underage, and listen, it's kind of the same MO. It's kind of the preying on those that he can manipulate out of their environment. And there's others. There's another one too. So I mean, and I guarantee that there's. I mean, I can't guarantee, but
no, I mean any predator. They're always gonna have multiple victims. Yes,
there's ones that I don't know about.
Yeah.
When I was in court yesterday, when I happened to be looking right at David, he was seated kind of in front of me, and they brought him in an orange jumpsuit, and they sat him down at the table with his lawyers, and they handcuffed him to the table. I didn't know what was coming out of the prosecutor, and I happened to be looking at him because I was like, man, he looks so different. He does not look like David, the artist. He looks, he just don't look the same. And so I was looking at him, and then they were talking about when discovery, which is all the evidence and stuff, is going to be delivered to his lawyers, and
yes, sir.
And the prosecutor comes out, and I don't want to get you dinged off.
No. It's literally say like you can. You
can say that. Okay. So she comes out and says, Your Honor, one of the biggest issues is that on his phone, there was a voluminous amount of child porn. Proper word now is CSAM, right? But she went child porn. And then she goes, and because of this child porn, I mean, she said child porn 4 times in a row. It was very intentional. You had to let him know, we know. He just stared straight ahead. He wasn't like, he didn't turn to his lawyer and like, what the hell? He knew, like, I think he knows that they got him dead to rights right now. So, but she made it sound like there's a lot on there. So I don't think it's just Celeste. I don't think it's just Celeste and this other minor that I'm talking about. I think that there's going to be a lot that he actually was in communication with, and I think there's going to be probably a lot of that material that he sought out on the internet.
Back to the timeline. So I didn't know this. So it was January 2025 when that live stream happened, or 2024?
she'd been gone well over a year when this was going down. I believe that live stream was 2024, January 2024. Then she starts, then in February, is when and then there's Runaways, and then, getting into around Valentine's Day, she runs away again. And then it's a year. It's well over a year that she's gone before we now know that this happened, according to prosecutors, in April of 2025. So she's gone a very long time. And that's been the whole thing, is piecing this together. Where exactly was she? Because we didn't really have evidence that we had evidence that she had been to the house, but not that she was like living at the house. And David would travel a lot for concerts or whatever, and nobody would stay there. So we're like, where was she in all this time? And then we find out that she wasn't truly a runaway. That's the part that's upsetting to me too, is that her family knew where she was, and she'd shown up for like her cousin's high school graduation. She showed up at a family event. There's a video out there of her arguing with the next door neighbors in the apartment complex next to her house, all while she's supposedly a missing person. And so it's all very frustrating. There's a lot of things, a lot of failures around her. And I understand she's probably a handful. I get that. But the thing is, she's a kid. That's part of being a parent. She needed direction, she needed like a direction in life. And it's not okay. They knew who he was. And it's just, I don't care how rich he is. I don't care how famous he's becoming. I don't care he's living in a mansion and he can afford to support her. It's not okay. She's 13, 14 years old at this time. It's never okay.
What I found interesting about this case is you would think a lot of people close to him would be coming out saying things like, hey, this was weird and stuff like that. But you really haven't been seeing that. The prosecutors are saying that they've gotten people to corroborate. They said they have some people that are more difficult. Do you personally think, or do you know, like, actually, that people knew her age and just didn't say anything about it?
100%. Listen, in that Discord of his, there's people that openly talk about it. They're like, hey, are you still going out with the underage girl? Are you still there talking about Epstein Island? Are you and Celeste going to Epstein Island? Like, it's crazy how open, it was not a secret, and the people close to him in his orbit, listen, they knew. I mean, there's live streams where, not just the one with Celeste, but there's ones where he's talking to these two super young girls on like, I don't know what platform it was, but he's talking to them, and his friend Asia Collins is behind him, and he's laughing about the age of these girls, and he's gooning, and it's just, it's really frustrating because they have not, they didn't race forward with information. They waited to the last minute to save themselves, all of a sudden, we find out one of his friend Neo has to be arrested to be brought in front of the grand jury. That's not how it should be. Like, you shouldn't be. I don't care how close you were with this guy. If you got information, we're talking about a child. I mean, there's evidence that he met her, was interacting with her in like a creepy way when she was 12.
You posted something I think that is great on your feed where you showed a timeline that you believe what happened, because the prosecutors said, correct me if I'm mistaken, they believe that the murder happened April 23rd, 2025, right?
Yep.
Can you explain to us why they think that was the day she was murdered? And can you explain the timeline of from that day until September 8th when her body was found? Do you think that he left her in the Tesla the whole time? Do you think her body was stored somewhere else and he just kept on moving the car? Why do you think he didn't try to dispose of the body? If you can, could you give us that whole timeline and everything? Because I think that was like the best thing anyone's ever put out, where it's like something we could visually see.
Yeah, and in a lot of this, I'm just never going to understand, right? Even like what was going on in his mind. But so there's two dates that they put out there. April 23rd, they believe is the day she was lured to the house, and then some point shortly after killed with a sharp object, they're saying. And then May 8th, is the 5th, or they have to look at the timeline, to be honest with you, is when they're saying she was dismembered. You got this gap in time where did he store her? Because you're going on a week and a half, and that's the point of building that timeline. The timeline only focuses on this time period between the April 23rd and in May when he dismembers her. And what we're trying to do is just find out what his movement was, for one, in that time period, and also kind of what his mental state, at least public facing, was. And we've started to compile. Then we learned, well, April 23rd is when they announced Wither Tour is happening. He had just gotten done with Coachella a couple days earlier. He's at Coachella, and then they announced the Wither Tour the Withered album is dropping. And so on the 24th, they have so we're talking just hours after he would have killed her, they have a album release party here in LA. On the 25th, he heads out to New York for a 3-day band lab pop-up in New York City. And then he goes to Houston, to his hometown in Houston.
Wait, he's from Houston?
He's from Houston, yeah.
Wow, I'm from Houston. I'm here, right? I didn't even know that.
So then he goes to Houston for a couple of days. And so he's moving on. Like, I'm talking, he has if prosecutors are correct about the 23rd being the day, and I believe they are because there's somebody that obviously gave them the information, then within hours, he's fine. He's in a mindset where he's like, I'm ready to go to the party. I'm ready to go to New York. It's not affecting him. Now, we do see, it's kind of like this, almost like an adrenaline rush. There's all these posts, and he's playing these shows and these pop-ups, but then there's like this crash. He goes a lot more silent, after the dismemberment. And he goes to Seoul, Korea for pop-up, and he's in Malaysia. It's really wild to see that. So, yeah, so to get back to your point, so there's the murder and the dismemberment, and so our big questions are, where did he murder her? Where did he then store her for those 10 days or so till he dismembered her, 10 days or more? And then why does she end up in the Tesla? And why does she stay in the Tesla in his neighborhood? When I started interviewing with, before we knew all these data points, I was interviewing obviously neighbors asking for video surveillance and whatnot. And, the people right across the street, directly across the street, and this is a neighborhood with very large houses and big yards and security systems and everything like that. And I was over at the house directly across the street, which is owned by a producer, and I was dealing with his estate manager. And she said, one of the dogs, so the property, it's a big property, and their fence line butts up to the road. David would often park the Tesla on their property line, off to the side of the road. So it butted up to their yard. And she said, we started getting this horrible smell, and one of the dogs had died, and they had buried the dog in the backyard, and it was like a husky, it was a larger dog. And she's like, anytime it would get over to be like 75, 76, 77 degrees, the backyard would smell horrible. She's like, so we thought we didn't bury the dog deep enough. So they were getting ready to unearth this dog and bury it deeper. And then all this happened, and the Tesla went away, and then everything was fine. But so that
when the Tesla got moved, did that smell go away, and was the dog still buried?
Yes, and they're not thinking like, oh, the Tesla just went away and now it doesn't smell. They don't know, they're like, why it comes and goes. And it's not until after they find out, oh, there's a body in the trunk of the Tesla. It's like, oh my God, the Tesla was, and they have it on surveillance, of the Tesla coming and going. So at times, so if they smell it, then he really can smell it, especially at the house, because it's like a multi-story house. And there's live streams that he does where a makeup artist is like, oh, what's this smell, and they just kind of like.
When was these live streams like dated, right?
He live streamed from the house a lot, and so it was just like him and his friends, and they're filming something or whatever. There's a makeup artist.
And this is the same house that.
Same house.
So there was streams where the makeup artist would complain about a smell from the house.
Yeah, and so what it is most likely is it's coming from the Tesla and just going up through the windows up in the third floor, and they're up in the master bedroom's bathroom when this happens, and he blames it. Oh, I went to the bathroom, but the whole thing is so wild. Like, if you dismember somebody, I know you never have. I'm just saying, but if somebody dismembers somebody, you think they'd go ahead and just get rid of them, right? Like, if they didn't do it at the house, if they did it somewhere, and I think they did do it somewhere else, I think he had to have refrigerated her.
When
somewhere.
you said they, so do you think David had help?
I think he had help. I don't think he can do it by himself. I'm not saying in the murder itself, but I do think in the dismemberment, or at least the moving around, I think he had help. So, and I think people are going to fall for that. I think there's going to be other people that go down. I don't know why he didn't just get rid of the body, and that'll always be. I don't think he'll ever say why he did it. I don't think it'll ever come to that. But I think that the only thing I can think of was a trophy of sorts for him. And I don't, because listen, it's not that hard to go, you can drive 5 miles from that house and you'd be on Pacific Coast Highway and just let that Tesla go off into the ocean, off a cliff, or have somebody steal it and get rid of it, whatever, have it gone forever. He kept it in the neighborhood. He was moving it around when he dismembered her. He started. People had reported to us that they noticed that it started being parked in different locations starting in May. And he's keeping it close by, and then he goes on tour and just leaves it there. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. Like, there's got to be some sort of. It's got to be some sort of trophy thing, because there's plenty of opportunities to get rid of that car.
With it being a Tesla, like, what I'm thinking they can do is they could probably. What do you? I don't know if you know this information, but was the Tesla dead when it got towed to the tow yard?
Yes, I don't know for certain. I think it was, though, and it appeared that Sentry mode was probably turned off, because it doesn't appear that they got any meaningful data from the car itself as far as the cameras or anything like that, because otherwise it would have been an immediate arrest. I do think, because of the length of time, the car was most likely probably bricked, but I can't say for sure. I don't think that there was a key with it. I think they had to force entry, and I don't know. It was going up for auction. He had never picked it up. LAPD processed it. They only kept it 2 days. They put it back in the impound yard, and I was watching it, and it was racking up daily fees, and then it had gotten to be like 3 months, and they finally put it up for auction, and it was supposed to go to auction like 8:30 in the morning, and a month or two, about 6 weeks ago or something, and I was going to go inspect it because they have an open inspection, and then at like 10 o'clock at night it switched, where somebody had come and with a power of attorney signed by him and a cashier's check and paid to get it out, and then they went to DMV immediately and put it into somebody else's name.
So wait, somebody from his team bought the car?
I don't know I don't know if it's his team. It's obviously somebody he knows in some way, or his lawyers do, or his management does, because he gave him a signed power of attorney in order to get it out of the impound yard, paid for it, and then they took it. And then I ran across it about 2 weeks ago. I ran across it outside of a Tesla body shop in South LA, and it's sitting out there. It's been washed, but it's I don't know what's going on. That whole thing's so weird and creepy. I don't get it.
I think that's where a lot of the people are, because I was talking to a dude yesterday where he thinks David was framed. And his whole thing was, how could David be that stupid to leave the body in the car when the car is to his name and everything? But it's like, the dude, something Wayne, the clown killer, when he would kill people, he would put them right underneath his house. Or Jeffrey Dahmer, he would put people right in his fridge. And so it's just like, when people kill people, you can't ration. Because I hit him with that same logic. What rational man who's a multimillionaire can have almost any girl he wants of age would go after a little girl? And he couldn't answer that.
It's like, it's just not enough for them, I guess, in their sick, twisted, mindset. And listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. As an investigator, I'm very much an Occam's razor type of guy. I'm like, the simplest explanation usually is the way these things go. But I'll tell you, it's hard to get around the fact that his lyrics and everything, I can understand a couple songs, like, okay, these are things you sing about that are, whatever. It seems very, very like this was his world. This, like, his lyrics talking about, like, I have text messages he sent to other girls of dismembered, anime stuff, but it's dismemberment. He was into dismemberment. It's just. So he was sending
the other minors he was talking to. He was sending dismembered animes to them.
I'm not in the anime world, so if I say the terms wrong or whatever, forgive me. But it was these anime characters with their arms pulled off, and you could see, like, they would show the, like, dismembered arm, like, detached. It's just crazy sick stuff. And this is before this all happened, obviously. But now looking back, you're going, wow, this consumed this guy. This was like, this was his thing. This was his kink or whatever. I don't. This guy he had everything. Like if he went to like I don't like he was a young guy. Listen, he's talented. You can't say he's not a talented singer, right? And he had the world and he just overwhelmed him somehow. Like this became more important. I don't understand like what it was he was trying to get out of life or whatever. Like this is what the kind of people like never get a shot like this, right? Like people that have that kind of talent, so many of them are just you never even know they're out there because they never get the shot. And this guy gets the shot, and what does he do? He takes the life of a little girl who didn't get to take her shot yet. You know what I mean? And never will get to. And who knows what she could have been? Who cares if she was anything? She became anything, but she's a human being, and he treated her like he owned her, like she was his. And then when he wasn't happy with whatever, or he felt that she was going to harm his career, he didn't just kill her, but he cut her apart.
Can you explain to us why they charged him with killing a witness? So are they saying that she was a witness because she was wanting to come forward? Or was there already an ongoing investigation before that she was a part of, and with her being killed, they could charge him with that?
So it's kind of both. She can be a witness to a crime against her, and now she's not here to be able to do that, to be given that opportunity. So it's killing a witness. However, several months ago, when they did that live stream with Celeste, that delete everything, we knew that it was at this other house, which is also on the same street. It's called Doheny, but it's in a different part of Doheny. It's by coincidence on the same street. So that house where that happened, I actually, that's under the jurisdiction of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department. And so I went to West Hollywood Sheriff and I said, hey, can I get any investigative files that have to do with a runaway or harboring or any type of event at that house for the time periods of 2023 to 2025. And they came back and said, we do have investigative files that involves a minor, but they're under seal because of an ongoing investigation, and you need to contact the Riverside County Sheriff's Department for more details because they're the investigative lead on it. Now, that's the agency out in Lake Elsinore. So that's the agency, and we had heard that they had actually picked her up once out there at that house. So I do think, and I'm positive that they interviewed David. They talked to David, and they didn't do anything about it, but they talked to him. But I do think that there was some sort of investigation going on.
And this is before she was murdered.
This is before she was murdered. And so that was ongoing. And then all of a sudden this happens. Now, it doesn't mean that there was this, like, they were going, like, listen, she ran away again. She was in his company a lot of the time. So they weren't investigating it thoroughly. But the fact is there was an open investigation. So she was a witness to that. And I'm sure they'd gotten a statement from her like, hey, what were you doing there? Why were you with him? How'd you meet him? Whatever. So she's a witness. So he killed a witness, and it doesn't mean that there was charges filed yet, but she was a witness in an investigation. So, and not only that, but she can also be a witness. She's now no longer able to be a witness into the investigation into what's happening now because he killed her.
So with that continuous sexual abuse charge that he got, is that only for Celeste, or will they also be doing that for the minors that you're in contact with that he was talking to?
We don't know. I can say that I'm pretty confident it does not involve the minor that I'm in talks with, just because I know what her communication with law enforcement has been and the DA's office, and it's been very, very minimal. If they were going to charge him with her, I think there would be more communication like, okay, are you sure you're willing to testify, or should we do this by written statement or whatever it may be? And so I think I can't answer your question. I have a feeling it's just going to be for Celeste for now, but I don't know. Like, listen, there's two things that I think are important. It's all important what came out at the hearing the other day, but two things to really keep an eye on is one, the wiretap, because although states can do wiretaps, it's usually a federal thing because it's people talking across state lines, and that includes images being sent and whatnot. And then also the CCM material, usually the feds get involved in that. So I would not be surprised to all of a sudden see a federal charges come down on him too in short term.
So what would the federal charge be that they could get him on?
Possession of child, because they didn't charge him with like possession of child pornography and distribution and stuff like that. And those would be just a stack on top
Yeah.
And they wouldn't hold any. They wouldn't. The one's going to have the longest sentence. Obviously, will be the death penalty eligible case of murder. But it needs to be done because we need to make it known that this just can't happen. I mean, it's crazy that this is still. These guys are still going after these kids. These are kids. Let them live. Let them live their life. Let them go and play with other 13-year-olds and do stupid kid shit that makes you what you are. Like, you know what I mean? They should not be making adult decisions of like, am I going to be going over and having sex with him tonight? Am I going to be going to a party, to a record release party? No, go play on the swings and shit. Like, let them do. I mean, we just can't like. We need to clobber these guys, and it happens to the boys too. I mean, these predators. We need to eliminate them. That's what we need to do, And and I just saw something go by too. I can't really read it as fast, but something about the parents. Listen, I agree. The parents need to be held accountable.
I was just about to ask that because one thing about the parents is, usually they don't always have to say something, you know what I mean? The family has to grieve, but I feel like this is one of those cases where the only statement I know that's out there is that the mother just said that she had a boyfriend named David. That's the only statement from the family that I've ever heard that is verified from them. So my question was going to be do you think the family is as quiet as they are because they knew who David was and they knew who she was going to, and you don't really see too much of an intervention between them?
I mean, yes, I have proof that family members have been to that rental house before. I've been with David and Celeste.
Wait, her family has been to his house?
Family members. Listen, one of the first things I put down in this case was a build. We know that David and Celeste were at Six Flags on a certain date, and we found a Build-A-Bear certificate from the Build-A-Bear place in Six Flags in her cousin's name at the house. So it's like, wait a minute. So she wasn't really missing. You want to know, in my opinion, what the missing persons report was about? It was to cover their ass so CPS didn't come in and say, hey, she's not going to school. What's up? If she's a missing person, you say she's not going to the school because she's a missing person. Then you don't have CPS in your life at that moment. And I sympathize. I guarantee. I know that they're grieving. I know they lost a daughter, but goddamn, she shouldn't have been allowed to be. She was gone a year and a half, man. A year and a half. Somebody should have said, maybe we shouldn't be letting Celeste live her own life like this. I don't care how much money he has, how famous he is. Maybe in some cultures they don't think that's that huge of an age gap. I don't care. That these are the laws that you've agreed to live under, and she's 14, she was not 15 like it says on her death certificate. She turned 15 the day before she was found in the Tesla. She'd been in that Tesla a long time. She was 13 and 14 years old when this was happening, and she should have been in school. She should have been, playing video games with her friends and being listen. She'd only been a teenager for less than a year. I mean, think about that. I mean, it was her first year when this started happening. Her first year being a teenager. This isn't a girl that was, about to turn 18.
So could you see?
There needs to be accountability.
Well, what with the charge? Could you see potential charges being pressed on the parents?
I think it's too high profile of a case, right? So they're going to say, oh shit, if we do that, we're going to have a certain amount of the people that are going to be like, I don't care if what they did is wrong. You got to give them some space because they're a grieving family, and they are, but they've also got to be like, hey, we messed up, we messed up. And listen, there is, I think there's going to be financial transactions that come out in this if this goes to trial, they're going to show that there were people that were getting money, and it's going to look really, really bad.
So, oh my gosh, man, I did not. Because I was under the impression that they might have known that she was with him, but there wasn't anything. But you have verifiable evidence to show that. And when you say family members, you don't have to disclose who, but are these adult family members that would have a say in her life?
Yeah. Now, like the one, and her name's already been put out there. It says Esmeralda is a cousin who was a senior in high school. But I'm not so much blaming her. But the thing is that Esmeralda's parents, who would be her aunt and stuff like that, knew. Listen, I have other proof I can't disclose, but yes, there was adults. There was several people in her family that knew. Listen, her mom admitted she knew she was dating a guy named David, and she said, "Oh, I didn't really." She knew who it was. I mean, he would come out there and pick her up, in the Tesla, and they knew she'd been found there, before. Police knew that she was with him at some point before that, because listen, the person that sent the email to his management saying, word is that she's with David. If that's true, please make sure she comes home. She's 13 years old. They only knew to send that to his manager because it was no secret in Lake Elsinore, where she lived, that she was with David, the singer.
That email, is that an email that you can't release out there just yet?
No, I have released it. It's out there.
Could you send me that email so I can show my audience?
Sure.
Because I have not heard anybody report on an email being sent. So just for you guys that don't understand, what Mr. Fisher is saying is that
Steve.
Steve. So was it the school, or was it who was it that sent the email to the manager?
So I can't disclose who sent it. I've disclosed the email with the person's name redacted from it, and I'm looking for it here. I don't know if I have it on this case file or not, but what it says is an email sent to David at mogul.vision. Mogul Vision is his management. His manager's name, Josh Marshall, has a company called Mogul Vision. And so it was sent to David at mogul.vision, which is the email address. And it just said something, paraphrasing, rumor is that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who's 13 years old, maybe with the singer David. If this is true, please make sure she gets home safely. Her family misses her. Something that's very close to what it said. And she showed her up the next morning. So they got it. And I know David got it. I know for a fact. Again, I can't say why without disclosing, because then he would kind of be able to figure it out, and the person's worried about it. But it was sent to David from his management company, and they're like, "Hey, yo, so you know." And he then forwarded it to some people. But that was sent by a concerned person in the Lake Elsinore community that knew. It's one of those communities where people know each other, and especially around her school. It was not a teacher, but I will say it's somebody connected to the school. And
okay, I think is this the email right here? I'm gonna share my screen. So you posted this on your Twitter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna share.
Yes, that's it. And they included a picture, the missing persons flyer in it as well.
So this is the email that was sent to.
That's
David's
February
management.
19th of 2024. I mean, this is how long.
She was 13 at this time.
Yes, and the thing is that like people knew she was with David. This is back in 2024. This is a year before, more than a year before we would even have, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't until September of 2025 that she's found. So all the way back in February of 2024, they're like, Lake Elsinore people know she's with David.
So my question now is, because in this email it says there's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. Now my question is this person is not a family member related to Celeste, right?
No, she's not.
So if this random person, it may have been close or whatever, but whoever this person was, they knew to send this email to this manager. Why didn't Celeste's parents reach out as well?
It's a good question. That's something we'd like answers to. It's hard to, at the beginning, we asked the same questions to ourselves, like, okay, why wouldn't the parents do them? We think, okay, well, maybe this is when ICE raids are really ramping up, right? And we're like, okay, maybe there's like documentation issue, but that's not the case. And we find out, well, okay, so that's not the case. So what what is it then? And then things start coming out about there's photos of meetings in Lake Elsinore with David with a paper bag barely full of money.
Have you ever posted the photo of that on Twitter?
I think I have. If not, if you just search David, bag of money in Lake Elsinore or something like that, it'll come up. It's a pretty well-known picture now. He's in a parking lot.
Yeah. So, do you know when that picture was dated?
I don't remember the exact date. But this is during the time when she's, when she's missing. So that's it right there. Yep.
So do you know who these people are right here?
I do. I can't say who, because they're minors too. I do.
Is it any relation to Celeste?
They're not related. I'll tell you, there are people now that are definitely fighting for Celeste, though.
The people fighting for Celeste. Oh.
Yeah.
So, and this is him in.
This is Lake Elsinore, where she lived and went to school. This is like 3 blocks from her house. Keep in mind, Lake Elsinore is about 75 or 80 miles from the house where David lives, so it's not like just around the corner. So he's out there for a reason.
I was gonna say, oh man, like the main focus needs to be on, because Celeste isn't here anymore, so she needs justice for her family. But I know you don't want to say it, but I don't care. I'll take the bullet. I see this as a lot of people in her life failed her, where a lot of this could have been prevented before it got to this point.
Her death could have been prevented.
You can say that this is victim blaming and stuff like that. Well, no, this is just accountability. This is a child, and a child needs to have some kind of guidance to keep people away from bad people. It doesn't matter how much money someone has, status, or anything like that. And, so, because this is a lot of new information that I feel like mainstream media isn't like talking about there being 2 different houses. So Celeste went to 2 different houses, and one of those houses, there was a case report about her where, was it a missing persons case report, or was it a different type of case report?
Yeah, it stemmed from a missing persons case. So West Hollywood had apparently been asked to do like a welfare check or look for Celeste when she was missing at this house, and so they had an open report about it. I don't have the exact details. I can't get it because they've shut me off from it. But what they did tell me was there's an open investigation. So I think that's one of the that's one of the ways they can say that she was murdered as a witness. But it doesn't even have to be that. It can be to her own case. But it all, just shows just by the dates of like that email that was sent and stuff. This has been going on a very long time, and he wasn't worried. You know what I mean? Like he kept having her come back, and he wasn't worried about it. So I think there's a reason why we haven't seen a lot of statements, and like you said, it's about accountability, right? And I don't care if she was a handful. Maybe she was. And if parents get to the point where they don't know what to do anymore, they can't just let them be like, okay, just go live whatever life you want to live. He's rich. What could go wrong? That he's famous. That you can't, like, there's, as much as I hate the CPS system, there are systems in place by the state. You gotta go. You can't just make a decision that they can. Well, she's 13. I guess she's got this. You can't do that, right? And so there's got to be accountability. I understand that. I'm sure they're grieving. I'm sure they feel a tremendous amount of guilt, but this can also be a learning experience maybe for other parents that this could never be right, and it's never right for these predators to, like, because they seek, these are the people they seek out, you know what I mean? Like, David had his choice of a lot of different girls, and there's a reason he chose this underage one that probably had a lot of things going on in her life that she probably disclosed to David. She's a victim. And he just picked her off because it was easy to do.
Did Celeste have a father in her life, or was it just her mother?
Yeah, her father's still alive. I don't know to the extent that, I don't know what type of relationship that was. I don't know what the relationship was between her and her mother even. I've heard different accounts, so I don't know. I don't think the family life was spectacular by any means, but she's little kid that deserved, to be watched over and guided and helped and loved. And I'm not saying they didn't love her, but a year and a half she was gone before she was found deceased. And she was 13 and 14. Like, can't wrap my head around how that.
When you say a year and a half, like, that's because I feel like a lot of people think like, oh, a year and a half, like they had no was that year and a half really a year and a half of her missing, or was that just a year and a half of her just not sleeping at home?
Okay, so that's a very good point. And what we come to find out is it really wasn't a year and a half of her being truly missing, because she showed up at a couple of these events, like her cousin's high school graduation. But we know now that she most likely was killed on or very close to April 23rd. The time frame from April 23rd to September 8th, when she's found in the trunk, is a long period of time that you think people would have been like banging down David's door being like, hey, we have not heard from her, not even like a hello or anything. What's going on? How come she hasn't checked in? How come she hasn't sent a text to her brother or her sister or to her cousins, and nothing? That's a long period of time, but I don't know. I don't know if anybody was banging down his door, when the news came out that a body had been found in his Tesla. I don't know why people weren't at the police station saying, my daughter knows that guy. And I haven't seen my daughter or heard from my daughter in a very long time.
I don't know how much you know, but did the parents go to the police station, or did the police have to go to the parents?
TMZ actually. TMZ had somebody, guy online that kind of figured it out in the Discord, and then he started like threatening people. There's a weird sequence of events, but what it comes down to is he went to LAPD, and then he went to TMZ. And TMZ called the mom and was like, hey, does your daughter have this certain tattoo? Because the medical examiner had put out to the public that she had a tattoo that said shh, and then they kind of put together. But the thing is that that was news. Like, this was big news in LA, right? This young girl, unidentified still, had been found in David, the singer's Tesla. They knew. They knew it was gonna be her. And, the Discord was talking about it.
And was this David's Discord, or was it just random?
David's.
I guess to wind it down, is there any, two questions. Have there been evidence that you found that the police didn't have that has aided further into this investigation, where it sent it into a different route? And also, is there a piece of evidence that you either have found yourself or you know about, to where you can definitively say without a shadow of doubt that he was the one who murdered her?
And so, to take your last question first, there's nothing like a video of something happening or even a body being taken out that I've seen, right? Of a totality of a lot of different evidence, I am certain that they have the right guy. I don't think they have all the guys or girls. I don't think that they have them all. But I think they have the main one, and I hope that there's going to be more. But I do think this is going to be a circumstantial-based case. I think this is going to not be based so much on the actual physical evidence they have as it is going to be on people rolling over on David, finally. To answer your first question, yeah, so there was some evidence. I don't know if LAPD, we kind of put their feet to the fire on it. We found a burn cage. David had purchased a burn cage, an incinerator, and it was at the house.
So that incinerator wasn't at the house before?
Well, we found it at the house, but I mean, why do you have an incinerator and a chainsaw? Like, you don't need it at this house, and it comes with all the yard people and stuff like that. You don't do any of your own maintenance, right? But why do you have an incinerator and a chainsaw? There's evidence, that was left behind, like a SD card from a camera, photos of him and Celeste together. And so this is all stuff we passed on to. And listen, I've met with the DA's office. There's been grand juries. I think that those transcripts, they said yesterday, will be released soon. And, so I think more of my statements will.
Actually, I'm so happy you brought up the grand jury. I don't know. because I've obviously done grand jury, so I don't know how much you can reveal, but why didn't this get just regularly in, like, because from what you're saying, I mean, from just online, you see this totality of evidence to where it's obvious that there's enough evidence to say that a crime probably occurred and David was a part of it. So why wasn't he officially indicted, like, by a grand jury?
I don't know. I don't listen. They came out saying that they were in lockstep with LAPD, and anybody saying different isn't correct. I don't think they were. They went to great lengths to keep all the evidence completely secretive. They got the medical examiner's reports sealed, and even in the medical examiner even came out with a statement where they thought that was not right to do. They thought that her family deserved to have answers of what happened to their daughter. They didn't like doing it. There was grand jury. I've had to be somewhat quiet about that. Although as witnesses don't have to be, they're not kept to any secrecy. It's only the grand jurors themselves. And then I was threatened, with contempt. But I don't have a problem saying here because I know they're going to be unsealed. I did testify twice in front of the grand jury. And I don't know why they didn't indict. I don't think my personal thought is that LAPD probably was sick of the public giving them a hard. I wonder if part of it is that they were sick of being asked, "Is this a blown investigation?" And they just said, we're gonna go ahead and arrest him, and if the DA can either pick up charges or not pick up charges, and maybe that's what it came down to. And if it did come down to that, then I commend my client for because they were like, we're gonna, this started as us needing answers, what happened in our house, but we're gonna turn it into making sure that Celeste gets justice and nothing gets left behind, no evidence. Nothing's going to get swept under the rug, and we're going to hold their feet to the fire. And if they're not going to charge them, then we're going to go on this worldwide damn campaign, and we'll show the evidence ourselves if we have to. And we were starting to get more vocal, and I'm not saying that that's why this happened, but I think that there was a lot of people that were in that situation. Like, listen, we've waited long enough. This girl needs justice. It shouldn't take 7 months to figure out what happened to a girl that was found in the front of a Tesla that was registered to David, that was in a wealthy neighborhood with tons of cameras and lots of people around all the time. And what's taking so long? And finally, I think it hit a boiling point. And I don't think that this was planned. Because of the way they went, everything is going to be unsealed. Even they said yesterday the search warrants are all going to be unsealed. They probably are today. I'm going to go to the courthouse and see if any of them are unsealed yet as soon as we're done. And so I don't know. I think there was a disconnect between the DA's office and LAPD, and I think LAPD arrested them, and I'm glad they did. I don't think it should have taken this long, but
you shouldn't have to bully a prosecutor into doing their job.
Right. I mean, listen, I understand that investigations take time. This is what I do for a living. I get it. However, this is not like we found a skeletal frame out in the middle of the desert and we have nothing to go from. This is, like I said, she was found in a car registered to David, and she was known to be in a relationship with David. That's a pretty big starting point, right? And this is a guy who self-admittedly grew up on the internet and documented everything. And we've said that from the beginning. We're like, I guarantee he documented everything. It's all, and then we find out they said yesterday in court that his iCloud account alone, his iCloud account, they would need a 10 terabyte drive to copy just to his iCloud account. That's none of the other stuff. So everything's in there, 10 terabytes. So shouldn't have taken this long. I'm glad that justice for Celeste is happening, and it would. I truly do not think it would have happened if the public didn't stay engaged in this case and they weren't so vocal. I think that it very well could have gotten swept under the rug, but because everybody was like, we want to know what happened, and nobody forgot about it, which I think was easy to do during like the Nancy Guthrie case and some other cases where everybody got sidetracked. But people stayed on this case and were loud online and stuff, and that kept their feet to the fire at the DA's office and LAPD. And I hope everybody's proud of themselves, because I think that the reason charges came are because of the public,
No, and I think you should be proud of yourself too, man. Just a huge big up to the house owners, because they could have just tried to sweep this under the rug, so they weren't. because I mean they weren't involved with it either way, but the fact that they went above and beyond to get you on this, the links that you went through on this case. So guys, this is his Twitter right here. Make sure you guys go follow him, because on his Twitter he's gonna just be giving updates all the time. He's following this case. It's gonna be SF underscore investigates. 33 missing persons found since 2023. So huge shout out to you. And one last question. A big misconception is two things where they'll say, like, there's this other Celeste. Like, that's a lot of people like to throw out. Is there even another Celeste, or is that something that they like to just throw out? And also, did Celeste have a tattoo of David on one of her fingers?
Yes, she did, and that finger's gone.
So
and
the tattoo with the tattoo was still on her body, but the
that was
David
still
tattoo?
there. But the ring finger, the other finger on the other hand were gone, and that's the one that has the David, and also she had a ring from him, and well, there's a little bit more information on that. I can't give out yet, but if we talk again in like another week or 10 days, I think I can give out some information on that. But that's gone. And what was the first part of the question?
And the other part was about the other Celeste. A lot of people like to use her as a scapegoat. Like, no, like the live stream. A lot of people are like, no, that's not her. That's the other Celeste. That's the of age Celeste.
So there is another Celeste that was not super close. She was really close with Asia, or who's one of the people that was like always around. So that was just a coincidence. There was another Celeste. It wasn't a decoy or anything like that. So yes, there was an adult Celeste. It's not, but that 100% is her in the live stream, and the delete everything. Live stream, that's her. That's Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the minor. And she, I think that's very calculated. One thing I've heard about what was happening at the end was she had lost all respect for David. She knew, she figured out, like, she'd now been isolated, taken away from her school, from her family. She was being isolated and just used as an object when it was convenient for him. And she had lost respect for him. And when she came out and said, oh, like child rape on that, that was Celeste. Celeste was smart. And she knew. And that was her calling him out. I don't think that was by accident, you know?
No, I mean, that I think will be a huge. Did she say her age in there? Because every time I hear it, it sounds like it's muted. I'm guessing people did that. What was the exact words that she said on that live stream?
She said, well, the words she said, like child rape. She brought up child rape to him, and then he goes, whoa, you know, and he talks about, oh, I media trained you, you know, and but she brings up child rape, and she says those exact words, and that's when everybody in the chat starts talking about like Epstein Island and stuff, and then he wants to get deleted. And then, although he made it seem like kind of a joke, I mean, he actually called the mods after they ended that, and told them delete that.
If you look on my stream, I'm gonna play it for everybody.
I personally don't.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Raping kids, not child rape, raping kids. Yeah, that's controversial. Raping kids.
And this is
Really good.
Okay,
It's
bye.
been a good one. Bye.
That's
guys.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything.
And he called his mods right after that, and you know, make sure that it got deleted.
Wow. You wouldn't need to delete that unless it was true. You know, it's one thing someone saying something controversial on stream, and then it's like, all right, we're gonna end stream, but it's a whole nother. Like I mean, I'm in the stream reverse. When you say mods, delete that is something you don't want out. You know, it's one thing just to end it, but it's another thing to say, hey, make sure no one. So it's a blessing that was actually clipped. And thank you for giving us clarification. And Mr. Steve, I would genuinely love to talk with you again. Genuinely. So like I say, let's just maybe give it a week, so we can see what more things come out in court. And so that way you can speak, because I feel like you have a lot more that you want to say, but the most important thing is that this case goes forward and nothing comes out that can get you in trouble or jeopardize the case, because we don't want to give this weasel David any wiggle room at all. And also, you were saying earlier that you don't think that the LAPD are going to be pressing charges with the minor that you're in contact with. Don't say where she is, but is she out of the state of California?
Yes.
So,
but she was. I mean, just recently. Oh, but
okay.
This all happened to cover, and she's willing. She's willing. Like, if prosecutors want to charge us, she's a willing participant. So, and this is something that we passed along in the last day or so to reiterate that she's willing to be a witness.
Is she the minor that just came out recently? I don't know if you saw. There was like some Instagram DMs that were just put out. Was that her?
I don't know exactly which one. Listen, I'm in touch with two of them, so I'm sure it's one of them. I'm not sure which ones I'm in touch with more than one minor besides Celeste. So there's multiple,
Guys, make sure you guys go follow him.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Peace. I learned so much information that I did not know. The fact that the email, I think, is the craziest thing. And this is stuff that he could tell us. I think as this case goes on, he'll be able to reveal more information. But these are kids being drawn.
They're not, though. I've already demonstrated.
Okay, these are kids being depicted.
They're not kids being depicted either. I've already demonstrated that too.
I just feel like it's disingenuous for you to say, like, especially this character right here.
Basically, your definition and parameters of child just comes from looks and not what an actual child is defined by, which is their age.
Who would want to look at that other than predators?
Lollies aren't children because they're fictional objects, and children, the definition, cannot pertain to anything but living, breathing people.
It's either I'm completely wrong or you're completely wrong. There's no nuance to this subject.
There was a point at one time where I did kind of feel bad about being into stuff like this and all that stuff, but then I looked at research, and also kind of realized as, wait a minute, why am I feeling bad for this?
Your conscience was letting you know, hey, I think this is wrong, but you found things to reassure yourself. Here, how about this? How about you share your screen? So that way we can see exactly what you're looking at.
Well, I kind of don't want to, I really don't want to,
Chat, did I say something wrong, chat? Chat, welcome Neo. Hello, Neo.
Hello there. So, you're Jidion, and I'm familiar with your content and stuff, which I did say in chat before. I do appreciate what you do, and I will clarify what I said with my initial post as well too. That isn't to take away for what you do or anything. I do respect that, and I do respect anyone who goes after predators and stuff. So I will say that there's no ill will on my end towards you or anything like that. I just put that comment out there that just kind of feel like something was a bit fishy here when you made that comment and stuff. So that's kind of that.
So Neo, I just want to put out there, man, because I'm gonna have a lot of lolly people think I just paid somebody to pretend to be a lolly person, right? So I don't know how you would prove, because I don't want to put your information unless you don't care.
Guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's already out there.
The only reason I say that is because I had some lolly people saying that I was gonna just hire somebody to pretend to be into lolly. Just to show you guys, he made a post about me, calling me out for posting sexual roleplay chats and audio calls that involve someone role-playing as a child to both minors and pedos, right? So I don't want anybody to think I paid him. I didn't pay you anything, right, Nia?
Yeah, and also one thing to clarify with that comment as well too. When I made that comment, that wasn't to insinuate that you were like a pedophile or anything. That wasn't to insinuate you were a creep or anything. The reason I pointed that out was because I just thought that was kind of a bit weird thing to do. That wasn't necessarily to say you were like a creep.
Okay, in what way do you think it's weird to show the evidence that we use to get these dudes locked up?
It's not the fact that you're showing the evidence, the fact that it's behind a paywall. That's the thing that I'm kind of weirded out about.
Your problem with it is that it's behind a paywall, but the thing is, though, is in the videos, we show a portion of the chat logs, but we can't show everything, and we have to actually censor a lot of it because obviously if we do that, the video could get taken down on YouTube. When you say it's behind a paywall, it's almost as if you're basically saying that's the only thing behind that paywall, when in all actuality, behind the paywall, we have things like live streams. We have the full catch uncensored that can't be posted on YouTube. So it is, the chat logs isn't a thing that is just behind the paywall. It's an additional thing on the website to accompany the other content that we have for people that want to support us. A lot of people that support the website, they don't even watch the content. They just do it.
The paywall is about supporting the work, not just about
exactly.
Script.
Would you say like people like Chris Hansen are weird for having this stuff behind their paywall?
Personally, for when it comes to stuff like this, you don't necessarily have to put that there and all that stuff. You can put this out there in other places without there having to be that. But also the big problem I kind of have here is not necessarily just because of that. It's because your fan base, let's be real here, is predominantly minors. And on top of that as well, too, there's a problem with the fact that, like, who would even want stuff like that outside of, like, literal predators?
Well, you know what? I'm actually so happy you said that. I'm so happy you said that. So I'm going to address your points later on. But you said something I find very funny. You said, who would want to watch that but predators, correct?
Yeah.
Who would want to look at lolly of children or people depicted as prepubescent children having sex? Who would want to look at that other than predators?
That's your first mistake there. Lolicon isn't that. That's a common misconception, actually. What Lolicon is has nothing to necessarily do with children. It's more so the attraction to cute 2D images and so on and so forth. Actually, matter of fact, let me get some stuff real quick because I do have a lot of stuff on me right now.
Nothing not safe for work, right?
It's not no. Okay. I promise.
So are you saying that the inappropriate stuff that is drawn by people in the lolly community isn't lolly?
Let's get this right out the way. Calling lolly children is kind of a bit disingenuous because what lolly focuses on is the concept of moe. And what moe is essentially is this idea of an aesthetic cuteness that is something that's more intrinsic to Japanese media, but it doesn't have to pertain to that. The term lolicon in itself is quite really far removed from children whatsoever.
You've seen a lot of replies of people getting on to me saying I didn't have a grasp on reality where I can't differentiate real children from something fake. Why do people in the lolly community as a defense say, hey, these aren't real kids, no real child is being harmed? If it's the aesthetic of cuteness, why are people in the community itself attributing childlike characteristics to this stuff if it has nothing to do with childlike things?
Well, what are you defining as a large, because the general consensus within the lolly community is that lollies aren't children because they're fictional objects, and children, the definition cannot pertain to anything but living, breathing people who are underage.
So how do you feel about, like, in my state, Texas? I mean, you don't have to say what state you live in, but what state do you live in, if you don't mind them saying?
I've already openly said I live in West Virginia and stuff.
West Virginia? Okay, so is lolly illegal in West Virginia like it is here in Texas?
Well, actually, that's a common misconception as well, too. Technically, lolicon isn't illegal in general. One of the things that people commonly cite is that, like, lolicon constitutes as CSAM material, but that's not true based off of what the law actually defines. I'm just going to put you what the law says here. I'm going to read it to you yourself.
Okay.
Images of CSAM, or it says child pornography, but I don't like using that term because of the fact, I'm sure you already know, but
yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but images of CSAM are not protected under the First Amendment rights and are illegal contraband under federal law. I'm just gonna get to the part that's kind of relevant, but
what part in the
I'm just gonna read the part that's kind of relevant. That's relevant to my argument here. Is visual depictions include photographs, videos, digital and computer-generated images indistinguishable from an actual minor, and images created, adapted, and modified but appear to depict an identifiable actual minor. It does not include fictional. It does not include fictional stuff whatsoever. And the only time it could ever even include that is if it was like something like AI that was trained off of actual CSAM and stuff. But otherwise, just drawing a fiction. Let's use your metrics here and say a fictional child, for example, that wouldn't be considered CSAM under how America defines it, and so on and so forth. Now, would that be weird? Would that be weird stuff? Yeah, sure. I'm not going to deny that, but calling it CSAM is kind of not true, and also it's kind of harmful because one of the things I want to talk about as well is when you conflate things like lolicon with actual CSAM, as in things that involve children, not fictional objects, that creates a smokescreen in which a lot of predators and stuff can like literally use that to like scapegoat a lot of things. Matter of fact, one of the reasons why when you look up the term lolicon on Google and it gives you like this warning is because a lot of predators and stuff have used the term lolicon to hide what their actual stuff is, which is literal CSAM.
So you're saying that pretty much your guy's word, lolicon, has been hijacked by actual predators, is what you're saying?
Yes, the term lolicon historically has never referred to actual children, or actually no, it hasn't even referred to children at all. Because again, I say actual. The reason I keep saying terms like actual, because again, people keep referring it to that, and even if we were to humor that argument, it wouldn't necessarily matter whether it is or not, because again, CSAM in its definition pertains to children, actual living, breathing people who exist. It cannot pertain to fiction or anything like that unless it involves an actual indistinguishable minor.
So let's say someone drew an image of a 5-year-old girl, right? Having sexual intercourse in anime lolly fashion. You're saying here in the state of Texas that person could not be arrested on that image?
No, that's false. The person, since we're assuming that the 5-year-old is like an actual identifiable person, or identifiable minor, as the law calls it, that would be considered CSAM because of the fact that it's again involving an actual indistinguishable person. The term CSAM or like CP and all that stuff, whatever, it always refers to like real people, not fictional objects or anything like that, and it just doesn't. That's one of the reasons why, for example, and I'm going to send this to you, by the way, this is one of the reasons why you can literally buy things that would constitute as lolicon over legal vendors and stuff. Like, for example, there's many series that are lolicon, there's many hentais and stuff that are lolicon that you can buy legally and stuff like that. And matter of fact, let me get that real quick. I want to show it because again, the reason I got sources and stuff, I don't want to just like sound like I'm talking out my ass and stuff.
Okay,
and
no, that's fair.
I'm arguing in good faith, and I'm assuming you are too. So I'm like, not just gonna like.
I just found this source right here. So this is egattorneys.com. Says the question of whether lolicon is illegal in the United States is a complex one. Lolicon refers to explicit anime or manga depicting underage characters in sexualized scenarios. Even the definition of lolicon is depicting underage characters, right?
That's false, actually. Again, I kind of highlighted and I've kind of posted stuff, but I'll post more stuff because I do have more stuff on this.
But then not. But no. If you're gonna say like children, it's not saying children. It's just saying underage character.
That's also not. That's all. No, even that's also not true as well. What defines a lolly isn't age. Let me get a chart real quick because I did a chart. There's a chart on this that kind of illustrates this point. By the way,
Neo, someone just donated. The term lolly originates from the movie Lolita, which is a middle-aged man obsessed with a preteen. Is that true?
No, actually, that's kind of false. When people use the term Lolita or lolly in Japan, it has nothing to do with the movie Lolita or anything like that. It's a loan word that completely removes the context from it and refers to its own thing. If you want an example of what a loan word is and stuff like this, matter of fact.
So do you want me to show my chat this? What is a lolly? Is this what you want me to show?
Yeah, you can show.
Okay. So you said simply put, a lolly character is someone who has a art style that emphasizes cuteness and moeness. It has nothing to do with age, but purely is based on the design, art style, and a multitude of other factors that are all contribute to looking childlike. So, wait, hold up. But purely is based on the design, art style, and a multitude of other factors that contribute to looking quote-unquote childlike. Okay. So all of these attributes just make it look quote-unquote childlike is what you're saying?
That's what like I said, it doesn't mean that like lolly are meant to be children or anything like that. It's just that a lot of and that's the problem too. Actually, matter of fact, I have another. Again, I do apologize for sending all this stuff. I do.
Hey man, hey, I told you I was gonna give you a fair shake, and you know I'm seeing some lolly people kind of mad at your explanations and stuff, but
that's the problem because lolly is not it's not like a definition that has like any type of.
So it's not like the Catholic Church. It doesn't have dogma, pretty much.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's a lot of people. Again, one discourse within the lolly community is there's no real clear cut of what a lolly outside of the core things of it appeals to the concept of moe and it focuses on cuteness and stuff like that. Outside of that, there's no really true agreement on what it is and so on and so forth. But that's the general thing. But
wait, so you said earlier that the term lolly didn't originate from that book, right?
Well, it's a loan word. And again, to explain what a loan word is essentially when a culture takes a word and kind of strips it of its original context to like kind of have its own connotation and its own meaning. When Japanese people say the term lolly, which by the way, they say this term pretty openly, even on like news and stuff like this, they're not calling themselves pedophiles or anything like that. Like they're saying lolly in itself refers to that specific aesthetic. That's one of the reasons why you'll have like the artist of One Punch Man, Murata, call even characters like Tatsumaki a lolly because her original design appealed to that aesthetic and so on and so forth. Keep in mind, Tatsumaki is not a child. She's 28.
So wait,
that's one reason why.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just because like you're saying a lot of information, and before we kind of like get into like I bring my point and you bring your point, I'm trying to let you flesh it out. But it's just a couple things like I want to get clarification on. So just to kind of bring it back, right? You made the claim it's weird that I put the transcripts of our decoys talking to the predators, right?
You are doing everything you do in good faith. I do believe it, and I don't think like you're trying to like exploit anything, but it does kind of come off as like just kind of like profiting off of that and stuff. That's kind of why I pointed it out, and I'm not saying that's what you are. That's what you're doing. I don't believe that one bit. I don't think anyone would really invest all this.
Well,
stuff
I am profiting off of it, man. I'm making money. There's no way around it. I am profiting off of doing this. You know what I mean? But what I'm profiting off of, I'm investing it back to do good. So you can say I'm profiting off that, and I'm not gonna feel offended at all. I look at it like this: if it's weird, so do people pay for lolly?
I mean, kind of. I mean, you can. I mean, yeah, really, actually.
Okay,
honestly,
so people pay for lolly, right? So if it's weird for somebody to pay from our website to not only support us being able to catch more predators, but they also get content out of it, seeing the full context of why this dude got arrested, they're getting their money's worth, right? So what is your money's worth if you're buying someone's drawing of them drawing, for your sake, childlike characters doing sexual things? What would their benefit be?
I mean, touche, I guess. I mean, touche on that regard. I mean, I guess.
No, I'm asking you, genuinely, what would their benefit be?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they like, because keep in mind, one thing you have to
No, you almost said it. You almost said it. What would their benefit be out of buying that stuff?
Then at that point, now you're just trying to like get a specific answer out of me when that's not.
But it's not that I'm trying to get it's not that I'm trying to get a specific answer. There is only one answer. That's why you said touche. You know what the answer is.
Not true. That's not true though, because one thing I was also going to say before you interrupted me was also to keep in mind as well too, the term lolicon as a whole isn't also even inherently a sexual thing too. You have to keep in mind, because that's another thing I also wanted to talk to you about too when you were talking about earlier, is like how lolicon make the anime community look bad and stuff. But that's kind of weird because anime and otaku culture and a lot of anime culture is literally built off the backs of lolly show or lolicon and shoujokan. It's literally built off the backs of that. That doesn't make any sense. A lot of things that we have in anime culture and stuff literally comes from the lolicon boom, which defined a lot of terms like otaku.
You know what's crazy, Neo? If it was just you drawing fully, and when I say you, I'm just saying the community as a whole. If it was just the lolicon community drawing fully clothed characters, I don't think I wouldn't, and I don't think a lot of people in my chat would have as big a problem with it. Now, where it crosses the line, when we bring up lolly, you guys know what we're talking about. We know what you guys are talking about on the deeper end. Like I saw people showing their most G-rated lolly that they have in their collection, right?
Yeah.
What everybody as a society is, we think it is deplorable that there's people out there drawing children doing sexual things. So can you come on here and say that, yeah, that is pretty disgusting? I'm not gonna lie.
Well, again, they're not children. I've already kind of explained why they're not though, and even then,
So if I draw a dog having sex with another dog, am I not drawing bestiality?
Well, again, lollies.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. By your logic, if I draw a dog having sex with another dog, am I not drawing bestiality?
Well, again, no, because it's stylized. You can't draw bestiality. You can't draw bestiality or anything like that. Bestiality
but I am depicting it though. Am I not?
You can't. Well, no, because you can. Well, first off, okay, and here's where also another reason why your argument just doesn't work for lolicon as well too is because the reason why CSAM material is wrong is because it's literally a document of abuse and it perpetuates the abuse that a child goes through, and it also includes a lot of mental harm and so on and so forth. Lolicon does not have that because it does not pertain to anything that exists. That's the reason why, again, going back to the law. That's why Lolicon does not fall under something like CSAM.
So even if I grant you that, would you not see it as a pipeline?
No, I don't see it as a pipeline because there's several studies that contradict that, and that's another thing I want to show you as well too.
Like, okay, we're gonna be honest, man. We know people that are looking at X-rated lolly. We know they're not just admiring the artwork, right? We know they're jacking it. So
yeah,
the people,
not entirely, but it can be. It can be. I'll assume that. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the people that are watching child abuse material and they're engaging in that action, and the people that are looking at animated lolly and they're assuming the same action, would not the same parts of their brain be activated?
Well, in that particular case. In that case, I'll grant you that it does come from dopamine, but again, there's nuances that come with that because again, everything. Okay, I will say this: everything you are right in the sense that everything that we do that gives like enjoyment and stuff that does come from dopamine, but that still does not necessarily mean that like if you enjoy lolicon, or in CSAM, for example, there's going to lead to the same pipeline. That's not true. Studies go against that, and also you also completely ignore. Well, not ignore, but because you probably don't notice necessarily. Not this in a condescending way as well. That's not how ideation works and stuff, and fantasies work. When people have fantasies and stuff like that, they have a firm understanding that like it is fiction and stuff, and they understand that and they engage it because of that. Once you start involving real people, they do have a basic sense of morality. That's one of the reasons why some of the most common consumers of, like, for example, something like rape fiction are women, the most common victims of rape and stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that they want to be raped or anything like that. That just means, again, a lot of them like that stuff, and there's a whole lot of psychology behind that as well. Matter of fact, let me read one of the threads, and this was also written by someone who does studies on this stuff. Our erotic imaginations are sometimes stimulated by things that surprise us. Part of that is the discordance between fantasy and what we feel and what.
Okay, so which one do you want me? You want me to look at? You want me to show everybody the taboo sexual fantasies?
Yeah, you can look at. Okay. Yeah, you looking. That's what I'm reading right now. You can pull it up right now. But let me read this real quick.
Here, how about this? How about you share your screen? So that way we can see exactly what you're looking.
Well, I kind of don't want to like. I kind of don't want to. I really don't want to.
Do what?
Give me a minute. I'm sorry. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay. Chat. Did I say something wrong, chat?
Okay, I do apologize for that. I had to do something real quick. Sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
But to kind of read out what I was saying before.
Wait. So is there a reason? The reason why I was just asking you to show your screen is so that way, because you're sending me the link, but I don't know exactly where in the link you are.
No, I'm sending you. It's in DMs. It's in DMs and stuff. I'm sending you DMs to send you the link to where it sends you. It's specifically what do taboo sexual fantasies say about you. That's the.
Yeah, no, I went to the link, but it's a lot of stuff, and you're reading stuff, but it's not showing exactly where you're reading it from because I don't know where you. So I was asking if you could just share your screen so that way we can read along with you.
Okay, well, I guess I'll do that. I just kind of don't want to Okay, well, actually, no, I realized. Hold on, give me a minute. I got you. You can see it, right? You can see. Right
yeah.
here, right?
Okay, I can see now.
Okay, but it says. Our erotic imaginations are sometimes stimulated by things that surprise us. Part of that is the discordance between fantasy and what we want and or agree in real life. And the other part of that is feeling the fantasy is a symptom of abnormality. But getting a little kinky in your imagination doesn't make you a freak. Straight women watch lesbian porn. The student-teacher fantasy might work for you even if you know it's wrong. Incest fantasies might turn you on. Rape play is a hugely popular fantasy, to each their own. Take comfort in knowing that watching incest porn does not necessarily mean you secretly want an incestuous sexual experience. Imagining a violent sexual encounter doesn't necessarily mean you want to enact that experience. Fantasy does not automatically equal desire to act. And as long as you know that you're not harming anyone, you're doing the right thing, you are being responsible, that's fine. And on top of that, it says the thrilling and confusing and even frightening is often coupled with the eroticism in our minds. And
so here, I got a question real quick. And I'm of the same belief. You know, if you have bad thoughts, that doesn't make you a bad person at all. But this is what I'm going to ask you, right? And genuinely, I have the stance. My own audience might be against me when I say this, but I don't care. I have this stance. There might be people out there who have these urges to hurt children, right? But they do everything in their power to not think like that and not to, like, they don't dwell on their thoughts. You can't always control the thoughts that come into your head, but you can control whether or not you let those thoughts linger. So if those thoughts come into your head, I am not saying you're a bad person at all. But what you're reading is basically saying you're not a bad person for letting those thoughts linger as well and just think about it as long as you don't hurt anybody. So I'll ask you this. Would you say, and this isn't even about lolly, would you say it's bad for a person to linger on thoughts about hurting children? They might not ever do it, but they're lingering on those thoughts and constructing and adding on to those thoughts. Do you think that's wrong? Yes or no?
Well, it comes down to this simple fact that thoughts don't really correlate to. Well, here's the thing. We have to first kind of define how morality works and how kind of morality stuff can fall within the moral sphere. You can only really judge something on morality based off if it's a conscious act that essentially that they were completely aware of and so on and so forth. You can't something like thoughts and attraction and all that stuff. That's no matter how you kind of stretch it. All that is, again, none of that falls within the moral sphere. That's not to say that it's moral or immoral. It just doesn't apply to morality.
So no, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, no, it just doesn't fall within morality. It's an oxymoron question to ask because it doesn't fall. It's not a moral question whatsoever. Moral questions have to be something, or it has to be something that is conscious.
So you don't think it's a moral thing if one of your friends, every time they saw you, they always just imagine them hurting you and they lingered on those thoughts? You don't think there's nothing morally wrong with that? When they're purposely lingering on those thoughts of harming you and they're your quote-unquote friend?
Well, you can't purposely linger on thoughts because thoughts are uncontrollable. No,
you can't purposely linger on.
You cannot decide what you. You cannot decide what you.
No. You're conflating. I made a specific stance in the beginning where I said if thoughts pop into your mind, you're not a bad person. Now, if you let those thoughts linger and add on to those thoughts instead of trying to think about something else, that's where it gets into a whole different thing.
Okay, because you keep framing thoughts and you keep framing them as something that you.
The only reason I'm doing that is because you brought up a study. You brought up a study thought saying, "Hey, it's not bad to have bad thoughts. It's a different thing to have thoughts and to continually think about it. That's two different things."
Well, no. First off, again, that's a category error. You cannot control thought. You cannot choose to linger on stuff. Thoughts happen unconsciously. That's how thoughts work. You cannot choose to linger on something. If thoughts happen, they happen. You don't choose to linger on them. That's how thoughts work. I don't know how else to tell you that. Even if we didn't have already studies that completely conflict with the idea that lolicon is a pipeline to pedophilia, which, by the way, that's not how that works because pedophilia, by the definition within the DSM-5, pertains to children, as in like people, not fictional objects. Fictional objects has its own diagnosis, which is fictophilia. Ignoring that for a minute, there's also the fact that studies have consistently shown that there's no link between the two whatsoever. I've shown some that talks about this, but I'm just going to show you some more.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Does your family know kind of like what you're into?
Some of them do. I have figurines of some stuff. Like, for example, I have like a figurine of Lapis and stuff that's somewhat kind of revealing. Lapis Darkness from Hololive, for example. That's kind of revealing and stuff like that. But for the most part, not really. But I wouldn't really tell anybody about anything that I'm really into, regardless of whether it's like lolicon or not.
That's fine.
I don't think anyone in my family really deserves to know that, and I wouldn't ask them about that. Like, if they're into some weird, freaky stuff, I'm not gonna fucking care as long as they're not hurting anybody, or as long as they're not like doing anything like.
So do you think the consumption of legitimate CSAM? Do you think that's bad?
Yes, because it's pretty much perpetuating abuse of children, and it's perpetuating that specific abuse of the child that is within the CSAM material.
But that person watching the video didn't harm a child.
Yeah, but lolicon and fictional media in general.
I didn't bring up lolly. I'm just saying that person watching the video didn't harm a child. Whoever made that video and posted it, they harmed that child. All he did was just watch it.
Well, no, he didn't harm the child directly, but he still harmed them by basically perpetuating their abuse. So they didn't have to harm them physically, but they still harmed them in some way, though. That they did harm them. It's just not.
What way did he harm that child?
He harmed the child because he or she perpetuated the abuse, and is continuing to perpetuate it. That also leads to a lot of mental problems and stuff. Again, they didn't have to physically touch the child, but they did do. But they
so they perpetuated it. But so even if he didn't, so by that logic, so him just watching the video was him perpetuating it, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I mean, okay. I agree with that. I do agree with that.
He harmed the child, but we got another dude out here making lolicon all different type of situations for clients and stuff like that. So he's not doing any harm to children whatsoever.
No, because
he's not perpetuating anything. So, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, when I was a kid, man, bro, Lady Tsunade, da-da-da. So, you never saw an anime character, and then when you go out into real life, and you see somebody that has the attributes of those anime characters that you like growing up as a kid, it never put 2 and 2 together in your mind before? And when I talk about anime character, I'm talking about, like, grown. I'm not talking about lolly.
Yeah, well, no, I know what you're talking about. And also, well, first off, if you're doing that, that's just schizophrenia or psychosis. That's not normal whatsoever. But also, too, I would like to kind of
so it'd be psychosis if I went to like an anime convention or if I went to a Comic-Con convention and I saw somebody dressed up as one of my favorite characters and it looked similar to them and I had some form of attraction. That would be a form of psychosis.
No, it would be psychosis if you're just walking in the street and you see a random person and you just literally think that they look indistinguishable or.
Whoa! What? I never said indistinguishable. I just said similar. They had similar attributes to the character that I found attractive.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, though, those attributes and quotations, though, are arbitrary and they don't just pertain to anything. They can, like, for example, because I know what argument you're trying to make here. And you're trying to, like, basically use the kids have, like, traits of lollies, but that's just not true whatsoever. Matter of fact, there's a chart to kind of demonstrate that.
So no kid has the trait of lolly, flat-chested, super small, squeakly voice.
That can apply to literally anybody. Even matter of fact, I posted something in the DMs that illustrates that.
I know. But you know the funny thing about it is whenever you guys, because I saw a lot of lolly people use. So that means any petite woman, if you find her attractive, you are a predator because she's petite. But you know the key word that they said in that statement that makes their whole statement fall apart? You know what that key word is and what they said?
What? Go ahead.
Woman. These are kids being drawn.
They're not. Oh, I've already demonstrated.
Okay, these are kids being depicted.
They're not kids being depicted either. I've already demonstrated that too.
So if someone draws a dog, just draws a dog, and they show you, right? Let's say you have a kid, and your kid draws it, and they're like, Daddy, look what this is. And it's like, oh, an amazing picture. What are you gonna call that drawing? Since you can't give arbitrary things to it, what are you gonna call that drawing?
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still probably gonna call it a dog. But at the end of the day, I also recognize it's not a dog because it's not a thing.
I don't think anybody in this room or listening thinks that lolicon is actual children. Like you guys make it seem like we're schizophrenic. It's like, oh my gosh, they took a picture of a real child. No, we know they're not real children. The fact of the matter is,
if you know that, then there shouldn't be a debate here because at that point you're just using weirdness as a justification to pretty much witch hunt people. Because again, as I've demonstrated here, there's no evidence that lolicon leads to harm of children, or there's no evidence that it's linked to pedophilia. There's no evidence that it does anything that like actually.
How deep are you? Like how many friends in the lolicon community do you have?
I don't know. I'll just say quite a few for the time being. Just for
few. And you don't think any of them have dabbled in child abuse material?
No, I like to assume good faith in people. I don't think that they would. I don't think that they would and stuff. And I will say this for transparency's sake as well too. I will say this for transparency's sake. There have been instances where lolicon have been exposed for that. But the comment.
Yeah, I caught a dude. I don't know if you've seen that video. How I even got wrapped up in the lolicon community is because I caught somebody who has the same beliefs as you, and come to find out he had a shit ton of CP on his phone as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like I said, obviously you're gonna find that in like literally any community and stuff, but that doesn't necessarily change the fundamental points that I kind of raised. Doesn't change the fundamental points that I've kind of raised here, but also too, as well, a lot of people who tend to be opponents of lolicon also tend to literally be there's literally 200 plus examples of people who literally shit on lolicon who have been arrested for child abuse material or literally harming children sexually and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to say that everyone who opposes it is a predator or anything like that. That'd be a generalization. That'd be kind of fallacious. But the point I'm trying to make is you can find patterns in kind of anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
You can find patterns in anything. I agree, man. I've caught people on the left. I've caught people on the right. I've caught any job you can think of. I've caught them, and a lot of them had CP. So I do agree with that. But this is the thing, though. You can catch this stuff in anything, but if you're in a community where they're drawing characters that look like children, what do you think's gonna happen when you do a deep dive into that community? Do you think all of them are gonna have a moral high ground where it's like, oh, it's lolly only, it's lolly only? You really think that? Where do you think you would find a crackhead more? In a group of weed heads or in a Christian group? You might find a crackhead in both, but which one would have the higher likelihood of having a crackhead in there?
That logic, well, the only thing I have a problem with that is that logic kind of also is very fallacious. I forgot what the name of the fallacy is, but it's actually, it's literally quite literally an association fallacy and stuff like that. But again, because fun fact about it, I'm glad you brought that example up, by the way, too, is because fun fact, but like, guess what? A lot of people who like do sexual crimes and stuff, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them, based on studies, have been raised in like Christian households and stuff like that because of repression of their sexual urges and stuff like that. Now, does that mean Christians are like, are like predators? No.
No, yeah, bro. I've caught a bunch of Christian dudes, man. So, I caught a missionary. I caught a missionary. I never group a group and say that they're all predator. What I'm saying is the fact that you're defending people and getting mad at people, calling out people, making drawings of people that look like children being abused. There's no way around it. That's weird. I'm not gonna ask you to like look at your freaking folders or anything, but bro, like let's keep it a buck, man. You're not gonna just have that sitting out on your computer. I don't know if you live with your family or not. You're not gonna just have that stuff sitting out on a computer for anybody to come into. I have the same belief that watching regular porn can lead down to you consuming CP as well. I have that belief. You shouldn't be a sexual degenerate, period. And most people in the lolly community are sexual degenerates. And what makes it even worse is not only are you a sexual degenerate, but you're being a sexual degenerate watching stuff of children. So it's like a double whammy.
Again, I don't know what else to tell you other than, well, first off, I would disagree that porn leads to that, but that's a whole different discussion in itself. And I kind of really don't want to get into that because we've already been through a lot as it is. A lot of your fundamental points just don't make sense based on what evidence we have, based on what definitions we have for a lot of stuff, and so on and so forth. I don't know what else to really tell you other than just I disagree with your stance.
You don't have any kids, right?
No, I don't want any, and that's aspect as well too. A lot of lolicons just literally do not like being around children because they find them annoying or some other things. So that's another thing also I probably should have brought up as well too.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. You know, a lot of people. So, but it's like if you don't like being around children, then why draw characters that look like kids?
Okay, you keep saying that, but I've already explained why that's
okay, so you're saying that the characters do not look like kids at all. Are you saying that no character? So if I look up a lolicon thing, it's not gonna look like a child at all.
I mean, that's subjective based on how you're because again, at the end of the day,
so going from Hunter x Hunter doesn't look like a child.
I mean, again, he's a fictional object. He doesn't have any traits or anything like that. Like, again, it's a fictional object. Why would you? Okay, I don't know. Again, I'm just gonna, at this point, I'm just gonna keep going in circles because I've already kind of been over.
I'm just asking you. I'm not saying he is a child. I'm just saying, does he not look like a child?
I mean, well, again, if we were to go off of vague parameters for what a child is, maybe sure, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because he's not one, and he's a fictional object at the end of the day. So I don't know why it matters.
So Goku's not a man by your logic because he's a fictional object.
Precisely, because a man refers to a person.
It's crazy, bro. Like, to keep your stance, you have to ignore reality, and it's just crazy that you don't see that. I'm not even trying to get you in a gotcha moment. I just said, does Gon not look like a kid? And it's like, you can't say he doesn't I just don't understand why you can't say, yeah, he looks like a kid. Like, that should be like the easiest thing to say.
When you start forcing people to answer a specific way, that becomes a fallacy and stuff like that. And I've already explained to you why it's a lot more simple than that. Me not answering in that specific way doesn't indicate.
So is Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory a man?
Again, that gets into the context of fictionalization. The person who plays him is a man, yes, but within the fiction himself, he's just a fictional object at that point. The person who plays him is a man, obviously. That's a real person and stuff like that. Yes, I'll agree with that. But like outside of like the setting and outside of the fictional setting that he's in, he's just literally imagination at that point.
You might know who created One Punch Man. So it should be One Punch Object instead?
No, we're engaging the work from the setting, whatever.
So Saitama can be a man?
No, because he's not real. He's not a person.
Even though the name of his show is One Punch Man.
It's a false, dude. This is a false equivalence, though. Again, this is a false equivalent. That's one reason when you bring up things like Sheldon and stuff. Sheldon's a real person that's played. Well, the person who plays Sheldon is a real person, but Saitama is purely fiction, though. You cannot compare these two things. He's purely fiction. He doesn't exist. He's not based on any identifiable traits or any identified person. He's literally just a person. He's literally just like a thing, essentially. He's a thing of pure imagination, pure object. I don't know what else to like really say there, dude. I really don't.
Okay. You got Kevin in the chat. He donated 10. He said, Neo, keep standing on business. Don't let the children from this dog watch chat get you down. Jidion, I love your work, but this lolicon argument is pure ass from your end. So you got some support in the chat, man. Harry Potter is a fictional work. It doesn't mean you can't be angry about Voldemort.
Oh, I'm actually glad you brought that up because, funny fact, there's a study on that, and the feelings that we feel for fiction does not pertain to reality. It's not correlated to reality. My defense of lolly isn't necessarily because of like attraction or anything. My defense of lolly is an extension of the fact that like I don't agree with censorship of art. If I don't agree with the censorship of like taboo art or anything like that. And usually whenever we start censoring stuff like lolicon and stuff like that, that's just a slippery slope to center other stuff and stuff. We see that in law and a lot of other things as well too. Matter of fact, Texas passed a law that more or less kind of made things like even Dragon Ball potentially criminalized and stuff like that.
What would happen if someone drew a picture of a child and drew it in a sexual act?
Well, let's put it this way. If it was a character that the actor was like an actual child, that would still fall under CSAM, but that's because it's a depiction of an actual identifiable person, not because it's like a depiction of a fictional character, though.
So since it's somebody identifiable, that makes it wrong, not the fact that it's a child.
Well,
is what you're saying.
That's not what I'm
So
arguing.
wait, or do you, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think it would be wrong? Before I ask the next question, do you think it would be wrong, yes or no?
In that particular case, yes, because again, you're contributing to that child's abuse.
Someone just donated 5. How is Lolly different from AI? They're both fictional, denial at its best. That is from 1v4.
No, it's not. AI has to be trained off of something. Fiction quite literally does not, though, at all. Actually, what? First off, if I'm making AI like art or stuff like that involves like a naked child or something like that literally had to have been traced off of, that had to have been like literally trained off of like CSAM or something like that and stuff. You can't compare that to just drawing you just can't compare it to like drawing something that like, you know, you were just going to like call a child, which
Nosy just said AI is trained by human, so whatever an AI creates is from human, so technically it is drawn from human depictions. So how does it not apply here as well?
That's also not true though, because again, at the end of the day, the CSAM or the AI here is trained off of people. Like these people are taking art from like actual children or something like that, and it's putting it in like a different it's putting it within like a sexual context and a lot of other stuff as well too. At the end of the day, the reason why it's wrong is because it involves actual children. It doesn't involve like fiction or anything like that. That's why that's wrong. You can't compare it. It's a false equivalence at the end of the day.
How did you personally get into Lolly?
Personally, for me, I kind of just realized I liked it because if you're probably not familiar with this, but there's a series called Hyperdimension Neptunia and stuff, and one of the characters I ended up liking was a character called Blonde, which you can look her up. You won't get any not safe for work results or anything.
So this character right here. So
yeah.
So like you just had a crush on her pretty much, right?
Well, not even that. Yeah, sure. Let's just go with that.
I know, bro. Like I don't want you to think I'm demonizing you. Like, bro, like I had crush on anime characters too. So how old was she in the show.
From what I remember, I don't remember because like the ages of like the CPU and stuff aren't really like ever clarified. I mean, I kind of don't want to like go for like the whole 1,000-year-old thing or whatever because I mean technically that is true, but like their actual ages or whatever is not really specified. So like,
Blanc is officially hundreds to thousands of year old. She's
yeah,
possessed as ageless.
it's bad.
Her physical appearance is often mistaken for that of a 10 to 14. So I guess why when they draw these characters, especially like I'm talking about like the 5 and 6 year old, why when they draw these characters do they have to give them this fake? If they're all fictional and it's not real, yada yada yada, why do they have to give them the fictional background of them being 1,000 years old, but they really look like a 6-year-old? Like, what is the need for the background?
I mean, honestly, to answer that just really depends on what the person wants to do with it and stuff. It doesn't necessarily indicate anything whatsoever because, like, at the end of the day, it's still fiction. So it's like it doesn't necessarily matter. These current events and stuff like that.
But why not just say like, oh yeah, she's 6 years old?
Again, age doesn't really define what a lolly is.
No, I'll grant that. I'll grant that. Age doesn't, right? You know, but would you not say most lolly is of the younger age?
Not necessarily true. Again, it's kind of hard to find an average because again, I would have to like look into that. But
when you see this, what do you see?
Well, here's the thing. You can't just show that. Well, again, that's the reason why I was wondering if you were going to like show the whole thing or not, because you can't just show that part, not show the other part that kind of contrasts with that. That there's a reason the whole image is kind of relevant there.
Right? I feel, trust me, man, I genuinely would. I just think I can't show that because, you know, that was more revealed in the other one of the real life. So were those all like one-for-one like cosplay of these characters that you sent?
They were pretty much meant to like, so the reason why this image is a thing, it's meant to kind of show how a lot of people have double standards on this stuff, because when people bring up that they're like, are people who cosplay as like a lot of these characters and stuff and tend to be like more petite, like Japanese women and stuff, who are the ones who are often called pedo bait and all that stuff. A lot of people say, you can actually tell that those are adults and stuff and stuff like that when they kind of flip-flop their whole logic on, oh, but those look like children and stuff. When, like, what is your metric at that point, you know? That's the reason why that image is kind of, you know, that's the reason why that image is there.
I just feel like it's disingenuous for you to say, like, especially this character right here, for you to say that doesn't look like, for you to say, if someone says that looks like a child, to say you're schizophrenic. I feel like that's disingenuous.
Well, not necessarily, because at that point you're basically, your definition and parameters of child just comes from looks and not what an actual child is defined by, which is their age. A child is defined by their age, right? Yes.
So remember how earlier I asked you why when people make lolly characters they give them they give them the backstory of them actually being 1,000 years old, but they have the body of an 8 or 10-year-old?
Yes.
And you just said that a child is defined by their age, right? Wouldn't that backstory that they give their characters have a lot more meaning why they give that backstory to their characters?
No, because fictional characters don't have ages. They don't have ages because for the same reason that they're not people or anything like that. They're fictional objects, and their age is also a fictional object. It doesn't exist because it's something that we assigned to them. For one example, let's look at Ash from Pokimane. We assigned them as like a 10-year-old, but obviously he wouldn't be 10 by our standards because, well, he's literally grown. He's been 10 for like 30 years or something like that.
But that's conflating, because in the show he hasn't grown up in the show. That's two different things. Like in Dragon Ball Z, Goku grows up from a kid to a man. Even though like one season could be over, like take 10 years to come out, we've seen Goku grow up. We don't see Ash grow up because that's just how they have it. So we're not saying, oh, he's actually 30 years old because the show's been out for 30 years, because we know how it works. And Ash he's a child in the show. That's what they want him to be. They want him to be a kid, to relate to kids.
Well, the age is only relevant. The age is only relevant to the story itself. Outside of that, it doesn't exist because, again, at the end of the day, it's an object. It's an object that doesn't have any actual age, because at the end of the day, it's literally just fictional characters. At the end of the day, are just literally tools and mediums just to tell a story. At the end of the day, they're not they're not like people or anything like that. They're just literally objects. At the end of the day, that's what they are. That's what they are.
So you also made the claim that the only way we can identify a child is by age, right?
I mean, obviously, if we were to like, obviously not entirely. When I say define, when a child is defined by age, I mean when we look for whether someone can like, for example, consent or not, we're not looking at what they look like. We're looking at their actual age.
But let's say you're out at the mall, right? And you're
Hmm.
walking
Yeah.
and you see somebody. If you go up to like a 17-year-old girl and ask her for her number and she tells you, "Oh, I'm 17," why would you make the mistake of guessing that, hey, she's probably an adult? Why would you make that mistake?
Again, that's a false equivalent because we're dealing with real people and stuff like that. We're dealing with.
I
real
understand that,
people.
but I'm saying, why would you make that mistake of thinking that she was an adult even though she's 17 years old?
That's still a false equivalence because real people have like things that aren't comparable to fiction. Again, that's the reason I keep telling you this, because at the end of the day, you can't really correlate.
So with those
things.
characters that I just showed the audience and you, what quality does those characters have that a child doesn't? Just from the drawing, from a physical looking at it, what quality do those characters have that a child does not?
Now we're back to square one because I've already addressed it. The thing is, you are assigning arbitrary traits that don't necessarily or aren't exclusive to children and stuff. But that doesn't make them, again, that doesn't make lolly children just because you can assign some traits that are not only just on children but also can be on adults too. You keep repeating this, but I don't know why you keep making this argument, dude. I've already addressed this several times.
So you got into lolly because of the blonde character, right?
Yeah.
So how old were you when you first seen her?
I was a teenager. I was I think I was like 14, 15 or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. And do you mind saying how old you are now?
I've already said my age before. I'm like in my 20s. I'm not gonna say specifically.
Okay. Yeah.
You can
That's fine.
probably find
I'm 25. I'm 25.
Yeah, I've mentioned this to you before. Like I'm in college. Like I'm literally a college student and stuff. One thing as well too. The reason I kind of talk like this is because I actually do have Asperger's. I actually do have autism and stuff, and I do apologize for that.
No, man, bro. I literally your stuttering. Genuinely didn't even notice until you said something, and I didn't even know you had autism, man. Obviously, autism does not take away from intelligence at all. So definitely. You don't even have to bring that up, man. But so you found the character when you were 15. Now you're in your 20s. Why do you feel the need to defend the lolly community as much as you do? Why can't you see nuance?
Well, here's the problem as well too. You have to keep in mind that the majority of the lolicon community are on the eastern front and all that stuff. Westerners make up a small fraction of the community. And lolicon is predominantly a Japanese thing, and Westerners are just kind of the people that a lot of people look at and all that stuff. It's a complicated thing. It's a really complicated. I'll say that. It's just there's a lot of nuances. But at the end of the day, my reason for defending lolicon just comes down to the fact that there's a lot of reasons why people tend to be against it. That if allowed, it kind of sets a lot of slippery slopes for a lot of things, but also just because of the fact that at the end of the day, I don't see a reason to witch hunt people who haven't really done anything. I mean, and all that stuff. That's my problem. That's my thing.
But the crazy thing about it, man, is out of all with the CP guys I catch, I've seen group chats where they have the same sentiment of you. Hey, these guys have never hurt anybody. Why are they witch hunting us? Nobody ever sees themselves as the villain. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you're a villain. I don't want you to think that. I'm not. I'm genuinely not. But it's we keep on running into this issue of someone. I'm not. So you don't even have to entertain this comment. But shout out to Berserk for the 10. He said, Jidion, ask him why one would have fantasies about a depiction of a character with childlike features being in a sexual situation. What factor plays into that? I could say that, and I already know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, well, you're making a false equivalency by saying that these characters have childlike features when they're not actually. You know what I mean? So it's there's a barrier when we get close to home to hitting our point. When we're about to land the plane, you put out the tarmac to no, you can't land here. You know what I mean? It's just you're too smart of a guy, and I mean this I genuinely mean this. You're too smart of a guy to see how all those other things are harmful, but while I will grant it is not the most harmful, the fact that you can't see how people saying hey, this is harmful as well, how that's not computing to you. When I say this, don't take it offensively, but you're stupid. And when I say you're stupid, I'm not saying you're mentally challenged and you can't think straight. I'm saying you're making yourself stupid. You're doing it on purpose. You're finding the exact definition of child pornography to say, you see, this can't fall under it even though lawmakers are making laws to show, like, yeah, no, that is CP. And that's why you got places like Texas. That's why you got Google putting this stuff out. All these people, you know, we're hearing it quack, we're seeing it waddle, we're seeing it swim, but you're going to tell us that, no, it's not a duck, it's an elephant.
There's a fallacy for that. That's called a duck test fallacy. And matter of fact, they kind of demonstrate why that doesn't work. Let me talk about EDP for a minute too. Okay. EDP literally used Lolicon as a means to take away heat off of himself to focus on people who were weird and often seen as pedophiles when he's the one who's actually touching children and stuff like that. Lolicon is often invoked as a means to just push heat off of people, to push skeletons, to hide their skeletons.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: when he used that, when he brought up hentai when he brought up lolly, did anybody take any heat off of him where they were like, oh damn, you know what, EDP does bring up a good point, go get Neon? Did anybody do that?
Yes, there was quite a bit of people who said, oh no, actually, well, I'm not gonna say that was everyone, obviously I'm not gonna say that, but
you're such a smart dude, so it's like I for the love of me, I really don't see, like, I don't, because this is what I also see in the lolicon community is a lot of them don't like to show their face. And granted, you know, it's the internet. The internet's weird, you know? A lot of people shouldn't show their face. So I'm not going to say if you're in the lolly and you don't show your face, then, you know, that's why. But I just find it so funny out of all the people that were calling me out on Twitter, and you saw, it was a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
You're the only person that has the balls to actually have this conversation on stream, whereas everybody else, they want the chicken out and they were like, oh no, let's have it through threads. Let's have the debate through DMs. Well, you and I both know you don't have a real debate through DMs, you know? You try to come to some middle ground. And that's what I want to do today. Like, genuinely, I want to come to some middle ground. But you and I both know that there's really no middle ground for this. It's either I'm completely wrong or you're completely wrong. There's no nuance to this subject.
And that's because, it's not because I'm trying to force it that way. That's just because it genuinely does come down to that. At the end of the day, it's just, because there's no because like, just like how there's no nuance in like CSAM and stuff, there's no nuance in this if you're labeling it CSAM or stuff like that. There's just no nuance in it. It's either it's just dead wrong or it's okay and stuff like that. But that's one of the reasons why I don't think it's okay to equate lolicon and stuff to that or anything like that. It's just there's nuances there that isn't there with CSAM and stuff that makes CSAM wrong, that makes lolicon not wrong. Lolicon, just again, I don't agree with conflating them because they're not equatable in any type of manner. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult, or I'm not trying to like intentionally like create like a wedge or anything like that. It's just that it really does come down to that. Now, I will say that like some of your points kind of are a bit frustrating because it's like I feel like I kind of explained myself and stuff, but at the same time, it's like I don't think that you're trying to like, you know, do anything to like embarrass me or anything like that. I think you are trying to like actually get a different perspective on the matter and stuff. The really reason I decided to come up here because I wanted to clear a lot of misconceptions surrounding lolicon and a lot of other stuff. There's a lot of because part of the reason why some people dislike it is ignorance of Japanese culture and ignorance of the general concept as well.
Well, I mean, are we gonna really use Japan as the model of like? Should we bring everything to our culture from all over the world? Didn't Japan literally just raise the age of consent from 13 to 16, like back in 2023? So
that's a misconception. Actually, there was only the age of consent being 13 in Japan was only for 2 islands. The prefecture has always been 16 to 18 and stuff. Now, debate on whether that's better or worse or whatever. The point I'm trying to make here, it's never really 13. That was only for 2 islands and stuff like that.
What 2 islands were those?
Let me see if I can find it because I talked about this before too. And again, this might. Oh boy.
And aren't a lot of people in Japan also against lolly?
Well, there are people in Japan that are against lolly. You will find people in Japan there's people in Japan that are against against anime and stuff like that as well too. But like lolicon and stuff in general is embraced and it is seen as something that is a part of the. I mean, at the end of the day, as I talked about before, lolicon is quite literally behind a lot of anime culture and stuff like that. Otaku culture wouldn't exist without lolicon and shotokan. So there's a lot of things that wouldn't exist without lolicon and shotokan kind of building it up from the groundworks and stuff and all that. So it's like you can't take away lolicon and shotokan from anime without it just not ceasing to be anime at that point, you know? Keep in mind, Japan has had child laws for a long time that protected them, even before America. You can even look it up yourself. It's had laws that protected children before even the U.S. and a lot of other places as well, too. Now, I'm not gonna say Japan is perfect, obviously. There's a lot of things you can point out about Japan. Matter of fact, you can point out things like its idol industry, which tends to be very exploitive and stuff. You can point at stuff like that. I'm not going to say that, like I said, it's no different from like things in like America where we have like child pageants, which also are very exploitive for very similar reasons and stuff.
So you don't think lolicons a bad thing in Japan?
I don't think so. I don't think lolicon is bad or anything. I don't think it. I mean, again, I've seen.
So how real does a drawing have to be for it to be CP in your eyes?
Well, it becomes CP when you're again involving like actual people or something like that. It just becomes like.
So it doesn't matter how real the drawing gets or how photorealistic, as long as it's not based off of a real person. It doesn't even matter if Leonardo da Vinci made it. If he just conjured it up in his mind with no reference or nothing, that wouldn't be CP.
Well, again, I've kind of explained the parameters for that. If it's based on like an actual child and stuff like that, yes, it would be for the reasons that I've highlighted, because CSAM is either a document of abuse or
when
it
you
also
say based on a child, are you saying a specific child or like when you say based on a child, what do you mean?
I mean like an actual person.
So it has to be. So it has to be an actual person for it to be CP, no matter how realistic the drawing is.
More or less, yes.
So even if let's say a cop like just came into your house for whatever reason, and they walked into someone's room and they saw a realistic photo of a 5-year-old girl being victimized, but obviously the cop's not gonna know who it's based off of. But if a cop sees that, he would have no legal grounds to arrest that person?
Well, no, because at that point, well, here's the thing. Again, at the end of the day, how America constitutes that, and again, I will say this too, how the laws kind of work different from place to place. I'm just using America as a reference because that's where we both live in, so I'm just using it as a reference. But in that particular case, again, since it kind of it would fall under that per the definition that I've kind of highlighted before and all that stuff. The person who made it and like owns it, distributed it and stuff, yeah, that would fall under that per the definition.
Okay, so does it have to be an identifiable child for it to be considered child porn?
Yes, it has to. Well, it has to be a person who's real in general, just to be just a child, a person who actually exists.
So is there no case law of somebody getting arrested for creating something?
I mean, there has been, matter of fact, person just recently got this is technically not drawing, but this is like generative though. There has been a case of someone getting arrested for that, and that kind of falls into the same parameters of being trained off of actual CSAM and stuff and all that. But yeah.
Dang. So like you wouldn't feel a type of way if you saw someone draw a baby getting victimized? If it was in Lolly, you wouldn't feel a type of way about
I'm not gonna. Well, here's the thing as well too. Let me get an image as well. Let me just get an image to kind of explain, explain my stance here. I'm just gonna get this real quick because
I like anime spiders. I don't like real spiders. That's impossible. You're just gonna come out and say you want to F spiders. The drawing depicts a spider, bro. But, wait, so that's not a spider though. The anime spider.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a spider. You're right. But at the end of the day, if we're going to identify it as a spider and stuff, there's a clear distinction between it and a real spider. If we're going to identify it as a spider, so regardless, the argument still wouldn't work.
So the argument, but you still okay, but you didn't really answer my question, like because this doesn't answer my question. I just asked you personally. You wouldn't feel a type of way if someone made lolly porn of a baby being victimized.
I mean, is the baby like a actual like baby? Because yes, that'd be gross. That'd be kind of sick. I agree with that. But if we're talking about like if we're talking about like a fictional object that we're just assigning the traits of like a baby and stuff like that, I'm not gonna, because at the end of the day, that person that object is not being harmed. You can't harm a fictional object at all.
So you can't. So someone can't. So that's basically like saying you can't get scared at a scary movie. Or you can't see a scene in a movie that's like Old Boy, you know? I don't know if you ever seen Old Boy, the ending of Old Boy. That's like saying you can't say the ending of Old Boy is gross because it's a fake movie. So because it's not a real baby, you wouldn't feel a type of way?
I mean, well, again, I kind of posted a link that talks about that. But let me just read
but,
it.
I mean, it's a link. I know you're sitting there, but I'm saying like this is you. You wouldn't feel a type of way. Like I'm not even talking about like the normal. Because I know what I'm saying is an extreme. So this is not in the realm of like this is even an extreme for your community. You wouldn't feel a type of way seeing a baby drawn getting victimized.
I mean, okay, and I mean, like, if we're talking like fictional characters stuff, I'd say that's kind of weird. I would say it's weird for sure. I'd say it's like, why would you do that? But it's like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to persecute the person. I'm not going to say he's a pedophile. I'm not going to like go witch hunt him. I'm just going to say, okay, I'm just not going to look at that. I'm just going to, you can do whatever you want, whatever. You're not bothering anybody, but that's kind of weird, dude. I'm just gonna let you do that, you know.
Well, man, Neo, man, I do genuinely appreciate your time, man. What would you wanna leave the chat with, man? Cause
for people on my side, I'm kind of glad you showed up because honestly, I didn't expect to kind of be put in this position. Honestly, I was kind of surprised that Jidion, in general, kind of even like singled me out specifically. Well, not really, but I don't think it was specifically just me. But
no, I hit up everybody, man. Like you know, like I'm not gonna lie, like out of everybody, the biggest, you know, I'm not trying to cuss or say something. Yeah. What's his name? Chibu? You know who
reviews, yeah.
What's up with him? So is he big into lolly?
Actually, no. Fun fact, he's not really huge into lolly at all. He defends it, sure, but he's not really huge into lolly. He's more into other things. He kind of likes more like incest type of stuff, incest fiction and stuff like that. He likes stuff like that. But he's not a lolicon, or he doesn't really consider himself a lolicon. He's not really into that. He defends it though. That's the thing.
So if I would have went at incest, because he had made a tweet about me. I don't know why, but he jumped in the convo. So if I would have said something, you know, 10,000 videos and multiple streams on his channel, but yet when I respond to him, he says he doesn't do streams. So if I would have went at incest, so wait, what is he into? You said incest what?
Fiction and stuff. He doesn't, like I said, he's kind of in the same page as like a lot of lolicon and stuff. Well, here's the thing: the general stance that me and a lot of other people have is we're okay with taboo fiction and stuff. We don't see it as harmful whatsoever or anything like that and stuff like that. And in his case, he kind of one of the things he kind of likes is like a lot of incest type stuff, but he doesn't like actual incest. He doesn't support that, and he finds it gross and stuff like that. That's kind of the distinction we need to make there.
You know what? I will give a sliver of nuance. You know. So I guess would you equate it being like someone saying I'm against murder, but you know they like playing games like GTA or Call of Duty?
Oh, I'm glad you said that because guess what? There are a lot of people who are against that, but they play those games because of, again, the fictionality of it and because they can make a distinction between, oh, I'm doing these terrible things in this game. I would never do this in real life because I know that these things are wrong, and I have to understand that these things are wrong. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the same things. A lot of people who engage with incest fiction, again, they understand incest is pretty yicky in real life, and same with people who engage with rape fiction. They understand that rape is wrong, but they engage with this fantasy because well, actually, funny enough, there's another aspect I didn't even talk about too. How a lot of people who engage in taboo fiction tend to be victims of the very things that they are. For example, a lot of people who engage in rape fiction tend to be victims of rape. A lot of people who engage with like a lot of type of including like lolicon, for example, were children who were assaulted and stuff like. There's a lot of other stuff as well too. So there's a nuance to that as well.
I appreciate your time, man. I do not agree with this. You know, I think it's very harmful, not only for society but also for your mental. To be like the mental toll that can do on you, just imagining and thinking about that stuff, like, you know, like, it's the same thing with porn. That stuff can mentally mess you up, and you don't want people mentally messed up, especially when they're mentally messed up on stuff about kids, and then they just so happen to be around a kid. You know what I mean? So I think that's my main thing as in the society why we need to stay away from stuff like that. But I will give you props for coming up here and stating your case. I don't agree with it at all whatsoever. But do you have anything you want to shout out or anything, or?
Yeah, all I just want to say as well too is, like, to all the people who are opposing me, whether you're in chat or not, and all this stuff, just gotta have an open mind and stuff. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to topics like this, not even just lolicon, when it comes to just general paraphilia, because at the end of the day, regardless of whether lolicon is pedophilia or not, it still is a paraphilia at the end of the day. Yeah, when it comes to paraphilia, just try to have an open mind with stuff like this, because when you approach it from emotions, you tend to be clouded with ignorance and stuff. That's one of the reasons, for example, why a lot of people just want to outright kill people who are pedophiles, not people who are harming children and stuff, but people who just have the unfortunate situation of being attracted to children and stuff that they cannot control and stuff like that and stuff. And I think instead of like, you know, trying to harm them and all that stuff, you should try to go for reform.
Well, I don't know too many people that have those. Like, I don't know too many people that are going out to kill people that have that attraction, but are doing things to like not make sure that happens. You know, the only time I see people going after people is, you know, if someone like me catch them, or you hear about what they did to previous kids, or in this case, making images of, you know, kids that look 5 but are actually 5,000 years old having sex. Like, do you think that's mentally healthy to consume entertainment like that? Do you think that's mentally healthy?
Well, that just depends on the person. When it comes to, see, that gets into another debate that I really don't want to get into, because it's irrelevant to lolicon, and it's just something that's also going to be mentally taxing because I'm tired right now. I don't agree with the idea that porn is a pipeline to that stuff.
I can speak for myself because I used to be a porn addict. I used to be addicted to porn when I was a teenager, and I know it got to a point where the same stuff you usually watch wasn't cutting it enough. So you always have to go one step further. You always go one step further, one step further. It's like on drugs. When the drug, not everybody, but when that high doesn't hit enough, you go for the next one. And you level up, you level up, you level up. And the same thing happens with porn. And like, you know, every dude I've caught, I ask them, hey man, are you like, do we watch porn? And it's always a pilot. It's always, I see the same thing. So that's why I tell everybody, like, all porn is gay porn. You know, shout out Alex Rosen. All porn is gay porn, genuinely, because this is it's not healthy for anybody, and it ruins relationships, and then it could get you into this pedophilia stuff because you need that next high. But like you said, that's going into another debate and everything. But again, Neo, thank you for coming in, man. You have a great rest of your day. I do pray that you see my perspective one day. Truly,
I do. I'll say this. I do see where you're coming from. I just don't agree with it, but I understand the thought process, and I understand where it's coming from. I'll say that. I'm not saying that like you're completely dumb for thinking that, because again, at the end of the day, when it comes to things that are like routed in like misconception stuff, it's not malicious, and it's not necessarily that like you're dumb or anything like that. There's a lot. Hell, matter of fact, fun fact, I'll tell you this. There was a point at one time where I did kind of feel bad about being into stuff like this and all that stuff. But then I looked at research. And also kind of realized as wait a minute. Why am I feeling bad for this when I clearly don't want to do anything bad to people, much less a fucking child, which to me that's a sickening thing to even think about, honestly. I don't even really like to joke about stuff like that either too, but you know.
Well, man, I'm not gonna lie. I think the old Neo who had that shame, I feel like in a society today, we look at shame as being a bad thing, you know. Oh, they're shaming me. I think we as a society should shame people and certain things to conform. Without shame, this is the problem in today's society, is nobody, don't judge me, you know, let people be people. No, there needs to be shame in society. Shame forms society. You know, your parents shame you. They say, I'm disappointed, you shouldn't do that. To act right, do the right thing. And, you know, your conscience was letting you know, hey, I think this is wrong, but you found things to reassure yourself. All right, chat. That was interesting. Sometimes we have to have these conversations, man.
I'm literally a mutant. I'm an alien. I don't have human emotion.
I was like, this bitch is so sexy. There's no way she dookie. So she was like, my stomach hurts, blah, blah, blah. I was like, let me get a picture of it.
He apparently tells his mod to ban the word child in order to avoid mentions of his daughter that he refuses to raise.
I don't have one of those. You're banned.
He's also started to ban people for wishing him a happy Father's Day in his chat.
Some young ass white girl adds me on MySpace. I think I was maybe like 19 at the time, 18, 19. I think she was like 14 or some shit. So she grew up, I go ahead, I'm on the edge of my bed like this. And I start undoing her pants, and then I smashed. And then I never again.
If I ever see you, it is straight on sight. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to another video, and today we are going to be looking at the low tier god situation. So, you guys don't know who low tier god is. Low tier god, I mean, a lot of you guys might know who he is. He's this infamous streamer. He's been around for literally decades, where, you know, he gets rage baited all the time, all of this. He's not low-cal or anything like that, but he's borderline low-cal, right? So anyway, I've been seeing a lot of videos on TikTok being like, she was only 17, Dale, all of this stuff. And allegedly, people are going around saying that low tier god's an EDP. They're also saying that he's a deadbeat dad, and they're also saying he's in debt. They're saying a lot of things, right? And bro, I'm not gonna lie, those are some of the funniest TikToks I've ever seen in my life. Like the memes surrounding this dude genuinely be having me crying, laughing. Like, he dressed up for Halloween as Freddy Krueger, and instead of Nightmare on Elm Street, people in the comment section were saying Nightmare on Section 8. Bro, it is some of the funniest stuff. But anyway, I found this video talking about, like, just all of this. I just want to see if there's any validity to these claims and stuff. So without any further ado, we're going to react to this, man. Oh my gosh.
Dale Emmanuel Wilson, a man who needs no introduction. He is the jug-pissing, disability...
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. While he's gaming so he doesn't have to go up and piss, he pees in jugs.
Mocking, rage-quitting...
Fucking... You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
Sorry, I meant mentally untouchable, degenerate, who keeps surprising people with just how low he can go. And despite him vehemently denying that he is a lol cow,
I'm not no motherfucking LOL cow, whatever the fuck it's called.
his constant interactions with and crash outs about detractors,
I don't have to prove a motherfucking thing to you broke ass niggas.
as well as his dedicated trolls exposing each new development in his sad life, have long established him as having that status.
Bro, the way people talk about him online, you would think this dude has millions of subscribers or has tens of thousands of live viewers. Like, it is actually crazy.
A while ago, I covered Dale's career and controversies, including many instances that contributed to the garnering of his loyal troll following. In that video, I went through an interview that had somewhat recently come out from No Jumper, in which Dale claims that many of these moments in his life were simply due to an act he put on to become famous, and that he was in many ways moving on from this persona. And since then, many things have come to light that have pretty much definitively confirmed that this was, well, a crock of shit. I'm sure many of those who watched that interview or my video would have been able to see that even back then.
Wait, he laughed at a veteran who ended his life? What? I don't get it. He's just as toxic as he used to be. He's trying to stay out of Twitch ban land. He's a dreadful dude. You're lying if you think he's calmed down.
But I guess it didn't hurt to have a little optimism. Unfortunately though, since then many things have come to light, including the alleged grooming of one of his long-term girlfriends, refusing to raise or pay child support for his daughter, being in mountains of debt, and having a restraining order against him for domestic abuse. Things that, even if you didn't have a problem with his former controversies online, are real-world instances that make it undeniable that he's a terrible person. And thanks to the large number of extremely persistent and perceptive trolls following his every move, Dale is now going viral once again as people antagonize him with real-time debt counters, Section 8 fit checks, and constant
Bro, how do you know? This is Section 8 fit count. Bro, how do you know? Like, how do people know this stuff?
Reminders of his many failures. So let's go through these instances and explore just how Dale has left behind his old character and truly embraced the new and improved low-tier god.
I'm an alien. I don't have human emotion. You guys are gonna witness me fake it. See, humans can't relate to somebody who's not human.
Oh my
Just a disclaimer, many of the things covered in this video are speculative and or alleged, and the purpose of this video is simply to compile significant developments in Dale's story since I last covered him. Alright, let's go. Now, as anyone who knows anything about low tier god would know, he is extremely insecure about his age.
How old are you now? How old do you think I am? 29. Let's go with it.
38? Nigga, I'm not 38.
God damn.
Wait, you like 30 though, right? 32, 30.
I'm 50, nigga.
And this could be for many reasons, such as that he's ashamed of constantly raging at video games.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, for almost being 40, he looks good. No, yeah, 19. Alexa, how old would somebody be if they were born November 19th, 1984?
They would be 41 years old.
Whoa, he's 41? Yo, I'm not gonna, like, he looks good for 41.
Accomplished many of his goals. As we also know, thanks to a video by Shang Tsung, Dale was born in 1984 and is well into what the kids would refer to as unk status, or depending on your generation, an old head. These are pretty decent reasons to be insecure about his age, but as many have pointed out, he actually looks pretty good for being in his 40s.
Yeah.
So what if there was a different reason? Very soon after I made my first video on Dale, Shang Tsung would drop another expose elaborating on this possible other reason, which is that he doesn't want people to know the age gap between him and one of his girlfriends, who I've seen referred to as multiple names, and I'm not sure which is right, so I'm just going to refer to her as A. The beginning of the video recounts Dale's relationship with A, including several moments of him becoming aggressive with her.
Fucker, I swear to God.
You're not putting hands on no one.
Tell me that again, dude.
What you gonna do?
Tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm not fucking around.
You're not putting hands on no one.
Get the fuck off my stream, dude. Seriously. I'm not playing.
What's that, dude?
And initially culminating in them breaking up because he chose to miss their 4-year anniversary to go to EVO, the Super Smash Bros. Tournament, without her. This transitions into the period in which Dale began to disparage A on stream, as well as when he claimed he no longer believed in love, and started to say all that red pill shit I went over before, like how a man has to get 50 bodies before getting married or something.
I'm literally a mutant. I'm an alien. I don't have human emotion. Now, you guys are gonna witness me fake it. You're going to. See, humans can't relate to somebody who's not human.
He also called her new boyfriend old, which interestingly enough led to the first indication of his true age, as it turns out that he and her new boyfriend were exactly the same age. Embarrassing. Anyway, this is when A would make a birthday post showing that she was turning 25. Now, using the information provided when they previously mentioned their 4-year anniversary, trolls such as Simp Felon, nice name, were able to extrapolate that when they started dating, Dale would have been 29 and A would have allegedly been 17.
That's why that's why everybody says she was 17. That it makes sense. I would see it, but like I didn't understand it. Yo, if that's true, that is disgusting. If it's true, 29-year-old man. Yo, hey, but I mean, there's another person I know. Freaking what's his name? Hollow's friend Jeff. He's 31, freaking messing with an 18-year-old. Now, did he mess with anybody younger? I don't know. But I mean, hey, shit. If you can go 18. Like, let's be honest, bro. Like, what's gonna stop you from going 17? Allegedly.
Leading to the origins of the grooming claims. However, Shang Tsung points out that their quote-unquote anniversary was actually the day that they met, not the day they started dating. He also noticed that in the entire video, which was a mukbang vlog, there are only 2 cuts, one where she recounts when they met, and one when she is saying that she could have destroyed him.
It wasn't our anniversary, it was the day we met. Every time that day comes around, I wanted to destroy this man.
Yeah.
But
almost did too, but
when? Please.
Wow.
Please.
So the only cuts he made in the mukbang was where she's talking about when they met. Wow.
I was gonna tell me like on stream how people would be like, he told her to shut the up.
Now these cuts and the circumstances, with the age of consent being 18 years old, led Shang Tsung to speculate that they could have made their anniversary up as the day they met to cover up that they actually did date then. But either way, it is evidence that they met then and would later date. I will say that the anniversary being known as the day they met is an interesting choice, especially considering, as is pointed out, that they mention this odd detail so many times.
Anyways, it wasn't our anniversary, it was the day we met.
Topping all this off, Shang Tsung also points to this Instagram story made by A, which definitely could add to mounting suspicions.
I don't know what high school girl under 18 needs to hear this, but that grown man doesn't think you're mature for your age. Women his age just see the bum in him, and he's a predator. Tell on him. Wish I knew this earlier. Oh my god.
There's a lot more information in this video, but I just wanted to cover the A grooming allegations, so definitely check it out if you wanted to see everything there. Now on to something Low Tier God is also insecure about, but probably for much more obvious reasons, his debt. I've been seeing a ton of Section 8 jokes, a ton of references about being in debt, and for these there's definitely seeing a ton of Section 8 jokes, a ton of references.
The dastardly.
About being in debt, and for these there's definitely a lot of pushback from the mentally untouchable God himself.
If you think I'm gonna be one of those dumbass niggas that try to live in a lavish apartment before getting a home, you're dumb. I'm not a typical black, you worthless dumbass. I'm not gonna flat out tell you dumb niggas that's in here trying to hate watch. But are you stupid niggas paying attention? I don't have to prove a motherfucking thing to you broke ass niggas.
First off, referencing those who claim he is living in Section 8 housing, I've seen conflicting information about this and wouldn't want to dox his address either. For those who don't know, Section 8 housing is a housing program for struggling low-income families and provides rent assistance. I've seen a lot of people claiming Dale uses this program, as well as
high tier God, thank you for the
living in
gifted.
low-income housing for those who make less than $50,000 a year. And while the memes and jokes regarding this are certainly funny, I don't want to engage in unnecessary speculation or doxing. However, what seems to have been a more concrete discovery came when trolls hacked into Dale's bank and leaked what is allegedly his credit report. And this is where we find some very interesting information.
Oh my gosh! You have to do his what? To get his what? Oh my gosh, bro! So the debt counter is real. That is, oh my god, this is so stupid.
About this financial genius.
The moon landing was fake? No, what happened with the moon is we went one time, it was fucking with it too much, and the creator, or the beings that work for the creator, said you guys aren't allowed back. You're trying to drill into this megastructure, which the moon is actually a megastructure. That's why we haven't went back. The moon is a megastructure. The moon is not an actual moon. It's a megastructure. Inside of it is all the shit. It's a giant satellite. Inside of the moon is all the shit that controls the currents on Earth, the gravity.
The main
What the I bet his password was the moon is a megastructure. Wait, Dale's debt? Wait, they made an itemized report about... Yo, this is crazy. This is, no. They made an itemized report about his debt. No, I see why he bets me. No, this is horrible.
Outstanding detail is the considerable amount of debt, coming in at over $120,000. If this is to be taken as the truth, he's even more similar to Darkside Phil than everyone initially expected. And of course, this gave way to the classic debt counters and people constantly clowning on him for his poor financial decisions, in response to which he basically just calls them all broke and unemployed.
So guarantee somebody calling me a broke ass bum? I've seen your pics. Your hat don't cost more than the whole outfit.
But another very interesting detail was allegedly spotted on this credit report, and that is a payment for something extremely concerning.
Deadbeat by daylight!
Now, we all know that Dale would be a really great parent.
You wanna see what I found? Wouldn't that be funny? You wanna eat my pussy? Will you show me how to use it?
Wait, what?
Wouldn't that be funny?
Dale would be a really great
What?
parent.
You wanna see what I found? Wouldn't that be funny? You wanna eat my pussy?
How would that be funny? How? Oh my gosh.
Will you show me how to use it? I couldn't find any bullets. I mean, we don't... If something's wrong, I should know. What if I have to use one?
Oh, that's so weird.
And if he ever gets to his goal...
What did he say?
Of 50 bodies, there would be no better choice of father to entrust a child with. And he can finally get that professional athlete he's been talking about, which is, of course, the only thing a dad is there for.
If you're 6'7" and you're not a professional athlete, your parents were just garbage parents.
But with some indications of a possible child support payment being seen in Dale's credit report, trolls began to dig deeper, with one known as Meth Bear on Twitter eventually finding this, an alleged form showing that he was required to pay child support for a daughter born in 2014.
This man Dale has a 10-year-old daughter. And if you have been trolling Dale and following behind this man...
Bro, you're telling... Oh my gosh, they Pusha T'd Dale and found out how much he has to pay. May I never get hate like this. May I be a good person for the rest of it. I do not want hate like this ever in my life. What the
and you would know some of
Blood, thank you for the sub.
About having a daughter.
Dale has denied this to mixed response. And I mean, who knows? Trolls are accusing him of being a deadbeat dad. That seems pretty pessimistic, right? Maybe he'd pull it together and come around to be a great parent.
Ask you guys a question. How many of us in our life with intentions of having a child? Yeah, I've never like, damn, I want to create a baby with this bitch. Oh, with some music in the background. Like, I'm not trying to smash to get you pregnant. So yes, I believe in ABs. I also think that there should be a new law that says, let's just say if we smash and you get pregnant, there should be a new law that says if we don't collectively agree that we both want this child, then I should sign over my rights and legally you can't do anything. Like,
I wonder why he wants that in law. That'd be like Epstein, like, you know what? We should sign something in law where, you know, if the guy and the kid says it's okay, nobody should get in trouble. Like, that's basically what he said.
That's how I feel like it should be. Like, I think it's lame as that you could smash a bitch for fun, right? And she says, I'm pregnant. You're like, all right, well, what are we in? Like, I'm not ready to be a father. And she's like, well, I'm ready to be a mother. Child support coming. Like,
wait, you think that's lame? Bro, wear a condom. What do you? Oh man, I think it's lame that I didn't have no pullout game. And she says, you know what? I actually want to keep the baby. And if you don't want to be in his life, you have to pay child support. I think that's a little, bro, that's whack, bro. I should be able to splurge my seed wherever I want. Oh, that's whack.
How the f does that make sense? Like, I literally smashed you for sex.
Bro, I literally smashed you for sex. I didn't sign up for no baby. What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Total lack of accountability here from this 40-year-old man. Just wrap it up. Like, what? So as expected, this spawned yet another wave of relentless criticism, with the trolls determined yet again not to let Dale forget about this.
This is not unbelievable though. I've asked a bitch to send me a shit pic before. But the only reason I did that, because I thought she was, I was like, this bitch is so sexy, there's no way she dookies. So she was like, my stomach hurts, blah, blah, blah. I was like, let me get a picture of it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this man actually isn't human. Like, he genuinely is not human.
I mean, at least for me, when I search up deadbeat on TikTok, low tier god is the only thing that comes up.
Wait, really? Hold on. You know what? Hold on, chat. Deadbeat. No, chat, on everything. I've never looked up low tier god. It's a cat. No! Oh my I'm crying. What the fuck? My stomach, bro. Oh my gosh. He's the first dude that pops up. Is there any more? Bro, let me... Deadbeat. I'm just look up low Dear God. Chat, go try it out on your guys' TikTok. Go try it out on your guys' TikTok. Wait, why is he posting AI videos? You traded your daughter in to order the AIDS pill and pursue your streaming. Oh my God. Oh man.
Additionally, the alleged baby mama, known as Rose, did do an interview regarding the situation.
I don't have an issue with people like streaming stuff. Like that's
One second. Anybody else dropping anybody else's name in my fucking chat, you getting fucking banned, bro.
Wait, there's the baby mama? Chat, I want to do an interview with her.
That act on whoever you want.
Though many of Dale's critics seem to think that either the interviewer was a fan of Dale, or she didn't want to talk about him much, or both, and the consensus is that this interview was largely unhelpful. Something that Meth Bear also posted on Twitter is an alleged restraining order filed against a Dale Wilson with the goal of preventing domestic abuse. Dale has been known to get aggressive with his female partners on stream in the past, whether it is looking at them threateningly or shouting at them.
What? What? You're fucking inconsiderate ass fucking child? What? Nah, you're not gonna get off the phone without letting me say what the fuck I gotta say?
Bro, a dude named Big Daddy donated $2 to be like, mute the mic, dog. Dog, mute the mic, man. Mute your mic, dog. Big Daddy, mute your mic, please. High tier God, thank you for the sub.
And records of litigation against him due to fear of abuse date back to at least 2005. This also goes to show that despite Dale claiming that his persona was what caused him to rage constantly on stream, he clearly has issues with his temper in real life, and has had them for 2 decades and counting.
The clip in the context is somebody in my chat saying something, I just say some shit back. Yeah. So if I do it now, it's more so just for entertainment. Like man, people say shit in my chat 24/7, but I just don't really respond like that anymore. I like just for wow factor and nostalgia, I'll just pick something out and say something. That's basically it. But everything, I used to respond to every fucking thing. That's where the clips came from.
The fact that Dale has consistently maintained that his behavior is all an act, and even gone as far as to blatantly lie about not having personality issues that he clearly has, as well as lie about his age, lie about his financial position, and constantly antagonize anyone trying to get at the truth, are reflective on the trolls who in turn go to extreme lengths to leave no stone unturned. Low tier god trolls are extremely funny at times and certainly do not let anything get past them. Everything can become an insult, a reference to his failures, and definitely a pun based on his apparent depth.
The trolls named this shit Nightmare on Section 8. Them boys are relentless. Like, if I ever get a hate base even a quarter as big as LTG's, I'm leaving the internet for good.
Although sometimes he doesn't even really make it that hard for them to get ammunition.
Throughout some point in time of this live stream, I would like to attempt to get sturdy.
It's especially embarrassing when you sum up that Dale is basically 40 and he's getting sturdy while dressed up as Jeffrey Dahmer. Tell me this isn't Dale's most pitiful moment. Oh my gosh.
Anyway, I do think it is very important to keep Dale accountable and to not let anyone forget the things he's done. And if it takes keeping alive—
Bro, chat. Bro. Why you guys just spamming L Alex? We already talked about Alex in the last stream. Why y'all just spamming it?
Debt counter and making fun of the Nightmare on Section 8 to keep people interested in doing that?
You know what? Here, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it after this vid, chat, okay? We'll talk about it.
Then I'm all for it. But that's why I thought to make this video, because I noticed these posts and comments are getting like a lot of likes and evolving beyond a niche troll community. So I wanted to compile everything that's happened since my and a lot of other videos were made. A lot of mainstream YouTube viewers might be forgetting about Low Tier God, or thinking that everything he's done is limited to being mean to people on fighting games, but that clearly isn't the case. And there's certainly a lot of things he's done to avoid responsibility and accountability for his actions. Now, how does someone with his magnanimous intellect subvert and evade these criticisms? Obviously, the first and foremost way Dale combats his trolls and detractors is to, well, lose his shit.
If you black and positive in my stream today, and you're not upset at me for wearing a fucking Balenciaga tee that I've worn 1,000,000 times on stream, give yourself a fucking goddamn clap, nigga.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal for you to be in my chat. You're a bum. You don't live my life, so you wouldn't know what's a big deal. You're a worthless ass in my YouTube chat. You don't know how it feels to be in my shoes. You don't get money. You're a worthless ass. You're in my chat on a Friday night. You don't have an audience. Your life sucks. You were born for nothing. It wouldn't be a big deal to you, because wouldn't nobody want to use your shit. You're worthless.
Rage quitting and going on rants and tirades about how they're unemployed bums is the tried and true strategy he's come up with. There's also the clear steps he's taken historically to copyright strike and get creators who have criticized him taken down, including trying to ruin entire careers, as well as, of course, trying to take down videos or restreams from trolls.
If I can get a hold to a couple other people off that channel that he's uploading videos about, we can all submit flags and kill that dude's channel.
Like, there was something I filled out on TikTok for a trademark claim, right? From some fucking obsessed weirdo. So I did it for like all this videos, and I like forgot about it too. So I'm like, all right, I did it to this one page, and I just kind of like, I didn't hear anything, I left it alone. And then like 2 months later, they fucking granted all the trademark claims and removed all the videos.
A notable recent example was the banning of low-tier Balrog, which, as many astute trolls have pointed out, is reminiscent of a great novel called 1984, a date that certainly has no other significance to the situation. Anyway, low-tier Balrog, coined from the derogatory name Dale uses to refer to black people, despite some rather obvious contradictions, was a channel that posted low-tier god clips with very creative titles, such as, "Low-tier god says he can't deny his young fans a picture, yet he denies his young daughter a present father. Low-tier god talks about why he doesn't want to get married like he has a choice. Low-tier god pretends... Low-tier god talks about why he doesn't want to get married like he has a..."
Yo, hey man, damn, that, like he has a choice. Yo man, these are some, I'm not gonna lie. What, wait, hold on, chat, I'm gonna be real, man. Why do all the black creators that are degenerates get the Avengers of the hate community? You know what I mean? Like, think of low tier god, think of EDP. Like I could probably think of, why is it always black creators? You know, why doesn't this happen to James Charles? Why can't we have this level, S tier level of hate for James Charles? Why?
Choice. Low tier god pretends he's a humble rog and not a boastful baboon. And finally, the iconic low tier god brags about new home like a Twitch ban won't send him back to low income housing. Brutal. Dale would, of course, find these posts and acknowledge them on stream, as well as allegedly send this very funny DM on Twitter. "Your highest achievement in life analytically will be you posting a bogus image of negative video about me. Your envy will never allow you to reach real heights in life with your craft. Also, just notice you're black." Low tier Balrog would then claim that low tier god filed a copyright strike against him, causing him to private his videos. In large part, these titles and clips are responsible for the resurgence of low tier god hate, and of course,
Dale,
this
don't copyright strike this, Dale.
The practice of attempting to get haters or detractors banned is all too familiar to Dale. A third way of avoiding criticism and accountability is through some interesting moderating strategies on his streams. A particularly egregious example of this is when he apparently tells his mod to ban the word child, referring to it as the C word in order to avoid mentions of his daughter that he refuses to raise.
I don't have one of those. You're banned. Let's add the C word into auto mod.
Oh my god! Wow! The C word!
Hold on a sec. Tired of this.
He's also started to ban people for wishing him a happy Father's Day in his chat.
Hello LTG, happy dad's day.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up with that fake ass bullshit, bitch ass. Tell your dad that I ain't nobody's dad, bitch.
Happy Dad's Day!
Let me put that shit on auto mod too.
Bro! Yo! Chat, he has to be the first streamer to ever ban the word child and Happy Father's Day.
This is like in the MySpace days, right? I think I always had like a few years over this chick. So this was in MySpace days. Some young ass white girl adds me on MySpace. And she's like, hey, like blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, aren't you a little ass girl? I think I was maybe like 19 at the time, 18, 19. I think she was like 14 or some shit. She's writing me, blah, blah, blah. I was like, how old are you? She's like, I'm 14. I was like, nah, I can't talk to you. She's like, age ain't nothing but a number. I was just like, we could chop it up on MySpace, but we can't do anything. I was like, you're way too young, you know,
What?
Plus I just can't play with fire. So she would always comment on my pics on MySpace and everything like that, you know, asked to be in my top 8, blah, blah, blah. I was like, cool, we're just gonna keep it on that. I was on some other shit back then anyway. I had so many other chicks at that point in time. Boom. Yeah, I was on some Drake shit back then. So
what?
Basically, we kept in touch over the years. We
Just straight up admitted to it?
Did anything. Some years go by, boom, she's like 17 and a half. She's like, can we kick it still? I'm like, nah. So I said, when do you turn 18? She's like, in May. I said, cool, we'll just kick it in the summertime. Plus I was already...
Nigga, that's actually straight up, that's quite literally what grooming is. That is fucking grooming.
So she grew up.
She grew
She
up.
still looked like a basic Becky or whatever, so I entertained it because, we kept in touch for all these years over the internet anyway. So we finally kick it. She had a homegirl. She's like, yeah, me and my homegirl are looking for something to do tonight. This is when I had my first apartment. I was like, okay, cool. Anyways, so she said, me and my homegirl looking for something to do. Me and my homegirl were looking for something to do, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, I think, I got a homie, blah, blah, blah. So she brings her homegirl. We, they come over, we're kicking it, doing typical shit, playing NBA 2K, Tetris Splash, blah, blah, blah on the 360. And boom. So, end of the night's getting popping. She's like, so can we go in the room? I said, shoot. We go in there, we start fooling around, kissing this and that. Mind you, I never really was attracted to her, but I was just like, fuck it. I've been knowing her for so long, I might as well fuck now that you're legal.
What? Oh, what the fuck? No!
I go ahead. I'm on the edge of my bed like this. So, I'm on the edge of my bed, her legs are right here, we're kissing, blah, blah, blah. And I start undoing her pants. Thank you for the 10, I appreciate it. So, she's sitting right here on the edge of my bed. We're touching on each other, feeling boom, boom, boom. Go like this, start unbuckling her pants. I take off her pants, boom, take them off, toss them behind me, boom, take off her drawers, toss them off behind me, and I go down. I literally go down. Her legs are open like this. I go down. About to eat the correct? Go down. Was like, oh! I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. I was like, I got this ritual I like to do. And the reason why I said this ritual, because her pussy smelled so bad that there's no way in hell she knew how to clean her wrist correctly. If I would have lifted up the hood of her, I would have seen straight up macaroni and cheese, Monterey Jack, goat, everything. The pussy was foul as fuck. It was like this potent fish. It was just foul. So the way I played it off, I was like, oh shit. After I said oh shit twice, she's like, what's up? I was like, nah, I got this ritual I like to do. I was like, I got this fetish I like to do where I take a hot cloth and I like to dabble it on the pussy a little bit and kind of pamper it before I do anything. And she's like, all right. So I take a hot, wet rag, clean up the pussy, clean up the clit, go back, wash, rinse it again, clean up the pussy, clean up the clit. And then I smashed. And then I never again. All right, there's your story, baby.
I'm gonna send a voice message to Daryl. Yo, Daryl, man, like, I'm not gonna lie, dog. You know, after talking to those dudes, like, genuinely, I came to the conclusion that you're a fucking pedo! Allegedly. And she was only 17. And you talked to a 14-year-old and waited till she was 18? Then you smashed? Yo, Daryl, man. You don't need to see your daughter gang. GG's, game over. Someone needs to hit a finish him on your ass. Low-tier degenerate. I sent the chat. I am not blocked. You dumb AF. You watching satire BS from 2020 and just believe that shit? Like a troll. Yeah, I'm gonna get on stream and say that for real. You aren't as smart as I thought you were. You a whole lame. No wonder people don't answer your calls in the space. You a weirdo. And stop bringing up kids, bruh. I'ma block you. If I ever see you, it is straight on sight, by the way. Just know that. Bro, let's get something set up, man. Cash prize, $100,000 if you knock me out. The money will go directly to his debt.
If the court would have revoked her bond, a young man named Zachary Kenny might still be alive.
Were you the one who got her bonded out the first time?
Yeah.
Bro, Jayoma, you quite literally killed a man.
I didn't kill anybody. I represented diligently. I did well on my client's behalf.
If a school shooter went into a school, killed 30 people, should he be let out on bond?
If that was my client, I'd argue for him to be out on bond. Just because if you're charged with a crime does not mean you should be paying the price for something you're accused of doing.
What's good, Jay?
Hey, what's up, dude? What's going on?
What new case are you working on?
Dude, like I was out in Japan and I was like picking up a bunch of there's a couple murders, continuous sexual abuse of a child. Assault of a child, like aggravated sexual assault of a child. So. And
you're defending these pieces of shit? Oh.
I'm defending people who are charged with crazy crimes. So.
Okay. With the sexual abuse of a child, is it on video?
I can't say.
Yeah.
But there's some stuff out there, and you know I'm gonna do what I do on my cases. You know I love doing this, Jidion. You know that, right? Like
you love defending pedos.
I love defending people who have a charge, no matter what it is, including you, including anybody.
Okay. So you're putting my contempt of court in the same category of a dude hurting a literal child.
They were all accusations.
Is there any physical evidence tying them to this accusation?
Yeah, there's always evidence.
Physical?
Yeah, but there's ways around it. And the only way you'll find out is when you see me in court.
That's crazy. How many chomos have you defended?
I defended a lot of people who are charged with crimes. I don't know if you can call them chomos.
How many alleged chomos have you defended?
There's a lot of people. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's like a magnet. Like once they see what I can do on one guy's case, it's like the whole community knows and goes, "Hey."
The whole community, the whole chomo community.
Dude, don't you know? Like if you do well on like a person who shoots people, like a gangbanger, and they tell all their friends like how good you are, then they'll all come knocking. So it pretty much like it's like a word of mouth thing.
So you got chomos giving word of mouth to other chomos?
I'll have people who are accused of crimes, especially of that type of crime, and they let other people know how good I am. So then when they get the same crime, or when they get charged, they know who to call.
What do you mean? So they're running around with groups of people that are getting accused of the same crime.
I don't know. I just know that my business, the way it started is, first nobody knew me, right? Nobody knew who Jayoma was. And all it took for me is to take just a couple cases. And once I started doing my work on that, it's like when you make good results, it's like 10 to 20 more people come. And they say, I have the same problem. Help me out. I don't know. Just like you. I did your case. Did you tell somebody, dude, he's pretty good? Like, so you telling other people is the same thing other people do when I represent them. I represent diligently and I do my job well.
Oh my gosh, bro. Please stop defending chomos. They don't even pay good. I know you're not making no good money from no chomo, bro.
No, I defend. It drives me. It's not the money. It's the challenge. If it's something easy to win, it's like I'll take it, but it's not. It doesn't do good for me. It's when it's like on video or when there's like a lot of evidence. That's what makes me keep going, So it's like my challenge in life is like to win the unwinnable cases. So then people can look back and say, damn, there's no way. And there is. It's me.
I do think we're going to see you one day do a high profile case. I feel like that is definitely on the horizon. But bro, you gotta start practicing. You can't just say I'm gonna wing it in freaking trial. That's crazy.
No, dude. Like when I said that shit, like, look, every attorney is different. Every attorney, like some people just prepare, and I'm like, bro, it doesn't work like that. Witnesses are not gonna say the shit that you think they're gonna say. It's not gonna go the way you're gonna think it's gonna go. And so when you wing it, for me, when it comes to criminal cases, like I do so much better because it's like I'm right there. Like listening to it for the first time in a sense, right? I'll know about the case. Like, it's not like I just go in there blind. When it comes to like not properly, but like being rigid about the questions that you ask, it's like, I don't do that anymore. Like I go right off right here and I do better like that. You got to come to my trial, bro.
I'll come to a murder one. I'm not coming to no freaking Chomo one.
Dude, I realized like the shooting cases, murder cases, they're easier. They're a lot easier than like sexual assault of a child cases.
I wonder why.
You know, dude, like there's people who just willing to just convict your ass just because you have a charge. And that's like the craziest thing that I've seen, that they don't even know who you are. They don't even see the evidence. And just because you're charged with it, immediately they're just going to choose guilty, which would be an injustice because anybody could be in that position, like literally anybody, you know? So that's how I look out for my clients. And I do good for them.
I'm going to come to a murder one soon. I'll come. I will.
Oh, I'll let you know when the murder coming. Dude, some of them, I had this one girl. She made it to the news. She was on Fox 26. She was on the news, and she allegedly stabbed her boyfriend like with a knife in front of a bunch of people. Some of it was on camera. The dude died like right there, right on the scene.
That's who you're representing?
I'm representing him.
Wait, hold up. What's her name?
I can say it. It's on the public. Her name is Lisa Vanglar. It's on the news.
Oh, I see her.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. You're representing her. Let's watch this case, y'all.
Tuesday's murder of a young man
This is like a
could have been
continuous
prevented
client.
if action
So
was
like I
taken
realize
against-
if I get dismissals and I do well for my clients, like they'll just keep doing the same thing and they just keep calling me whenever they get in trouble. And I tell them, dude, you can do whatever you want in this world. Just make sure you call me if you ever get in trouble. And they follow that.
Accused killer. That 30-year-old woman violated her bond conditions several times while free from jail on injury to a child charge. Fox 26's Randy Wallace.
Oh my
gosh!
What did she do to the kid?
All right, so let me give you a background. I had her in Galveston, so I had a case with her. It was like a drug case, and I got that case dismissed like quick. And then she liked it, and then after that, like she picked up another charge, which is that injury to a child. The allegations are that she punched that child multiple times. She beat on him. She just passed out while after she beat on him. And then allegedly they had like a bunch of like markings on their body. She allegedly neglected them. So then I jumped on that case. So while I jumped on that case and I'm attacking it with the prosecutors, she was ordered to do a drug test and she tested positive and she just didn't show up to court. And then all of a sudden, like within 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, she allegedly murdered her boyfriend with a knife. And so like when that happened, I was like, I'll jump on that case. So immediately, like within a couple of days, I was on it. And now I'm fighting those two cases.
So you're fighting her beating on her child.
Allegedly. And the murder, allegedly.
Hey, do you sleep well at night?
Oh, I sleep really well. I sleep very, very well. Because I know that these are just allegations. Anybody.
How old is the child?
Allegedly, those children are like.
What do you mean allegedly? Like, what do you mean allegedly? Like, it's not no allegedly. How old are they? It's like, how old are they?
Anytime there's a charge, there's always going to be allegedly. Age, whatever happened, location, is always an allegedly. All right? Allegedly, these kids were less than 10.
Oh my gosh, bro! Oh my gosh! What do you mean less than 10? How young is less than 10?
8 or 9.
Is she still in jail?
Yeah, she's still in jail.
Good.
But I'm going to argue for her to get out.
No! No!
Why?
Why do we need her on the streets?
Because she's my client, and I want her to be free. I want her to be out and enjoying her freedom while I fight her case. There's no sense for an individual to be in jail based on an accusation. I can argue that she's not a threat to society. It's just an accusation of what happened. And I look forward to fighting this case in court.
Yeah, Carolina.
I'm telling you, if you look at my name, I have a lot of cases. They're all interesting
made it
stuff.
clear to the 495th
You're going to spend a day in my
that
office.
She wasn't going to abide by her bond conditions and get drug tested. If the court would have revoked her bond, a young man named Zachary Kenny might still be alive.
So, were you the one who got her bonded out the first time?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, no, that's not funny. He could still be alive.
Prosecutors were so, I know, the prosecutors were like so mad that they were just like, dang, somebody would have been alive, or somebody would have been stabbed if they won the hearing to keep her in jail. But I was able to win that case, and she was out. So while she was enjoying her freedom, allegedly she stabbed the guy, and now it's my job to try to get her out again so she can be free.
You killed a man.
I didn't kill a man. I represented diligently. I did well on my client's behalf.
Jayoma, you quite literally killed a man.
I didn't kill anybody. I did well for my client. I help people.
Jayoma, if your client was still in jail, would that man still be alive?
I don't know what could have happened to him. I don't know. He might be a gangbanger. I don't know. He could have got shot by somebody else. Other things could have happened. I mean, we'll see what happens in trial.
So this is my question. Is it self-defense? What your client, are you going to go the self-defense route, or are you going to go the someone else killed my client route?
It's possible. I mean, it just depends on what I see. I got to see the evidence first. And then
let's say someone killed me and they came to you and asked you to defend them. Would you defend them?
Well, allegedly they killed you. So what I'll do is I'll hold the cops accountable to make sure they do a thorough investigation, so then they can make sure that the person that they're charging, which would be my client, is the actual killer. But if it's not, based on my opinion of reading the evidence, then I'm going to argue that it's not. And I wouldn't want my client to go to prison for allegedly killing you when the real killer's out there. Does that make sense?
Let's say you look at the evidence and the evidence is sound, and let's say it's on video, they killed me. It's on video. Would you represent them if they came to you?
I'll represent them, because just because it's a video doesn't mean like case is open and shut. There's other investigations that should have been done. I'm actually helping society doing this. You know that, right? As a criminal defense attorney, I help people. I make sure that the cops do a proper investigation and they don't just charge anybody and everybody for a murder or anything like that. So then innocent people like me and you don't go to jail for something that never happened.
September of last
I prevented you from going to jail.
Bro, this bitch looks deranged.
Huh?
Bro, there's no way she got money, bro. There is no way she got money to be paying you good.
It's I do it to help people.
Bro, she looks like Harley Quinn on crack.
That's exactly what I thought, but looks to me deceiving. She's actually a very nice woman. She's she works hard, and she cares about her family. These accusations that they have against her are completely outrageous. So my job is
she cares about her family so much that she caught a murder charge and a beating on her child charge. That's how much she loves her family.
No, I just think that when you have a criminal case against you, that the cops will make you a target. And so that's just something that's unfortunate. If you have a criminal record, if you've been arrested before and you ain't cleaned that record, from that point forward, it's kind of like you'll always be viewed as a bad guy. And so my job is to try to prevent that from happening even at the beginning. Try to get the case dismissed. And then if I get the case dismissed, take it off the record. So it's like this never happened. So if I'm successful in dismissing the murder case and the injury to a child case, we could take that off her record. And it's like that never happened.
Vinglar punched her 10-year-old daughter in the face with a closed fist.
Drags her and pins her up against a wall, starts choking her where she couldn't breathe. So this was a pretty serious injury to a child case.
That's the case you're working.
That is the case I'm working.
That's the case you got her out for.
Those are crazy allegations. Yes, and I got her out on bond on that one.
What did you tell the judge to get? What is the name of this judge? I gotta find the name of this judge, because whoever that judge, what was her bond at before this?
I forgot, but all I know is that I got her out. I was able to show that she's not a threat to society. She's a good person. These are accusations.
Is she still with her kids? Was she still with her kids when she got out?
I have no idea. I'm not around my clients 24 hours. All I know is when I go to court, I do my work. I attack. Once I do my job and good things happen, they come to the next court date.
It's one thing, like we always joke and be like, you're letting villains back out on the streets. But like, we're actually seeing the villain that you let back out on the street, and now she killed somebody.
Allegedly killed somebody.
No, she killed him. It's on video.
No, it's not. It's allegedly. It's allegedly. I want to see everything else.
Was released from jail on a $50,000 bond. And
oh no, whoever that judge was, you're all $50,000 bond for punching your dog. You know what? Actually, I'm more mad at the judge. I'm gonna be real. Wait, does she have to pay a bond or no?
Yeah. You whatever the bond is, usually is like you get paid 10% to get out. So if the bond is like $50,000, 10% of that's $5,000. So if you pay $5,000, you can be out on bond.
Serious injured or child case.
Vanguard is released from jail on a $50,000 bond and is ordered to undergo drug testing, something court records show she repeatedly failed to do.
They actually revoked her bond
in late
December for failure to do a drug test. And
a few days later, it's reinstated.
Yeah, and as we see this all the time, your bond gets revoked, then it gets reinstated, and she's back.
That was me. I did that. I got her free, and she was very happy.
Can you not like read the room?
Wouldn't you be happy if I got you out on bond and the prosecutors were trying to keep you in jail the whole time, keep you away from your family, keep you away from making content?
Do you think her daughter's happy?
Eating? Her daughter?
Yeah.
I don't know about her daughter. I don't know if she's happy or not. I mean, I would believe that she would be happy that her mom's out, so then she can provide for her financially.
Her mom you think she would be happy that her mom that beat on her is back out on the streets?
Allegedly beat on her. Allegedly. Please use that every time there's a charge. Allegedly. Just because you get charged with it doesn't mean you did it.
This is crazy. It's like you let her. She murdered somebody because of you.
I help people.
Was also out on bond in Warden County for evading arrest.
There's no documentation indicating that Harris County was aware.
I'm representing on that case too.
What case?
I'm representing on that case too in Warden County.
What is she being charged with?
Evading arrest, like running away from the cops, allegedly.
Bro, like, what is her net worth, bro? What is her net worth to where you're gonna just have her on retainer like this?
I don't know. All I know is that if I do good on one case, they're gonna keep coming back for their future charges, and they'll bring 10 more friends.
Oh my gosh.
Wharton County. Otherwise, that would have been another bond violation for being charged with a new offense.
On March 30th, Venglar is ordered to return to the 495th court.
The court tells her, go get a drug test and immediately return after you do that.
Venglar didn't return to court, becoming a wanted fugitive instead. 2 weeks later, police say she fatally stabbed Zachary Kinney at this apartment complex near Reliant Stadium.
Ms. Venglar, the allegations are simply that you stabbed this complainant, somebody you're familiar with, according to them. You had suffered from some assaults from him in the past, but there was nothing indicating that he was assaulting you at the time that you allegedly stabbed him in his arm. He later died from his injuries.
There were multiple opportunities.
So she stabbed him in the arm.
Allegedly.
What does the video show? Like, not saying it's your client in the video, but what does this video show?
There's allegations that it's on video. Right now, I'm wearing the full video from the prosecutor's office, so I can do my work.
So you haven't seen the video yet?
Not the full video.
Have you seen the video of like the stab happening?
No, I'm waiting on that.
Venglar is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow. She's currently being held with no bond set. Reporting live from the courthouse.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. No bond set. I was like, what?
So you argue for the judge to let her out?
Yeah, of course. I always argue for my clients to get out.
And what did the judge say?
The judge said, it was kind of funny because the prosecutors were supposed to go on some type of hearing where they have to call witnesses about the alleged murder case, and the prosecutor didn't do that. As soon as like my name's on the case, the prosecutor didn't do that. I don't know why they didn't do that, but they didn't. And they brought in like court staff to testify, her not showing up to court, and that was their method to try to keep her in jail. But you know, I can try to argue for her to get out at the next setting.
So do you think it'll be a travesty if she doesn't get out of jail soon?
I think it'll be because, like, for my cases, like I want my clients out of jail, and they want to be out of jail as well. So then they can have complete, access to me, complete access to their family, complete access to their money, complete access to provide as a regular person in society. Just because you're charged with a crime doesn't mean the bond should be so crazy high or to even have no bond. You're paying the price. You're paying jail time for something that you're just accused of doing and you haven't been found guilty yet. So that is where I have a problem because, I need to argue for my client to be out because at this point in time, she is innocent. You know that, right? She hasn't been found guilty. So people are to be innocent until proven guilty. And because she is innocent, she should be out on bond, regardless of how crazy the allegations are.
So if a school shooter went into a school, killed 30 people, but he's not convicted yet, but there's video cameras of him doing it, should he be let out on bond?
If that was my client, I'd argue for him to be out on bond. Just because if you're charged with a crime does not mean you should be paying the price for something you're accused of doing. You should only be punished if you are found guilty. And if they haven't been found guilty yet, you got to treat them as an innocent person. Jidion, let me ask you this. If you were my client and you were charged with some crazy charge, would you want to be out of jail? Or would you rather be in jail?
Bro, it doesn't matter. Like, if I was charged, whether I did it or not, anybody would want to be out of jail.
Right. Because jail sucks. People steal from you there. People will touch you and assault you there. People will make their way with you in there. They'll bully you for your food. It's hell. And that's not a place for somebody to go who hasn't been found guilty yet. It's, you know what I mean?
So do you think jail shouldn't even be a thing unless you're found guilty?
I think that there's different measures that can be taken to allow a person to be out of jail to ensure the safety of the community.
Wait, hasn't
right?
she ran away from court and not shown up to court dates multiple times?
Yeah.
So you want us to let this woman out when she has a track record of not showing back up to court?
There's always some good reason for that. Sometimes people just miss court because they plumb forgot. Sometimes people miss court because their alarm was not set. Transportation issues. Like people can have transportation issues. In my experience, a lot of my clients who hire me, who had another attorney, have told me their attorney gives them the wrong date or just doesn't keep up with them. I keep up with my clients. I tell them, hey, you got a court date, you better show up. I text them the day before, show up to court. And
wait, why didn't she? You were her client, right? She's been your client. Did you text her before? Why didn't she show up?
No, there was other people. No, I'm talking about other people who have hired me.
I'm talking about her specifically. Why didn't she show up when you texted her?
Sometimes people don't show up because they have transportation issues. You know that, right? Places like Texas, it's you need a car to get around. It's not like New York where you can just get on a subway and go to court. But if you need a car and you don't have a car, life is very difficult for you, especially if you don't have much money.
Jayoma, bro, how much do I have to pay you to just drop this woman's case, bro?
Hey, I have a duty to my clients, and when I sign onto a case, my job is to attack.
Jayoma, I'll give you $100,000 if you drop all your Chomo cases in this woman.
I can't do that, man. My clients need me. And they're not chomos. They're people who are accused of crimes. Stop doing that. Because you could be charged with a crime. You could be charged with, those type of charges. Should I call you a chomo? No. I believe in being innocent until proven guilty. So until then, the world can call you a chomo, but I will never call you a chomo. I will call you my client. And you will see what happens.
Is she your friend?
I would say my clients are my friends.
Wait, hold on. So this is your friend.
Man, look at that photo. Doesn't it look like she got beat up? She looks like she got beat up with
Fuck, I hate you!
Doesn't it look like she has a busted lip?
I hate you!
Her hair is pulled. She looks really, really bad. That looks like a victim of domestic violence right there. Doesn't she?
Well, you know what? I would expect some punches on her face when, she's literally stabbing somebody. Definitely he would punch her if he stabbed her.
What I want to know is how are you so sure that she stabbed first? What I want to know is how are you so sure that the other person didn't have a weapon?
Did he have a weapon?
About to find out. There's so many things that we don't know yet.
What is the likelihood that you're gonna get her off?
I believe in myself. I'm gonna do
Are you guys like taking this to trial?
I don't know yet because there's different ways to attack it before trial. I try to make cases get dismissed before trial because trial is where you're risking life. You know what I mean? Like that's where there's no more negotiation. There's no more talking. It's all we're going to go for not guilty, and they're going to go for a maximal the conviction.
So she's facing life in prison.
It's possible.
Wait, what kind of murder is she charged with? Is it first degree murder?
No, there's no first degree. It's either just murder or capital murder in Texas. So capital murder is like, capital murder bumps it up to where like without parole is so regular murder you're looking at 99 years in prison. Regular murder, okay. Capital murder, you could be looking at the death penalty or minimum 25 years to life without parole, which that would suck. So yeah, the death penalty is one of those things that a lot of people fear because if you're found guilty, the jury can give you the death penalty.
So she's not facing the death penalty.
No, it's just regular murder. Capital murder is like killing a kid, killing somebody in the process of committing another felony. Like if you're robbing somebody and you killed somebody while you're robbing somebody, allegedly, then you could be looking at capital murder.
Is that your favorite word? Like, how many times a day do you think you say the word allegedly?
I say it in my mind a lot, but when I talk to my clients, I don't really say it. It's more like we know it's alleged. Doesn't mean it happened. Just because you're accused of it doesn't mean it happened.
So was somebody else in that apartment with her when she stabbed him, or did someone just break in, stab him, then run off?
It depends what I can argue. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Wow.
Wow. I do what I do, dude. You know that.
Wow. When's the next court date for this monster? Allegedly.
You mean my client? I don't know. I know it's probably like in about a month or 2 months.
I'm gonna go to court and tell her next time you see her. Tell her I said that she's a very rough 30.
Man, I just hope that her black eye is healed.
Okay, I'm hanging up. No, because Jayoma let her out of jail. Her being let out of jail led to someone dying allegedly. Y'all saying it gotta be the money, chat, bro. Do y'all think this has money? This is the apartment complex she was living at. Do y'all think this has money? He's just doing this for the love of the game. You platform these kinds of people. I love when people say you platform these kinds of people. Like, chat, man. Does the BBC ever get shit? Would the BBC get shit if they did an interview with Putin? Would the BBC get, or would NBC get, or Dateline get shit if they did an interview with freaking Netanyahu or Kim Jong-un? Or any of these people? Would anybody be mad? This is reality. This is the real world. I denounce it. I'm not out here being like, oh man, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm not out here doing that. I'm calling it out for what it is, but it's also reality. You guys are mad at me, but if I didn't put this to your guys' attention, you guys would have never known about this. And to be fair, I do see both sides, right? I do see both sides. Like, chat, man, genuinely, and I pray that none of this happens to anybody in here or myself. But if we were ever accused of child molestation, if we were ever accused of murder, any of those crimes, wouldn't you guys call Jayoma or somebody like him? Put a WL in the chat. Get a real lawyer, not a clout chaser. You're saying clout chaser, but this shit's not clout. Like, he's really representing her. He's not like, oh, she needs a lawyer. He's actually doing this. Like, the thing about Jayoma, I think that is a lot, like, he says what a lot of defense lawyers won't say. He says the quiet part out loud. He's actually honest. And, I mean, as much as we can hate on Jayoma, how much of a shit job do you have to be doing as a prosecutor to fail to keep her? She literally has a history of bailing out, and you can't argue better for the fact that she needs to stay in. And how shit are these prosecutors and how shit are these judges? That's how I look at it. So with all of this evidence stacking against David, there's no way you're gonna try to get the best plea deal for him.
That we're fighting this, and that's how I always attack my cases, and that's why I get the results that I get.
The prosecutors are alleging that their sexual relationship started when she was 13.
Those are just allegations. This girl came after him to attack him. So from what I'm seeing, it looks like he is a victim of success.
What about the explicit photos?
So I want to see how explicit are those photos. Are they really, you know, my client?
How is her body found in his car?
You can give somebody else access to the car.
What about him ordering the Uber to his house, her being there?
Is that illegal to order an Uber?
I
don't see that. I don't see that in the criminal code anywhere. No matter where I'm at with my clients' cases, even if you're found guilty, there's still ways out of it.
So y'all, I'm gonna show you guys how good a defense lawyer Jayoma is before we interview him.
Jayoma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
I mean, you gave me probation on my criminal case.
All right. And what were you charged with?
Aggravated assault with deadly weapon.
And how much prison time are you looking at?
20 years.
Okay. And did this case go to trial?
Yes, it did.
And during that trial, did the prosecutor show a video of you shooting somebody 3 times?
Yep, it did. Shot him 2 times in the stomach, 1 in the arm.
The prosecutor had a video of this man shooting somebody 3 times. Not eyewitness testimony. They had a video of him doing this. Now listen to the rest.
And were you found guilty on this case?
Yes.
All right. And now during the punishment phase of your case, did I remain fighting for you?
Yes, you did.
All right. And while I was fighting for you, how much time was the prosecutor asking this jury to give you?
20.
All right.
20 years.
20 years in prison, right?
Yep.
And after my arguments, what was the result of me convincing that jury to give you as a punishment?
Probation.
All right. And are you happy with the results?
Yeah.
All right. And just to put it together, you got probation for shooting somebody 3 times on camera, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is there anything else you want to add?
I mean,
the prosecutors wanted to give him 20 years. Jayoma convinced the jury to only give him probation. Going from 20 years to probation on camera. Y'all know how crazy that is? And the crazy thing about it was not self-defense. Nope, it was not. They had an argument, but it was not self-defense. I asked, it was not. It was not. Because if it was self-defense, he would have been found guilty. I know everybody in the chat saying that's weird. Like, y'all, I had your guys' same opinion. I was like, bro, defense lawyers are the biggest scumbags on the earth and stuff. But when I had 6 months over my head, I realized, like, you hate lawyers until you need one. I pray that none of y'all are in a situation to where you ever need a defense lawyer. But if you do find yourself in a position where you need a defense lawyer, you're gonna try to get the best one you can ever get to fight for you. And just so you guys don't think I'm lying.
Who's your favorite lawyer?
Jayoma.
And why am I a favorite lawyer?
You got my case on the path to getting dismissed.
All right, and what were you charged with?
I was charged with allegedly videotaping a grand jury proceeding and posting it on my YouTube channel, and the video getting 4 million views, allegedly.
And it was contempt, right?
And I got contempt of court.
Yeah. And so how much jail time are you looking at?
I was looking at up to 6 months.
Okay. And are you happy with the results?
Very.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Get Jayoma.
All right.
And like, that's my paperwork. I don't have to say allegedly anymore. I did record it. I don't have to say allegedly. I got criminal defense lawyer Jayoma. Jayoma, welcome to the show.
What's up? What's up, y'all? What's going on?
How long have you been a criminal defense lawyer?
Probably about 8 years, 7 years right now.
And have you been following the David case?
A little bit. I actually saw a little bit of it last night. There's more evidence that I believe that they're finding on his phone. It's one of those investigations that keep going, and you let it happen. Right? And then that's when I step in and start doing my work.
He has the criminal defense lawyer, Blair, but she represented Harvey Weinstein during his case and everything. My question is, with the evidence that the prosecutors have against him, where they have sexual messages and sexual photos exchanged between the two, which would obviously be CSAM. They also have against him being the last person to be in contact because she was Ubered from her home over to him, and then after that, she was not seen alive. They also see in his transactions where he bought 2 chainsaws, an incinerator, bought shovels, and he also bought a blue inflatable pool where the fragment from the inflatable pool that he purchased also matches on her body. They also have other CSAM. They said they found a significant amount of CSAM on his phone. All of these things stacking up against David. How do you possibly think that the defense is going to plead his innocence of not murdering her? Do you think they're going to concede and say, hey, he did have a sexual relationship with her? What do you think they're going to concede on, or do you think they're going to try to fight everything full force?
I'll fight everything. I'm going to be one of those attorneys where I don't care what allegations that they have against my client. I'm always going to fight it, no matter how bad shit gets, you know?
So you wouldn't even concede with because they have him on child abuse, like having a sexual relationship with a minor. So you wouldn't even concede that point if you were his lawyer.
Oh, F no. I would not concede to that. I'm fighting everything.
Okay, how would you get him off of that?
Well, number one, have him plead not guilty on this case. Demand any and all evidence that the prosecutors might have against them. The cops did their investigation. All it takes is for me to find out, how did the cops get to that? What is the process that they got to it? And if they got to it illegally, that's when I can start doing my work and I can start attacking everything that the cops got on them. It's just one of those things where you just got to keep fighting no matter where it's at.
So you would try to discredit and get some of this evidence thrown out. What is the first bit of evidence out of all the things I said that the prosecutor has on him? Because it doesn't look like they're waiving his right to a speedy trial. It sounded like his lawyer's like, let's take it to trial. What is the first bit of evidence that you were wanting to attack?
Any relationship that he had that it's not sexual. Allegedly, they're saying that it's sexual, right? I'm gonna attack that, and then I'm gonna attack the motive that the prosecutors are trying to allege that he had.
So let me let you know about the motive. So the motive is they said that they have the text messages between where it seems that Celeste was jealous of David being in relationships with other women. And they said that Celeste texted him that she was going to destroy his career. And coincidentally, when she texted him that, it was about 2 or 3 days before his album was supposed to be released. To where they're saying that the motive was for financial gain to keep his career intact.
I mean, that sounds like a motive, but that's just the state's motive or the prosecutor's motive. Whatever motive they have, I'm gonna attack that, because what I'm gonna be looking at is the girl probably has motive to make shit up. The girl probably has motive to utilize her position in his life to capitalize on somebody who's up and coming. We see that in Shannon Sharp, who was a victim. What was that girl that took a lot of money from him? You know, when people become a public figure, just like you and I, athletes, singers, even actors, that it opens up an opportunity for them to like have a gun to their head to say, get me this Rolls Royce, get me this Rolex. If you don't get it to me, there's gonna be consequences. And you know what those consequences are gonna be. And so anybody can be put in that position, even you. And it's unfortunate that I believe David has to go through this at this point in his career, because he's up and coming. I do like some of his songs, but it's an opportunity. And when people do have an opportunity, they often get taken advantage of. So my job as a criminal defense attorney is to point that out, right? That, you know, my client's the victim.
So you think his defense is going to try to paint the picture of David being the victim of the situation, with him having the fame and status? You think that's the route, or that's the route you would take if he was your client?
I have to speak to him. So whenever I do my consultations with my clients, my strategies change based on that, and it's based on reality as well. So right now, me and you, we don't know, because we haven't spoken to David. If I spoke to David, you know, and he contacted me, then maybe it'll be a different story, right? From what I'm seeing, it looks like he is a victim of success. People came after him, and possibly, quite possibly, this girl came after him to attack him. So I don't know what's going on with what happens in real life. All I can see is the allegations, just like how you can see the allegations, and they sound bad. And a lot of my clients' cases, the allegations are very, very bad. And you know the type of cases I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just showed my chat that you got a dude who shot somebody 3 times on camera. They caught him on camera, and you didn't even use self-defense, did you?
You have to have been there. I post my trials like on my feed, on my story.
You got someone that shot somebody 3 times off with just probation when the state was trying to give him 20 years.
And I didn't add in my video that he's gonna get out on probation in 5 years. 5 years for shooting somebody on camera. And he even looked at the camera like the camera's right here. He went ahead and went and looked right at the camera.
After he shot the dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got that shit to be probation. He'll be out. He'll be done with probation in 5 years when he contacts me. No matter where I'm at with my clients' cases, even if you're found guilty, there's still ways out of it. And so I'm always gonna fight no matter how bad shit gets. And right now, in regards to David, shit's looking bad. Okay, and it's always gonna look bad in the beginning, but I'm always gonna be able to try to fight and show like the truth, which is he's a victim here.
Okay, you're gonna try to paint it as him being a victim. Let's go with that. How are you going to convince a jury that a man who is sending explicit photos of himself and receiving explicit photos, because Celeste isn't the only minor. He was also talking to other minors who have started to come forward. So how are you going to spin this as him being the victim of all these minors coming to him and him not wanting any part of this?
Well, I'm not gonna spin anything. What I'm gonna do is show the truth, okay? And that truth is that no matter what age anybody is susceptible, or anybody can be an aggressor, right? You can be 9 years old, and if you find out there's a lick out there that you can take advantage of and you can get free stuff out of him and you can threaten him, then you do it. And it's a normal thing that humans do. Whenever they see an opportunity, they can see it. And there is an opportunity when it comes to David. Shit, I don't even know David personally, and I can see David, you know, as a walking lick right now. He has YouTube videos, he has music, he obviously has money. Anybody in that position would say, you know what? Let's do something to this guy. Let's make some shit up so we can get what we want.
What about him ordering the Uber to his house, her being there, all of that? What's the play there?
Is that illegal to order an Uber for somebody?
I
don't see that. It's illegal to like order an Uber for a child? I don't see that in the criminal code anywhere. I don't see that. I've never seen that was illegal for anybody to do that. Like, so I don't see how that can be criminal in itself. I order Ubers for my cousins to go get picked up, you know, to be dropped off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I have family members. Like, just because he did that does not necessarily mean.
Okay, so she threatened him. He orders the Uber, and now after that Uber, she's never seen again, and she's found in his Tesla. So what is the play? So what happened?
Hey, what state was this in?
California.
In LA?
Yeah.
You know, LA is a dangerous place. It is dangerous. It is. Look, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles is a dangerous place. There's gangs everywhere. There's people to extort you everywhere. Her body or whatever has happened to her could have been done by somebody else other than David himself. It's just that because of the relationship, the friendship that they have, everybody's honing in on it. It's unfortunate for David. Anything could have happened to her. There are random people who get, pulled up on any day in LA, even if you're a girl.
So what about the blue? So the prosecutors are saying that so there wasn't going to be a mess. David put her body in a blue inflatable pool to keep all the blood in there. And the fragments from the blue inflatable pool that David bought match the fragments found on her body.
That could be anybody. Because think about it, not only is David a potential victim for any of the young girls, but he could be a potential victim for anybody ancillary to that, right? So say, for example, he disrespected an up-and-coming rapper. They're going to want to put this murder on him, right? So let the prosecutors attack him instead of them attacking him personally. Because if you think about it, that is actually a good strategy. If I want to get after David because he disrespected me, because he didn't buy me my soda, or he didn't get me a cheeseburger that I asked for, or he just looked at me wrong, or he said my song sucks because I sang for him, I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to get this dude. I'm going to put his DNA, I'm going to set some shit up, I'm going to get that dead body, and I'll plan on him. So then therefore, they can put all the state's power, all the prosecutor's power into trying to put him away. It's like you're getting somebody else to do your dirty work for you. And that's a good possibility that could have happened to David. So that's what I think that could be a possibility for David as well. You know what I mean? Like, no,
I don't know what you mean. No, like so he orders the Uber, and then she
allegedly
it's from his account.
Allegedly, it's from his account. I can get your account. Give me your phone. I can do something to it. You know what I mean? Just because it's on your phone doesn't mean you're the one who did it.
Okay, the Uber is sent. It picks her up. It takes her over there, and then also. So how did they get access to his car? How is her body found in his car. And then they also have video evidence of him being the last person to leave the car before it was impounded. I like, so he didn't smell her in there?
You can give somebody else access to the car. Just because it's your car doesn't mean like you're the only one who has sole access to it. Anybody can, and any other criminal can have access to your car as well. There's people that you know who you get permission to use your car, and there's people that you don't know who gain access to cars. There are very, very skilled people who can break into cars. If one was so inclined to do so, they could set David up for this. It just depends on how far somebody's willing to go. The investigation seemed a little bit too incomplete because of just the fame.
He wasn't indicted, like, so I will say, he wasn't indicted the normal way he usually would be, where, you know, grand jury and stuff. It had to be where the police, it looked like the police station did go rogue, and they arrested him and forced the district attorney's hands to press charges, because they were either like, either you get this bad press of letting him go after the weekend's over, or you go on and press charges. What do you think about that situation?
Well, sometimes when it comes to like famous people, all the eyes are on the district attorney's office or on the, you know, on the United States Attorney's Office, the Department of Justice, because they're trying to see what they're going to do. So it's like every time there's a crime, especially when it's heightened, it's like all eyes on that office, right? How fast are you going to work? How immediate are you going to work on this case? And sometimes it forces them to jump the gun. When I say them, I mean investigators, detectives, to say, well, this is him. It has to be him. And they literally exclude any and all investigations outside of David. And so because of that, it can be an incomplete investigation. That includes David being a victim himself from this girl, right? David being a victim of somebody targeting him. Those are possibilities out there. And that is a very reasonable possibility. But it's just, I feel like sometimes investigations move too fast. And when they move too fast, people can go to prison for a long time for something they did not do just because of the fame. David is no different than you, no different than the people in your chat, no different than any actors, Lil Pump, Adin, Ross, Neon, okay? They're no different. They could be victims of the criminal justice system. And my job is to try to show their innocence. And what I'm telling you right now in regards to David is that it's quite possible that somebody else, there's another story than what these prosecutors are trying to paint him as.
With all this evidence, I know that for a fact that they're going to fight the murder charge tooth and nail, because that's the one where he's going to probably be facing the death penalty. They're talking about bringing it back just specifically for him. So you wouldn't even concede on any, because I mean, to anybody, I don't see how you can convince a jury that they weren't in a sexual relationship. I mean, she quite literally had his name tattooed on her finger. And coincidentally, that finger is the one that got amputated.
Right, but anybody could have that. There are people who have Lil Wayne tatted on their body who have never seen Lil Wayne. Like right now, I know you. I can get your name, Jidion, tatted on my finger right now. Doesn't mean that me and you are having a sexual relationship. Doesn't mean me and you have kissed each other. Doesn't mean me and you have some type of relationship outside of friendship. It could be anything. Or it could just be a fan. I'm a fan of you, Jidion.
So, what about the explicit photos to go along with all that are sent
I
between
want
the
to see
two?
those explicit photos. I want to see, like, as being an attorney, I'll be able to see all that. So I want to see how explicit are those photos. Are they really, you know, my client? Are they really going towards and relevant to the charges that David has? So that's my job. I look at every piece of evidence that the government has, and I look at them like literally like splitting hairs. And I say, where did this come from? How did this arrive? How did you guys get this evidence? Can y'all even use it in court?
They said that they have 40 terabytes of evidence against him, and they said they found a significant amount of CSAM, and the prosecutors were voicing that very loudly. And, you know, even his brother posted a couple days later, like, all pedophiles and rapists should die. You know what I mean? Like, turning public opinion against him. Would you attack? Because one thing I was telling my chat that I could see is that the defense would maybe attack Celeste's family. Because it looks like her family knew where she was, because there's videos and photos out there of Celeste with her cousins at different concerts related to David. The prosecutors are alleging that their connection first began when she was 11 years old, and he was, I think he was a minor still, but the sexual relationship started when she was 13 and he was 18.
Okay. Those are just allegations. That's how I see it.
So would you go at it where like her parents were letting her see him, or would you just leave the parents out of it, you personally?
It depends on how the prosecutors build it. When I do my cases, like I prepare, but not really like prepare. Because the way I go to trial is like a boxing match. You can prepare as much as you want. You know, if somebody throws a right hook, you counter it this way, but you can never prepare for what happens in that jury trial. So I keep my shit fluid. Like the way I react, it's more like playing defense, and I react to how the prosecutors, bring evidence. So even in my other trials, I don't really know who the witnesses are. And I just wait for them to show up, and I hear what they say. Then I start attacking from there. If they're going to bring their family in regards to David, I'll prepare for that, and I'll act on it as soon as they bring it. So whatever story that the prosecutors are going to try to paint David as, and to link him to each element of that crime, I'm going to show otherwise, regardless of who they bring.
Would you waive David's right to, would you advise him to waive his right to a speedy trial, or would you say, F all that, let's hurry this up, let's take it to trial? What would you do?
It
what
depends.
Would you advise?
Okay, so it depends. So yeah, I advise it, and it's ultimately up to my client. So whenever there's something that happens in court, everything is run through my client. So it's their case, but I'm, assisting them, right? That's my job. And so I will tell them all the good things and bad things if they speed it up. In regards to this case, there's good and bad to speeding shit up. Okay, so if you speed shit up, you'll be done with it ASAP. You don't have to worry about being in jail, because you don't know how people are treated in jail, right? Things can happen to you. You can get your stuff taken away from you. You can get your food taken away from you. You're away from your family. You're losing money. There are people threatening you, and in a real sexual way, right? And it's not a good way, right? Especially these type of charges. He's a target in there. So sometimes people want to speed the trial up and say, let's just get this over with, so then we don't have to deal with it. It could be advantageous as a criminal defense attorney, because it's kind of like you want the prosecutors to move forward with an incomplete investigation. And that incomplete investigation shows that the cops didn't do the right job, and you got the wrong guy. So sometimes it can work out that way. But if you take your time, then maybe you can wait and get more evidence to show that it wasn't David, right? So it just really, really depends. There's so many different factors when it comes to, strategies of what you're going to do in representing, your client. But when it comes to me, everything is very fluid. So it just really, really depends on what I see.
What is interesting you so much about this David case that you've seen so far? What has pricked your mind where you're like, okay, this could actually be in his favor? Or what is something that you've seen where, okay, what about this case is something that you've seen that could be in his favor? And what is something that you've seen that you think will be a very hard mountain to climb going through with this case?
In his favor is probably hiring me, because I like challenges. So, that's the reason why I like taking cases, because if you can get the most unbeatable cases and you beat that shit, it makes you feel really, really good inside. Like for me, selfishly, it does. I get this type of high that fentanyl can't match, drugs can't match, women can't match, money can't match. It's a high. And only those who win in jury trials know what high this is. Okay? The advantages that he could have is hiring me. The disadvantages is not hiring me, because yeah, it's just one of those things where I really want to attack this case. I see that he's a victim of this girl or society. He's a victim of the public, and I need to do whatever I can to show that he's not this monster that the prosecutors are painting him as. I was listening to the song 3 times this morning. Like, it's a great song.
Bro, he's talking about like murdering people in his song.
It's art, just like 50 Cent, Jay-Z. It's all art. And I'm a fan of his art. But he's a...
Okay, besides you, what is an advantage and disadvantage that is in this case that you see? Besides you.
The advantage is that it looks like this was done in California, which is a crime... Or not California, but LA, right? It's a high crime area. And there's other reasons that caused the death of this girl, other than him. That's why I see an advantage of. And she's motivated, to go after him. The other thing, the disadvantages that I see in this case is that he never called me. If he would have called me, or his family would have reached out to me, I'll take that case. David, if you're listening, I'll take your case for free.
Bro!
If you reach out to my office, Jayoma Law Firm, I will take your case for free. Don't forget that, and it's recorded.
Okay, what is
He needs help.
What is the disadvantage besides you? What is the disadvantage besides you?
That's it. Because anytime any charges come, there's no factual disadvantage. Dude, look at me. My client looked at the camera in my last trial, okay? He looked at the camera and shot him 3 times. 3 times, all right? And I was able to get his ass probation. He'll be done in 5 years. It's the most unbeatable cases that I look at. And so when I see David's shit, it looks like a really good challenge. And it's gonna make me feel really good if I can get him a good outcome.
What would be a good outcome for you, for David, if you did his case?
Dismissal or not guilties. Actually, F that. Not dismissals, not guilties. Because I want to meet the prosecutor right there at that trial. I want them to see, and I want them to do the whole work, put all the evidence there, and for them to lose. Once that happens, this is like this feeling that you get inside, this rush that will linger for like the next week. I'm chasing that. So David, if your people are listening, get at me.
Okay, genuinely, can you give, because you gave one advantage that the defense has, can you give without including yourself, without including the name Jayoma, excluding yourself completely, can you give what is the biggest hurdle of this case that you can see?
He's black. That's a big hurdle. No, dude. All right, anybody listening? I'm in trials. Like, do you know the color of your skin? It still poses a threat. It really does. Like, there are people who will find you guilty just by the look of your face. And when they say the look of your face, it don't mean your nose, your lips, your eyes. It's the color of your skin. And that's like a reality that's out there.
So would you take this case a racial route?
It might be possible to include that, because it's something that I would say potential jurors, if they're going to be on your case, that they can't shake off. There are some people who are still mad about slavery being overturned. There's some people who are still mad about interracial dating, right? Nope. There's some people out there who don't like that a black guy is dating a non-black girl, or a black guy is talking to a non-black girl.
Wait, but
or a black guy is successful.
That non-black guy, that black guy dating a non-white girl is a minor.
I'm talking about somebody before. I'm not talking about the girl who died. All right. No, but like on a serious note, it's one of those things. If you're in an interracial relationship and you're a black male, there's a lot of people who are looking at you already that they want you to pay, because it doesn't make them feel good to see that. And I see that as a criminal defense attorney. And so when my clients, whether they're minorities or not minorities, I have to be mindful of that. Do you see that? I can't just neglect that and say that, oh, this world is great. There's no racism out there. It's there. And sometimes that racism could be the difference between you doing 0 prison time or you doing your whole life in prison. So I think that is a disadvantage that he was just born with. And also the fact that he's famous. Nobody likes seeing that. They see a young guy, good looking, and he's getting all this fame. He's doing well for himself at that age. Nobody already likes that. And people who are internally racist, they don't like seeing that there's a black guy doing it. So that's a disadvantage that he has. It can be cured with the way I attack my cases.
So how would you go about, because isn't it like half and half, where the prosecutor selects some jurors and the defense selects some jurors? Isn't that how it works? Or how's that process work?
All right, so the whole is called voir dire, right? Or voir dire, depending on what state you're at. But pretty much you have to choose, there has to be like 14 people that get chosen on whether you can be guilty or not guilty. All right, the difference between you going to prison and you not going to prison. You having a conviction, you not having a conviction. You being on the sex offender registry list, you being not on the sex offender registry list. Or most important, you getting the death penalty and you not getting the death penalty. There's going to be 14 people that's supposed to be chosen out of probably 100, okay? And there's 100 random people in that county that you have to make sure that you have to find out their biases, if they're racist, if they don't feel good about the certain charge. So I'll give you an example. You have 100 people. Who's going to determine your life, Jidion, right?
Yeah.
Brazoria County, okay? Not Harris, Brazoria County, okay? They don't like guys who wear do-rags. They don't like guys who have super coily hair. They don't like guys who have melanin in their skin, right?
He is right about that in Brazoria County.
And that's something to take into consideration, right? So those people can tell you, hey, I'm fine. You know, I'm not going to be biased against this guy. But you can see the way they answer it. they've been hurt before, and they want to use this trial to get, on this case, hijack it and find your client guilty to make them feel good. I will tell you, there's people in juries that lick their lips like, oh, I'm ready. The same way that any criminal would look at you like a lick, like, I'm about to get out of this car. This guy right here has a nice gold chain. I'm about to go get it. It's that same look that they have, that there's a target, there's a way for me to express my anger and take it out, and it's a legal way this time, right? And as a juror in the criminal justice system, it's a legal way to convict somebody. So me being an attorney, I have to be mindful of all that. So there are important questions, but also important observations that I make when I look at these jurors, because when they're chosen, I mean, they're not chosen, they're actually deselected. So you get rid of the people who are racist, who are biased against your client. And the only ones who are there. So who's the
people that get rid, like you specifically as the defense lawyer, get rid of them?
No. So me and the prosecutors, we have 10 strikes. So it's a game. Anybody's watching. Being an attorney and going to trial is like a basketball game or a boxing match. That's all it is. It's a game. And you have to choose and be strategically there the whole way, before, during, and after. Okay, so in this particular part of the trial, you have to get rid of people who are going to do harm to your client. And you can tell by the way they answer. They could look at your client and just be like this and just stare at him, you know? And you can ask about the background. Did you ever grow up with minorities in your school? How many minority friends do you have? How do you feel about rap music? Does it rub you a certain way? How do you feel about interracial dating? And sometimes they'll answer it. 100% they'll answer it with their nonverbal, but maybe they won't answer it verbally, but you have to look at them nonverbally. If they show that they have some type of animosity towards just the subject you're talking about, you got to get rid of them. Because if you don't, your client, say goodbye. Because there are sometimes people get on the jury, they don't even care about the evidence. They don't even look at it. They don't need to look at the photos. They don't need to hear witness statements. The fact that they've been hurt before and they don't like the way your client looks, or they don't like the charge that your client has, is enough for them to convict. And that's dangerous. So there's more to just arguing this case. Like it's like you have to be on the swivel 24 hours constantly, because you have the prosecutors who's looking to get them on there, who's looking to get somebody.
So the prosecutor, the prosecutors that are prosecuting David, they're going to want to try to get those people, is what you're saying.
Hell yeah. Who wouldn't? If I was a prosecutor, I'd be looking for the most racist guy out there. Oh yeah? Your wife cheated on you with a black man? Oh, okay. We want that guy right there. We want that guy right there. Oh, your granddaughter was robbed by a black guy? Oh yeah, we want that one right there. They will fight to keep that guy on there. My job is to try to get rid of him. We only have 10 strikes.
What do you mean 10 strikes?
All right, so there's 100 people in the room. 10 strikes meaning I could strike this guy, and this guy, and this guy. We don't want them for whatever reason.
Oh, so like they can't even dispute you on it?
No, they can't. Okay. They can say, no, I'm a good guy. I have black friends. And you say, nah, I don't trust that. You know when people say shit and you don't trust it? Yeah. And you go, nah, I don't believe you. Strike. We only have 10. And sometimes you have to do the best you can, because you go to a county where everybody don't like your guy, don't like the way your guy looks. You got to do the best you can.
So after those 10, let's say after those 10, the 11th guy, you're real sketched out about him, but you're out of your 10 strikes. How do you get him off the case?
There's different strategies. I'm not going to reveal it because this prosecutors are listening. But there's different ways to get rid of them. But all I can say is, like, you do your best. Whatever comes out in that jury, those 14 people, whatever comes out, you got to show them the evidence, and hopefully they listen. Because sometimes, and I'll tell you this, right? Being an attorney, you can have all the evidence on your case, the good evidence. But if the jury ain't listening to you, they don't give a damn. And the only way I can show that is that, and you've been to school, right? You went to high school, right? I'm pretty sure a bunch of your viewers, like people in the chat, they're in school right now, or they've been in school. Being a lawyer is like this. You will answer the questions on a test, and you will show the teacher that how you got to the answer, and it is the correct answer. 2 + 2 = 4, right? But when it comes to you getting your test graded, the teacher can say, I don't even need to look at your test. I don't even need to look at your test. You failed. Even though you passed, you did everything right. You failed. And that's how being an attorney is like in jury trial, because you can show all the evidence that show your client's innocent. And the jury, like I told you, who don't like your client because of how he looks, can say, I don't give a damn. He is guilty from the beginning. And I knew that coming into trial. And I knew that when I answered your questions. And it's going to make me feel good to put him away for a long time. So when you see that picture of Lady Justice, you know that lady who has that blindfold on and she's holding the scale?
Yeah.
That shit is real. It's really blind because they weren't there. I wasn't there. Cops weren't there. Prosecutor wasn't there. Judges weren't there at the time of all these alleged crimes. So they have to make a decision on a guy's life where he could be looking at death penalty, being put on a sex offender registry list, prison time, being away from his family, just based on what's the evidence that's there. And you can't force them. You can't show them and say, hey, you have to look at this. You have to look at this. No, they could just say, I don't want to look at that shit. I'm going to vote guilty. And there's not a goddamn thing you could do about it. So that's the life here. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So imagine, Jidion, you're my client. Somebody doesn't like you for whatever reason because you have a horrible blue shirt. Imagine you're wearing a blue drag and you're wearing a blue do-rag and a blue shirt. Imagine if a blood was part of that jury and goes, oh, fuck no. And just look at you.
Yeah, no, that would suck. That would suck.
Oh yeah. Big time. Big time. Oh, you shot my big homie? You look like the guy who shot my big homie. Oh, you going down.
But you know what? Everything, I'm going to be honest. Everything you're saying about these jurors, all of that, I think everybody in the chat agrees with you on. But that's why we don't go off of our feelings. We look at the evidence.
But sometimes people don't look at the evidence.
Well, we're looking at the evidence of this David case, and we're all saying he's fucked. Like,
yeah, y'all are saying that, but y'all have no power to determine whether he's guilty or not because y'all not part of that jury. That's what I'm saying.
But when the jury looks at that evidence, there is no way when the jury looks at that evidence, they're not going to come to the same conclusion as us. There's no way.
You say that, and I agree with you. But the people in this jury, they have their own motives too. They've been hurt before. They've been through life. They have their own likes and dislikes. And you can't control that. God only controls that. And the only thing I can control is to see it during jury selection. To make sure that those people who hate my client for whatever reason cannot be there. They can't. And I'm going to fight whatever I can just to keep them off that and make sure that the people who are chosen are going to be somebody who is open to listen to all the evidence as they actually look at it.
So with all of this evidence stacking against David, there's no way you're going to try to get the best plea deal for him.
Fuck that. I'm not playing to shit. I don't play that plea game. I don't play that. Any prosecutor, any attorney who knows me, I don't play that, hey, please, have mercy on this guy. No. We're fighting this. You understand me? We're fighting this from the beginning to the end. There is no surrender here. And that's how I always attack my cases. And that's why I get the results that I get. Because I don't play games.
No plea deal. It's either we win or we die on the sword.
My clients who hire me, check this out. They're the ones who decide whether they take the plea or not. The plea has to be provided by the prosecutors. And it's my job to just be like, all right, dude, here's the plea. You want to take it or not? Here's a good reason of taking it. Here's a bad reason of taking it. Here, if you take this deal, this is what's going to happen to you. And sometimes what prosecutors like to do is they play cute games. And here's one game that I'll tell you that they play. They try to throw like a small amount of jail time on you. Actually, no jail time. They'll say, you know what? Tell your client no jail time. Just take this deal. And if he takes the deal, he might end up getting deported. So it's kind of like they'll make it seem like it's really, really sweet. But it really isn't. Because remember, these are the ops. This is the government. This is the people who's trying to put you away for a long time, okay? They're not your friends. In fact, they're the opposite of that. They want to kill you. They want you away from your family. So when I tell them, hey, look, it looks like a sweet deal, it's not. We got to fight this. So that's why when I go to trial, I make sure every prosecutor that comes across me, you're going to bleed a little bit. Or you're going to bleed a lot because I'm going to make that trial really, really difficult for you to win. And when you lose, You lost 5, 10 days going to trial with me, and you lost it all.
So
everything is on
that prosecutor with the guy that, for you guys that just joined in, he had a client who shot somebody 3 times and then did the duck face on camera. He was found guilty, but Jayoma got it to where instead of doing 20 years in prison, all he had to do was probation for 5 years. So no jail time, probation for 5 years. So even though on paper that prosecutor got a conviction, would you say that that was a loss for the prosecutor?
Hell yeah. He didn't even shake my hand after the trial. And he was pissed because, look, they don't show this because, well, nobody was there, but nobody sees the interaction between attorneys, right? Outside of court. So right when he was found guilty, my client's crying, his family's crying, he's looking at 20 years. These are real years. This ain't no, oh, I'm just gonna do a little bit. No, this is prison. Prison, you know, people get stabbed, they get bullied, they get raped, okay? He was looking at 20 years because he was found guilty over the weekend. Prosecutor said, I want him to be in Harris County Jail for 2 days, for the weekend. And just because they found him guilty, they put him in jail, and he was crying. Like, it's one of those feelings that hit you. So when Monday came, right, for the punishment phase, okay, he was found guilty already. Now we got to determine punishment. It's either as low as probation or 20 years prison time. I talked to the prosecutor, and I said, hey, don't y'all guys usually make an offer like 7 years, 8 years, go to prison, and we don't have to go forward with this hearing because my client's going to risk a lot. If we go forward with the punishment phase, this jury can give him 20 years. That's risky, right? Who's going to risk that? Especially if there's a video of you shooting this guy. And they just found you guilty. So you can't say it's allegedly. They found you guilty on this. All right? So the prosecutor was cute. Like, he was very cute in what he said to me. He said, I can make a deal. Just show me some papers, like some check stubs. And I went out there and I went to go get it. I got everything. I got all the information that he needed. And then the prosecutor goes, no, that's not enough. And I was like, you told me to get this for you. Why aren't you taking it? And he goes, it's not my job to teach you how to be a good attorney. You know, that's your job. They do this cute stuff to piss you off, right? So when that happened, I knew he just sent me on the bullshit run to just get me to do all this work for nothing, right? When he really wasn't trying to offer anything. Which, by the way, my client would have taken 9 years if it was offered. Before this punishment phase, if they would have offered 9 years, he would have taken it, and he would have been in prison. But the prosecutor didn't do that, and he goes, we're gonna go forward with this punishment. And they asked for 20 years. So I said, all right, fuck it. Let me knuckle up right now. All right, we gotta keep fighting, and we did, and we ended up winning that. The jury came back after my arguments and said probation, no prison time. And I hugged my client afterwards, and I looked at the prosecutor. His head was down. His head was down because I don't play around like that. And my client was happy. He looked at his family. He went back to the jail and said, I'm coming out in 24 hours. He called me at 6 o'clock the next morning and said, I'm out. And I said, I'm glad to hear your voice, man. He shaved. He got a haircut. He looks good on that video. But before that video was there, he looked like crap, dude. And he was looking at 20. No matter how bad things get, my job is to always keep fighting no matter what. And so that prosecutor, I'm going to see him again. And he will remember this trial.
So now that prosecutor, if he goes against you, he'll probably give you a plea.
Oh, hey, that prosecutor. Michael, if you're listening to me, any case that you have in front of me, we're going to trial. I ain't fucking around.
What's the prosecutor's last name? What's the prosecutor's last name? Say his full name.
I'm not going to say his last name. But Michael, if I see you and that chief prosecutor, we're going to trial. I don't care what the plea offer is. You can offer my client, listen to me, you can offer my client a dismissal for him to take a class. Fuck that. We're going to trial. I'm going to make an example out of you and the whole entire office for doing what y'all did to me in that trial. And y'all already got a piece of me right now. 20 years down to probation. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all could have offered 9. He would have taken 9 years. He didn't take it.
Chat, I don't think this is like the W you guys think it is. Because now in the future, if Michael is representing a pedophile that raped some kids, he's taking it to trial.
Fuck it. We going to trial. We got to knuckle up. Jidion, this is how it works, all right? You got to knuckle up, and you got to be about it. You got to fight, and you got to show these other prosecutors you're willing to fight. If not, they're going to run all over you. Let me tell you something else. If I showed them I was a little pussy, if I was weak, if I showed them that, every time I have a case, they're going to be like, 19 years. That's a plea deal. Just to mess with you, because they know you're not going to be able to knuckle up in trial. You got to show these prosecutors that you can win in trial. You understand me? And that's the only way that they can respect you when you walk into that courtroom and they give you what you want. So next time I have a case, I want a dismissal. If not, we're going to trial.
Chat, this is...
It's real shit.
And no, you're being real, man. I told my chat before, like, chat, Jayoma's represented me. I had 6 months over my head. Bro, that's stressful as hell, man. Like 6 months in my, like, I would have just now been getting out of jail. He got my stuff from 6 months in jail to 2 years probation.
And you'll be done with that.
And,
hell, call me.
And literally,
call
my
me
probation is just literally stuff that I already don't do. Don't get arrested. Don't do drugs. I'm not out here doing pranks no more. And even if I do get arrested, you know, if it's in Texas, I'm gonna hit back up Jay. I hate it. I hate it, chat. Like, you know, because my whole thing is getting these dudes locked up. But you hate people like Jayoma until you need a Jayoma.
Yeah. When the prosecutors come after you, they're coming after you like how I come after these cases. Can you imagine me as a prosecutor? You know what I do to anybody that's out there? I don't care whether you stole a pack of gum or you ran a red light. I'm gonna try to get you to do maximum prison time on that shit. It works the same way. You're a lot better, not especially in that county, right, Jidion? Going to jail in that county is not fun.
Yeah,
it would not be.
Yeah, no. I would have been in the same jail as a dude I got locked up. It's like, where does the humanity come in? Where it's like, this is a 14-year-old girl,
right,
who was murdered, right? A real 14-year-old girl has been murdered, and then before all that, like, we can both agree, no grown man should be with a 14-year-old girl, right? Let's take David out of it, right? Somebody had sex with her. Somebody murdered and dismembered her body. We're very analytical people where if the evidence presents it. What would you want for the person who did this crime to her? What would you want to happen to that person that did this crime to her?
The person who actually really did this?
Yeah, the person who really actually did this. What would you want to happen to them?
Depends on what I can argue. If I was a prosecutor, I'd go for the maximum. That's just because, just the way prosecutors think. I'm trying to get a pay raise. So if I can make this guy go to prison for a long time and I get a better office, I'll take it. If I can get, you know, an extra couple of dollars per hour for putting this guy away, I'll take it. That's a normal human incentive to do that.
Okay.
So I can see the prosecutor's side, but hey, man, I'm 100% defense. If my clients are being accused of something, they never did that shit. And if they did, good luck trying to prove it. Because I'm going to be right there in every stage of the whole trial, from beginning to the end. No matter how bad shit gets, I'm always going to be there. And you know that. As personal experience, you know that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
This is the interview with Jayoma. I mean, I don't know where we can go from here.
Anybody can be charged with a crime. That's where we can go. Anybody. David, you, people in the chat, their family members. And when the state comes after you, they're coming after you hard. They're coming after you with all their resources too. So my job is to always provide that defense.
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? So this is genuinely going to be my last video ever like this. I'm never going to make a video like this again. But, you know, obviously you guys know what's all going on. You guys saw me getting arrested. You guys saw Cold Blues video and everything. And I did a reaction to it, kind of like, oh, no, this wasn't right. This is how it happened, da-da-da, da-da-da. But genuinely, during the last few weeks, I've done a lot of just like inward reflection, and I've been talking to my fiance a lot, and I just kind of came to realize, you know, what I was doing wrong, and I also came to realize that truly your boy was spiraling. You know, I was genuinely losing the plot, and I have to say, like, genuinely, I feel like a hypocrite, you know, because just a couple videos ago, I was saying how what Alex was doing was a distraction from the bigger mission. And then I come along doing what I was doing. And if anything, it was an even bigger distraction from the mission. You know what I mean? now I had to pay 6+ figures for my lawyer fees and then my fans' lawyer fees and everything. And that money could have been used for the betterment of society, but now it's being used in the legal system. You know what I mean? And it's just completely unnecessary, and it's completely my fault. And while I still don't think I committed a crime, I still do think that, you know, genuinely, I was just being not only just an ass, but annoying. And I've come to realize that, you know, genuinely, streaming makes me the worst me. You know, thinking back on it, every quote unquote controversy, not even quote unquote, every controversy and everything that I've ever got into, anytime I trended on Twitter for something negative, it's always been for some streaming clip. You know, like the first one that comes to mind is the Pokimane situation. Then the second one that comes to mind is, you know, the Logan Paul thing. And then besides all that, like, bro, I've been in countless beefs, and a majority, I would say probably like 85% of those beefs have come from streaming, you know? And I think what it is genuinely is, you know, I don't think it's a good thing to just look at a chat for hours on end and you're just like in real time getting opinions of people. And then, you know, I know probably some of my other streamers can attest to this. You know, you see somebody in the chat say boring or L stream or something like that, and then it flips a switch in you where you want to be more entertaining and you want to, you know, pump up the levels and everything, and you want to entertain. And I think the reason why I gravitated so much to streaming is because I think I'm just like a instant gratification person, and there is no better instant gratification than you streaming. Because when you make a video, you don't get that instant gratification. You can know you made a fire video, kind of like my going to the most racist town in America video. Like, I know that was a fire video, but it took like a month plus to get it edited and perfect. And then when I posted it, you know, it didn't pop off at first. It was actually a 10 out of 10. And then over time, it grew and grew and grew, and it did what I thought it was going to do. But it wasn't instant gratification. Whereas when you stream, you know, you can have streams where right out the gate, you have, you know, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people watching you then and there. And then people are clipping you like right away and stuff like that. And you get that instant gratification. But I'm realizing that's not good for me. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's bad for everybody, because you got people like Queso and Jinxie and a bunch of other streamers who can stream and not, you know, causing controversies and just keep it entertaining. But, you know, genuinely, I'm not that guy, pal. I'm gonna be real. And so, like, I'm not on here, you know, apologizing or anything, because I don't owe you guys an apology. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't affect any of y'all. But I do want to say that I see where I was wrong 1,000%. And to the people I do owe an apology to, you know, I've given them to them, you know, to the boys who got arrested. They're all 18 plus, by the way. I know a lot of people were saying that they were minors. They're all 18 plus, but still, you know, I put them in that situation and they didn't have to be. And at the end of the day, I shouldn't have ever been there, you know. With my values as a Christian, I haven't been moving like that, man. And I've been falling back to my old self. And I've seen some of you guys in the comment section like calling it out, like, Jidion, you're going back to your old self. You know what I mean? Like dibbling, dabbling in pranks and stuff like that. And, you know, even though, you know, Joe wasn't doing a good thing by squatting at his mom's house and stuff like that, you know, at the end of the day, who am I to just, you know, troll and stuff? I have so many other better things I should be doing. Like, that time and money I spent getting that stream set up could have been for a bunch of catches, you know what I mean? Getting bad people off the streets. And so what I'm here to just pretty much say is the shenanigans are stopping. The shenanigans are over. And genuinely, like, this was a very humbling experience that I really needed. And I genuinely think if this didn't happen, it just would have continued, you know what I mean? And who knows, it could have been something worse. It could have been something horrible that I could never come back from, you know what I mean? So I'm just blessed that God let it be something like this, you know, that I put myself in a situation like this to where I can actually rebound and do better. And you know what? Genuinely, to the Woodhaven Police Department, I see where you guys are coming from, you know? Like, bro, you're a small town and you got this YouTuber having fans coming all over the place and stuff like that. You know, you guys have never probably had anything like that happen in your town before. And, you know, quiet towns like to stay quiet. And, you know, to Officer Mitchell, you know, I called you out of your name multiple times. You feel me? Like, if I was a cop, I would arrest somebody too if I was getting called out of my name like that. So, genuinely, I feel like there's a lot of blame to go around. And I feel like a lot of the blame has to be pointed right back at me. It has to be directed at me. And it rightfully so, man. You know, bro, I'm getting spammed up with I'm a multimillionaire. And, you know, genuinely, like, bro, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Genuinely, it doesn't bother me like that because it humbled me. It humbled me. The whole situation humbled me. And I'm just, the reason why I titled the video what I titled it is because I'm never going to stream again. You know, genuinely, you know, I love streaming, but it's just too much bad comes with it. And I don't know how to control myself. And so the best way to control myself is to distance myself. And so I just can't stream anymore. And I won't stream anymore because I actually want to be here for the betterment of society. And what I was doing during that stream wasn't for the betterment of society. Now, police resources are being wasted and judicial resources are being wasted. And, bro, I've dropped 6+ figures on fighting this legally. You know what I mean? And it's just all just unnecessary garbage. And it was garbage content, too. And the crazy thing is, you know, from 2024 to now, I was making good content, getting actual bad people off the streets. And it's just crazy that I told myself that wasn't enough, you know? And I think it's just, you know, kind of just seeing all my friends, you know, like seeing Canel do his thing with streaming, seeing Kai, seeing people I know like Speed and all of them doing their thing with streaming. And it's like, oh man, you know, I'm like, I want to go back. And it's like, I'm tempting myself. And then I always just like go back into the streaming stuff when really I should have left that alone, because you guys remember the video where I said that I was done bothering society. And bro, look what I was doing. Just bothering society, being a nuisance. You know what I mean? And I was blessed to find something that wasn't nuisance, you know, actually cleaning up the streets, getting predators off the streets. And instead of just sticking with that and doing that, I got distracted and I got greedy and I wanted to go back into doing, you know, slop content. And, you know, genuinely, I don't think if I went through the situation, I think I would have kept on making the slop content. And genuinely, I think if I would have kept on making this slop content, who knows, I could have affected somebody seriously, like where it would be irreparable and couldn't be fixed. So I quit streaming. I quit nuisance stuff. I quit all that. And I genuinely just want to do good for society. I want to make society better. And that's what I'm going to do. So I just came on here to say that. And one other thing I've also realized is, bro, I'm going to be real, y'all. You know, I don't know, man. It's like I got a temper on me. I really do. And people that watch my streams, you guys see it all the time where it's like I get triggered. You know what I mean? And it's like, bro, the officers were just doing their jobs and I was just getting triggered. And I was acting like a Karen. You know, I had a Karen moment. I feel like we're all due for a Karen moment, but, you know, mine was on camera. And luckily, you know, I feel like we all go through moments like this in life. Not like mine, but we all go through moments like this in life where we're not our best self. But, you know, not everybody has their best self put on camera to millions of people. And genuinely, I wish everybody could have that experience, because when you have that happen, it makes you do reflection. And so, you know what? Weirdly enough, bro, I want to go back to Woodhaven and I want to catch a pred there. I want to actually have a good relationship in that city. If you guys are still calling them or causing them any ruckus or anything, please stop. Do not do that on my behalf. Do not do that at all, man. You know, they're actually out there protecting and serving. And it's a quiet neighborhood, you know what I mean? And I made it not quiet, I'll be honest. And this isn't any PR damage or anything, because, you know, I'm going to be real with you guys. Genuinely, like, the situation didn't affect anything. You know, if I was clout demoning off of it, I would have just been like, oh yeah, like kind of like what I was doing before, you know, making jokes about it and stuff like that. But now I'm realizing that I don't want to do this. You know, I want to mature. I was maturing, then I let myself regress. And now I want to keep on maturing. And I want to move on from this. And just because I want to move on from it doesn't mean you guys have to move on for it. I really don't care what you guys do, because like I was saying earlier, I realized I have a fragile ego, bro. I have a fragile ego where like I let comments and things people say affect me. And so I saw something that Scarlett Johansson said, and it's crazy. Like, she also said that she has a fragile ego. So the way she combats it is she just doesn't read comments about herself. And I realized, like, the last couple of days, I feel like the reason why I got to this point is because I haven't been reading comments. It's because I haven't been looking at videos about me talking about the situation. And it's letting me come to a more clearer view, because I feel like if I was watching that content, you know, you guys see me react to other people talking about me. You know, I get all riled up and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, why am I triggering myself? You know, no one told me to react to these videos and stuff like that or anything, you know? And so, like, when I post this video, I'm not going to read comments or anything. This isn't for any damage control stuff. So you guys can say whatever you want in the comments. I'm not going to read it, because I'm going to be real. I can't handle it. But you know what I can handle? I can handle these preds, and I can handle making a difference in society. And that's what I'm going to keep on doing. And yeah, so I guess, you know what? I do want to say one thing. I do want to apologize for one thing, and that is I apologize for the distractions. I apologize for the slop content, and I apologize for pretty much forgetting about the mission. You know what I mean? This mission is so much more important than that slop content that I was posting. And so, yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. We're going to be back on the mission. We're going to be posting the pred catches, and we're going to be going forward and doing our thing with a higher velocity and with a higher ferocity. I think that's the word I was looking for. And so I appreciate you guys, man. If you guys have no idea what's going on with this, go check out Code Blue's video. You guys can see me getting arrested and stuff. That pretty much breaks down the whole thing. But we're on to better things. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm on to better things. I'm on to just doing pretty much the status quo, the usual, catching preds and posting it and then dipping off. And you guys are going to see, like, I'm going to, if you guys see me raging in a pred catch or whatever, it's probably an old one, but I'm going to be watching myself even while I'm dealing with police. Like, if a police officer isn't taking our evidence seriously, it's like, bro, being calm, cool, and collected is way better than having a screaming match and stuff like that. And, you know, the Bible says, be harmless as a dove and wise as a serpent. And I haven't been moving like that. But I've been yapping now. I really don't got anything else to say. That's all I got to say, man. So I appreciate you guys. And no more slop content, no more streams. So if you guys have been enjoying the streams, no more, man. It's just going to be straight pred content and nothing else, man. You guys don't need to know about my life. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I don't know anything about your guys' lives. You feel me? And, you know, I'm not in charge of your guys' entertainment. The only thing I'm in charge with is trying to get as many preds as I can as possible. That's it. You know, I'm not here to make you laugh. I'm not here to, like, you know, I'm not here to do any of that. And I realize that now. You know, I'm not the same Jidion. And I was trying to go back to be the old Jidion, trying to go back to being prime Jidion. But, you know, prime Jidion is growing up and realizing that, hey, the stuff that I found amusing as a boy shouldn't be the same stuff I find amusing as a man. And, bro, believe it or not, I'm 25. I know, I look old as hell, but I'm 25 years old. You feel me? I need to grow up. I need to take accountability, and I need to mature. I need to actually be here for the betterment of society and not for the worse. And the best thing I know how to do to better society is getting people trying to hurt kids off the streets. So, yeah, yo, that's it. That's the end of my TED Talk. Sorry about the distractions. And Woodhaven Police Department, after all this legal stuff is all situated, bro, I would love to do something with you guys and work with you guys' department and potentially help better your guys' community. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we cross it. So, yeah, without any further ado, peace, y'all. You asked her for nudes.
Yeah, no, I know.
You know what that would have been called if she sent it to you, right? Exactly. Right. The crazy thing is that she would have sent you child pornography. You wouldn't have blocked her.
Probably. You're right. Mom, please go away.
Get off my property!
Hey!
Oh, whoa, that's assault! Yo, that's assault! We just got all that recorded.
All right, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to a brand new episode of EDP Watch, and today we're collaborating with NY Pred Hunters. What's up? We're catching his guy. So we're live on Kick. That is where we're doing our catches live. So if you guys want to watch a live catch, follow us on Kick at 100,000 followers. We're going to be giving away a Tesla. So we're going to go meet up with Colin here. He was trying to meet our 14-year-old decoy, but he got booty hurt that she didn't send any nudes back, and he blocked her. Why are you getting mad that, you know, she rejected you, man? Like, come on, bro. So without any further ado, man, make sure you guys go follow NY Pred Hunters. Their link's gonna be down in the description below. See, chat's already saying hi to you guys, man. So make sure you guys come follow, come show love. Without any further ado, let's go get this freak.
Let's do it. Hey, how are you? I just have something for Colin to sign from work, if that's okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. What's up, Colin? How you doing, bro? I was just wondering if we could talk about some online chats with you and Danielle. Can I show you a photo? Please. I'm not here to get you in trouble or nothing. We're just trying to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah, we're not cops or anything. I'm on probation. I don't want to get cops involved.
Shit, what do you do?
Contempt of court, believe it or not.
You guys had like a few unsettling conversations, but you blocked her. So that's why we're here, just to talk to you, just make sure it's not going to happen again. It's not going to happen again.
Let's go. We just talk out here. I don't want your parents to hear about it. Appreciate you. How old did she tell you that she was? 15. Okay. Obviously, we saw that you blocked her after she said 15, so we know you're not a total monster and everything.
Not some guy in the ice cream truck, you know what I mean?
But we do see that you kind of got a little bit carried away.
Oh, I know I did. Don't even know why I did it.
Are you mom or sister?
Mom.
Mom. Nice to meet you.
What's going on?
Nothing, just work stuff.
Don't lie to me. What's going on?
Oh, it's just some, you know, just some internet BS.
I know he's older. I'm still his mom.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to tell you, it's all up to him.
Cops who are...
No, man.
No.
Work stuff.
It's not work stuff. Because I heard. Who is this chick?
It's nothing.
Hey, listen, Mama Bear. I know he wants a little bit of privacy, but what I can tell you is, because I know you're the Mama Bear and everything.
Yeah, I'll get it at him. Whatever you're embarrassed, but I'll fuck someone up.
I promise you, everything's good. We're not going to hurt your son or anything. If you want to, like, peer out the window or anything like that, sick the dogs on us, you know? I just want to let you know that your son's good.
Yeah,
we're just here talking.
Quiet, so
I was just letting him
I'm talkative.
Conversation.
I'm talkative.
Damn soul. I've been arrested twice.
No, I feel you on that.
Yes, ma'am.
No, you wouldn't.
Are your mom and dad still together?
Nah, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead? Oh, my condolences, man. Kind of just talking back about her, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. She's a mess in of herself. Her parents, they're just as embarrassed. We saw some things that you had sent to her, but I'm just trying to figure out, did she send any inappropriate things to you? Okay, that's good. What are some of the photos that you sent on your end to her? Why did we send her something kind of like graphic like that?
I don't know. I was stupid.
Did you guys make plans to like ever like meet or anything like that?
I was never gonna actually do it.
But you did make a few plans.
But I never actually did it. I knew I wasn't gonna go.
Do you remember like one of the things you like asked her? Like after she like mentioned her age?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you mind if I ask you to read it out loud or?
I'm not reading it out loud, but.
You ever handle it before? And then you said, I just don't know if you can handle me for your first time.
Yeah.
I'm big. Where you at right now, by the way?
Like I said, I know I would have never went through with it.
Did you guys kind of like formulate some sort of plan, like where you might hang out if you were to hang out and what you might do?
I don't remember, actually.
Was it stuck in your car?
I guess that, yeah, that'd be it. It's awful, and I should have never done it, and I fucking hate myself for that, but.
It's nothing to beat yourself up too much about, man.
I know, I'm not gonna defend myself.
How long have we been on apps like Telegram and Signal for?
Telegram, never.
Never? What about like Signal?
I don't know what that is, truthfully.
The alarming amount of times you asked her for nudes?
Yeah, no, I know.
You know what that would have been called if she sent it to you, right? Exactly.
You don't have to show them
Mom,
anything.
please go away.
They're not cops or anything like that.
No, we're not. We're definitely not
I
cops.
know you're not. Don't sign a damn thing. Don't sign anything. Yeah, but you have no idea who they are. You have a card, ID, or something? Stop.
It's fine.
You don't know what's fine.
I don't want us to have any problems. What question do you have for us?
Where are you from?
So we basically receive tips from like adults who are worried about their kids online, and we normally.
I mean, I'll let him explain the situation because I don't want to like put his business out.
Yeah.
This is.
It's fine, Cole. I'm not mad at him. What happened?
It's his business, so like, you know what I mean? Like, same way we're grown men. He's.
My property.
Mom,
Stop it.
I'm not gonna stop it.
I mean, hey man, if you want to have this conversation, do you want to just step off real quick and we can just go on the road?
You're interrogating him no matter what.
No, nobody's interrogating it. We're just having a simple conversation.
So I know you are. And you said you're from Colin's job.
Right. I just didn't want to blow up his spot and embarrass him in front of his family.
Lied right there.
Because
Who is that in the car?
Yo, Colin, you want to just step out to the road over there?
It's my friend from my
It's up to
safety,
you.
man.
I mean, if you could follow, it's a free country. It's just kind of like.
I worked for attorneys for 5 years. I know all the tricks.
There's no tricks, man. He was just contacting a 15-year-old online.
Like I said, like you can ask him what's.
That you didn't know what this fucking. Is that what it was? Can you leave? No, I'm not gonna leave.
Can you leave?
No.
Please.
So what's the bottom line with this?
Well, I mean, we can't get to a bottom line with you guys with all this bickering. You know, we were trying to talk with him.
What I'm saying is, what is the end result of this?
So you want to get to the end of the conversation before having the conversation, pretty much?
What conversation?
Exactly. That's kind of the point. There's no conversation being had.
So you can leave.
We were just trying to make sure it's not going to happen again. It's really for reassurance of the mother.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, man?
I'm 51.
51?
Oh, wow.
Look great for 51.
Look awesome.
You know,
seriously.
Colin's 22 years old. I get it. You're always going to see him as a baby. You know what I mean?
No, he's an adult. I'm still his mother.
Just one of those things where, you know.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's disgusting.
No, that's not even what I was going to say. We wanted to give him kind of the common courtesy of this was his business. We just wanted to keep it with him. I mean.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't tell you the exact truth at first. We were not trying to deceive you.
No, I ain't calling no cops. I handle shit myself. Don't do it again. What the f***'s wrong with you?
He did eventually block her in his defense.
And what's wrong with this chick even talking to you? Did she know how old you were? No. No, that's not all.
Can you leave?
No, you're looking at him kick your ass in front of them.
You would do that.
Yeah, I would. What are you thinking? You stop talking to him, am I gonna take your phone like a little baby, child lock you, take your keys away?
You done?
No, I can go on.
I know you can.
We'll have to end with a right hook. What else needs to be said?
I feel like you talked to him more than we got to talk to him.
Go ahead, finish up.
Here, I'll just come closer so I can say this to you. I know what it's kind of like living with a mom like that, man. Trust me, she gets on your ass and stuff. It's mentally draining. I know you're probably saving up to get a spot as soon as possible. I totally get it, man. I see you're crying, man. Listen, bro, it's nothing to cry about, dog. You did the right thing, man. You blocked her. Here, let's just still go step over there so that way your mom doesn't hear anything.
She knows that you want to do better too. She's hard on you because she loves you, man. You know what I mean?
You're good, Colin.
Yo, out of here. They're putting you as a predator. Get the f off my property.
I'm sorry?
You're on live stream right now. Get the
No one's on live anything.
I'll get my AK. Get the f off my property.
We're off the property,
off the
technically.
property.
You can't put your hands. We're off the property. You can't put your hands on
But
us.
you were. You're on live stream.
No one's live right now.
How are we live
My
streaming as a?
neighbor f***ing has it.
Is that your neighbor right there?
What's your neighbor's
Get
username?
off.
What am I'm not on your property, man.
Get out of my face.
We're over here trying to talk about this situation.
Yeah.
He did the right thing, and you were over here belittling
Get
him.
your ass.
We're off your property, so.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I see it too.
We're.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, we're not that tiny, man.
Why is he on live stream?
What live stream? I don't even know who you're talking to. How do I know you're not even lying?
It's definitely lying.
On where? Where?
You're
Where,
definitely
man?
lying.
Where is it? Kick.
Who's that, Liz? Oh, my bad. What did you say we're doing?
In the car recording.
In the car recording?
Stop recording. I don't give you my permission.
Damn. Well, since Liz is listening to it, Liz likes child predators, y'all. See, we're not live streaming this, man.
Ma'am, is that his?
Look at this.
You've probably seen that one before.
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
No, I don't look at my son's freaking.
So you admit that it is your son's.
I said I don't look at it. How would I know?
This is a deep conversation that
We
we're
were trying
having,
to have a nice
and you're over
conversation
here
with
mad.
him.
Fuck that neighbor down the street. I hope you're watching the stream right now, you f***ing pedo protector.
She knows everything.
He's a grown man.
Who
He should
knows
be able
everything,
to have
Liz?
a conversation with us.
No, he was talking to a 15-year-old online.
Hey, tell her I said come outside. Yeah. Tell her I said to come outside. I'm not threatening her. I'm not gonna do shit to that.
I'm not trying to embarrass Colin here any further than you are.
Cause you know what's funny? Liz is the dumbest in this whole situation.
I'm not going to entertain the likes of your kind. Goodbye.
The likes
Whoa,
of my.
what does that mean?
Losers.
Oh. We don't want to bring this.
Here, either we have this conversation or we're gonna have the cops come here.
We don't want to bring
All
this
right, we're gonna have the
anywhere
cops
else.
come.
Thank you, Colin. I feel more bad for him, man. He's got to deal with. No offense, but I just feel bad.
Liz, I hope you're listening, you dumb whore. You're over here trying to protect the predator, you dumb cunt. And I hope Colin's mom is watching this. You drunk. Hope you guys are all watching. Make sure you like and subscribe.
You're not the only guy we found on her phone, bro. Many. And yeah, man, so they don't want to involve law enforcement. If you want to look up our business right now, we have a 96% not involved law enforcement rate. So that's pretty good.
This is the real reason. You sent pics, it is what it is. What Liz doesn't know and what your mom doesn't know is that you were asking a 14-year-old for nudes. You were asking for child pornography. The crazy thing is if she would have sent you child pornography, you wouldn't have blocked her.
Probably, you're right.
And then she says, and you said, bro, no way, you lying. And then you said, damn, girl, you probably trying to catch pedos, right? I didn't even notice that part.
What if it was one of those pedo beating up groups?
Yeah, what if it was Chris Hansen? And then after you find out her age, you said, shit, we could do something tonight. What was?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you.
This is what I'm really worried about. If you were to pick her up, it would have 100% been consent to suck your penis, right?
Probably.
You would have asked for her consent.
I would have never, yes.
Your mom doesn't have any guns in the house, right?
Okay. Shouldn't actually have an AK.
Yeah.
That worried the shit out of me.
Hey!
Oh, whoa, that's assault! Yo, that's assault! We just got all that recorded. Colin, she's making this a lot worse. Don't let her hit him.
Property, asshole!
You. You, stupid.
How about you grow one, bunhead?
Yeah, okay, that's why your son sent one to a 14-year-old.
You say you've been arrested twice, right? Let's make it 3 times today.
Yeah, you're getting arrested today, babe.
Get off my property!
Oh, I mean, he would probably like 10 years, but. Are you Liz? Oh, so you like predators, huh?
Liz said.
I think they're minors.
Meaning, there's people in front of your
Thank you. Finally, cops
finally.
are here. The girl let him know right away that she was 14 years old, and
so this is the guy, I guess, that you.
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay, all right.
So he's right there. So we came over to his house just to kind of talk to him about it, because he did end up blocking her, but that was after he sent the picture. Then his crazy mother came outside. She was threatening to pull out an AK. It looked like she was about to get into her car and leave, but then she walks up to his truck and pours blue paint all over it. So we definitely want to press charges on that, because it's on the hood, it's on the windshield, it's absolutely destroyed now.
One of them is a minor.
And they should have sent Liz out.
I know. Yeah.
Why would Liz send kids outside to do her dirty work?
You need to do it in better ways.
Okay. So for all these convictions we got, all these arrests we got across the country, we're still not doing it a good job.
I'm telling you, there's better ways to do it.
What is the best way to catch a child predator?
You're not allowed on her f***ing yard. That is private property, you dumbass.
We're not allowed until they tell us to leave. She never told us to leave until your mom got her all angst up. Listen, Liz, I hope you're still watching. You escalated the situation. You got your sister arrested. It is your fault, Liz. Liz, do not walk up to me like that. Do not walk up to me like that. No, I'm not a woman beater. Why would I beat you?
We obviously protect children. That's our job. It's not f***ing beating women.
I never at one point said that I was gonna beat up Nikki or anything. All I said was just come outside. Liz, I apologize, okay? The only reason why I told you to come outside was because I wanted to see who the person was that almost ruined our prey catch. Y'all tell me, man, was I yelling on some woman beater energy?
Why is Skylar Whitemouth around?
I am not a woman beater, Liz.
The way you were coming at me was like you was.
Liz, I promise. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why did you call your sister and tell her what we were doing?
First of all, it's my neighbor.
Oh, okay.
What happened is I got a phone call.
Okay.
And there's people in front of her house recording her. They're claiming this about Colin. And I'm like, what? So I was just like, that's my neighbor. I've known her for God knows how many years. The way they made it seem, she was like, he blocked the girl after she was because she called me back. And I'm like.
So whoever called you told you the whole story?
No, not the whole story. Then I hang up, but she lied and said she was a different age.
No, the whole time she said her age multiple times. I don't know who told you that over the phone. I
I'm
could
just
show you the
telling
chats.
you
No, I
don't
know.
wanna see.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
No, she never lied though. She said her age was 14.
And that when she said she was 14, he blocked her.
No, that's not what happened. What happened is he blocked her because he sent the picture of his penis and he was asking her to send nudes. And she didn't want to send any nudes, so that's why he blocked her.
Okay.
So he did not block her because she said she was 14.
What was actually going on? I was just told to call Nene. You know, when it's people you love, you like hurry up and do it.
We were just doing our normal thing.
And calling me a bitch and telling me to come out.
Well, I genuinely, I really do care about what I do. And so I apologize for calling you and your daughters out of their names. Genuinely, I do not mean it. It's just.
My daughter is old enough.
I apologize still, you know. I shouldn't talk like that to women.
Everybody's flicking up with Jidion.
Now they're all flicking up with him. Are you serious?
She was giving bad information. No harm from Liz. And then her daughter just came to protect her name. So it's all good, Chad. It's all good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I did lose my head for a little. That wasn't cool. I gotta stop doing that. Mike. You on Kick too?
Yeah, I'm on Kick.
What's your Kick?
NY Pred Hunters.
Yo, make sure to follow him on Kick, y'all. NY Pred Hunters, man.
That.
How many you at right now?
About 700 followers.
Y'all, get him to 1,000, man.
We're still trying to get monetized.
Get him to 1,000 right now. You gotta get to 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Y'all, NY Pred Hunters on Kick. Show love.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Guess who's going to jail tonight?
Guys, please hit us up on Cash App and Venmo, but she is getting arrested.
Mom and son. Oh my gosh. It looks like he even got in the engine. Yeah, all subs and everything that comes from the stream. I'm a pay for it out of my pocket. He doesn't deserve this.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. If he sues her, like, he's gonna lose more money.
I appreciate that, bro, for real.
Of course, man. Just take it to the shop and tell Anthony how much the shop says, and I'll cover it.
Oh, you're the dude. Thank you, brother.
Of course, man. See, we're blessed that she didn't have no firearms or nothing.
Yeah, man, if she started shooting the truck, that'd be even worse.
She go ask Liz for some gloves. You were still like focusing on the pred catch. I'm just over here focusing on Liz.
I know.
Like, where the fuck is Liz?
You took that Liz shit personal, man.
Detective, is he gonna be getting charged today?
I can't speak to that. That's gonna be a different unit that handles that.
Oh.
So we're waiting for those detectives to show up. They should be here shortly.
Do you mind if I ask what she was charged for? Because I was kind of curious. Like, is it like damage on property?
Yeah. It's called criminal mischief. So.
That's what it's called? Okay.
Yeah, so that's what New York State law is.
So it's a misdemeanor?
Well, that because of the car and the value, we're charging the felony version of it.
Wow.
Nice.
How much likes for PC?
How much likes for a PC? Okay, wait, first you gotta record. 10,000 likes, I'll buy you a PC, a gaming PC, okay?
And keyboard and mouse, everything?
Keyboard, mouse, everything.
Okay.
All right?
Promise me.
Promise.
I'm gonna hashtag you.
Okay, hashtag Jidion and at me.
Okay.
Okay, 10,000 likes. All right. He just posted it, y'all. Oh, TikTok's cussing, man? Big juicy booties twerking? What? Why are you searching that up on TikTok, little man? I'm just messing with you. His name is ZMoney640. But here, I'm gonna call my rep at TikTok and tell him to ban your account. No. Oh yeah, my bad. What are you guys doing? Oh, we just caught a child predator, and his mom just got arrested.
Across the street was texting a 14-year-old.
You're fucking lying.
Here, I'll give you more tea if you let me put my feet on your bumper.
That's fine, whatever.
Okay, fire.
You're lying.
No, yeah, so he was talking to a 14-year-old girl, and we were talking to him, and then his mom, we were live streaming it, and one of the neighbors had told her, and then his mom flipped, and she would like threaten to like pull an AK out on us, and she came outside with a jar of paint, and she like dumped it all over his truck.
What is this on?
Do you want more tea?
Yes, please. What the
Okay,
fuck?
so I'll give you more tea if you sub to my Kick channel.
Okay, I don't.
It's $6.50.
$6.50.
Yeah.
But you got all this for free on my street.
Yeah, but she owned the street, but she got arrested now.
The street?
Yeah. Nikki.
The lady?
Yeah.
The mom got arrested too for throwing the paint.
She got charged with a felony.
And the son's in the back of that car.
See, now I'm giving you tea for free.
Oh, you're lying. He has a whole bitch too.
He has a girl?
Yes.
No shit.
And she's always here.
You ever had any problems with like his mom or anything?
Nah, but she's a little bit weird. Like she's always staring across the street, and like I'll just be chilling. Like I smoke, so I chill in my car, and she's always staring, just being a little bit weird.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because this street is filled with kids.
I know.
Filled with children. Wow.
Would you hear like yelling and stuff from their house a lot?
I was about to say, yeah, I would.
Dang. You let him go. Damn. That's whack.
It's gonna take months.
It's gonna take months? I know they got a full confession.
Oh no, they got a full confession, they got full dissemination. We'll hand our phone over for the forensic stumping.
And they didn't arrest him. Such a shame.
I know, man. I mean, he will get arrested in time, but...
I just overheard the cops. They said they're not gonna get into what they did. That's ridiculous.